Hello, hello, Kalu Kalay. How are we doing today? My name is Notepad, and I usually write games for fun, but what are we doing today? Today we're going to be going over a few games, most notably a bunch of TRPGs that are made from war games. So, Manly co-host right off the bat. Okay, so Manly's seen this. Say hello to the Codor. Codor Manly. This took forever to do, by the way. Like, do you realize how extensive... Oh my god. Manly's a war machine. And it's all in service to just rampant shit posting. Again, we've got Infinity Doge, we've got War Machine Manly. It did take forever. It took me like 40 minutes. But generally speaking, war games, people play them. That's a thing that exists. Wargaming is probably bigger than tabletop role-playing. For a variety of different reasons. And I say this is for a variety of different reasons because there's a very big franchise you probably have heard about. That is called Warhammer. You may have heard of something called Warhammer 40k or Warhammer in general. This is a big franchise, big war game, but wargaming has been around for a long time. Telephone. Like, wargaming has been around since the start of this entire thing. We're talking ancient. People have been playing with tiny soldiers since the dawn of time, because fuck yeah, my soldiers can totally be your soldiers, as you can see, with things like Little Wars or things like that. But wargaming RPGs seem to be a natural fit. I mean, for God's sakes, if we really want to be really specific about things, Chainmail, the original, kind of the OG, you could say, of tabletop role-playing games, is actually just if we want to be really specific, is Gary Gygax's and Jeff Perrin's, actually it would be Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. It's effectively their version of, hey, we're playing our war game, but we want to focus on individual pieces now. Yeah, that's kind of the birth of D&D, kind of the, if you want to be really specific, the birth of a lot of tabletop RPGs, which is just war game, except we're focusing on one dude. But times change, things escalate. Wargaming kind of has its... Wargaming is very fractured. I'll say this right now. You do have some big ones. You do have your Warhammer 40Ks, for example, but there are a lot of different franchises when it comes to war games. Probably, I would say the second largest would be BattleTech. BattleTech is probably one of the, if not the second largest of wargaming out there, just by pure volume. I'm looking at pure volume. This isn't also factoring historical war games, because there's actually quite a few historical war games. Because if we go to historical war games, these can actually, there are many, many historical war games out there. There are many of them. And some of them only see play very rarely, but they're usually focused on eras. Like, this is my Napoleonic set, this is my Civil War set, this is my World War II, World War I. You get a lot of things like that. That's a very important factor. Then from there, you start getting into some smaller ones, relatively speaking, such as War Machine, and such as what Manly is right now, good old War Machine, as you can kind of see here, which kind of has its own catastrophic issues with Privateer Press and their handling of certain franchise notes. Will you talk about Barons of Braunschweig? What's Barons of Braunschweig? I have a very specific set of games that I'm going over today. Let's see, what's Baron of Braunschweig? I don't think this is correct, but you're seeing kind of the idea of various war games and such. Now, we've got a few things what we're going over today. Because we're not reviewing war games. This is the very important thing to know. We are not reviewing war games. What we're doing is, in fact, I open up this, I open up you. We are going to go over tabletop role-playing games based off of war games. That's the very convoluted thing we're working off here. The entire reason why we are doing this, again, incredibly convoluted A to B to C, is entirely because I had these two games in my sci-fi folder, and I'm like, I don't know where to put these, and someone proposed it. So I said, yeah, it would also justify me going over loads. Come on. Aha. Also justify me going over Imperium Maledictum. Then we have one that's a little bit off-kilter, but it will make sense when I explain it a little bit. The odd duck out of these four we're going to go over. Yes, we're only going to go over 4 because they're a little bit chunkier today. Come on. It doesn't like this book because it's a very huge fucking book, by the way. This is the official, mind you, official Fallout TRPG. You may be wondering, Notepad, Fallout isn't a war game. But it is, though. That's the joke, is that Modiphius, you see down here, Modiphius, actually published the official Fallout war game. It's called Fallout Wasteland Warfare. This game is effectively its direct successor. It's an RPG, stemmed from a certain kind of war game play, so a long time ago, you got roles like a general, one's a priest, one's a city baron, made a war game, the whole chain of command supply thing. Yeah, hey, Manly, send that over to me. Send that over to me one time. I will take a look at it. Seems interesting. Since I have 40k note coins. So I should say, what games do we want to deal with? Because there's 3 sets, I could say. There's the Fallout and Infinity, because these are actually the same game. Sort of. Both of them are 2d20. So we're going to kind of have to dive into the 2d20 sphere a little bit for these ones. We can do Imperium Maledictum. We got 1 vote for Imperium Maledictum, and we also have Through the Breach, which is Malifaux, but Malifaux is a very unique duck, and we're all going to just nod with Malifaux because it's a very weird creature. Through the Breach is weird. Now, again, I want to preface this as well. Is I do not actually have a lot of, like, wargame experience. Outside of, like, 40k knowledge, and the entire idea behind 40k is I played a botched version of, I believe, 5th edition. Back in Nebraska. We got 1 for Imperial Maledictum. We'll say 1 for Through the Breach. Any other takers? Now's the time to place your votes. Here's what I can do. I can roll a d6 and see which one we do. Let's see. See, the problem is... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll a die. 1, 2, 3, we'll do Through the Breach. 4, 5, 6, we'll do Imperium Maledictum. Using the power of the random chance. We rolled a 5, so we're doing Imperium Maledictum first. So, Imperium come on, kid. Yeah! The Fallout book, to give you an idea, something very important. The Fallout book is about 150 megs. Like, the Fallout book, no, the Fallout book is, no, that's a different book. This is almost 300 megabytes. It freaks the fuck out when we're dealing with it. But yes, this is Imperium Maledictum. Imperium Maledictum. What is this game? Oh yeah, it's Veterans Day. What is Imperium Maledictum? And also, I did not plan to do the Wargame case on Veterans Day, by the way. I did not plan for this. This is completely by coincidence. Imperium Maledictum is, if we go to here, actually a game by Cubicle 7. And you may be wondering who the fuck Cubicle 7 is. Well, Cubicle 7, if we open you up. Cubicle 7 is, I believe, based out of Ireland, yet they're based out of Ireland, and they've done quite a few different games at this point. They are a relatively well-known company out there, and if you go down here, you see in our games, they mostly do Warhammer stuff at this point. You see kind of here, it's like Doctors and Daleks, Victoriana. Their main thing is actually their Warhammer license they picked up. Thus, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, Soulbound, Wrath and Glory, which they got from a different company, and the Doctor Who role-playing game. Yeah, you wanna buy the Doctor Who role-playing game, everyone? Oh boy. You can buy the Doctor Who role-playing game. Cubicle 7's kind of a... If we kind of look over here, they've been around for a while. Like, they've been around since 2006. But the bigger ones is they've been around longer than that because they have some ties to things like SLA Industries. Kind of their first major role-playing game, though, was Victoriana. You kind of see out here. We don't talk about Victoriana anymore because Victoriana kind of went away the dodo. But you kind of see things right here. Hey, they've Doctor Who role-playing, Primeval, The Laundry, Cthulhu Britannica. Yeah, game published by Heresy Games. Yeah, 3rd editions in 2009. One of the things is, how do I want to word this nicely? Cubicle 7 has this terrible time of not really making many things independently. What they ended up doing is they ended up getting licenses from other people. Because Doctor Who is licensed, Primeval is licensed, The Laundry is licensed, this is a Call of Cthulhu book. Victoriana was actually published by a completely different company, Heresy Games. If we go over here to Heresy Games, I can't even find it anymore because they don't exist anymore. But yeah, they kind of, it's one of those things where they keep getting things from other people or picking up a license from other people. For a variety of reasons. Probably the one that a lot of people know Cubicle 7 from is actually the Wrath and Glory incident. Which is a little bit odd. Because Wrath and Glory is a tabletop role-playing game. One of the ideas behind Wrath and Glory was to allow you to play anything you wanted to play. And everything is very scalable. You want to play a soldier man, you can play a soldier man from rank 1 to rank 6 and make it stronger and stronger every time. You want to play a Primaris Marine or Primaris Marine, you can totally do that. You want to play a Commissioner, you can do that. You want to play a Tech Priest, you can do that. You want to play a Sister Battle, yeah. System was a little bit janky, but it was actually made by a company called Ulysses. You may have heard of a game called Ulysses. Let me see if I can fucking... I know it's kind of a... Yeah, it's... right here. Wrath and Glory was originally made by these guys. And what occurred here was that they made the game and didn't support it at all. There was a lot of issues with the game, so what they ended up doing was saying, oh, cool, we're going to... Effectively, Games Workshop pulled the license and pulled the game and just gave it to Cubicle 7. So Cubicle 7 kind of inherited that, but big thing is, Wrath and Glory, they supported it for a while, it was decent, it did a pretty good job, but Imperium Maledictum was their new one. This is the big thing. This is the one that... This is the chosen one. And to give you an idea of why things are a little bit hectic here, this is the lead design credits. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people lead designing this. A bunch of others, writing and design work. You have the pretty much, it was all hands on deck for this thing. This was a huge endeavor. And there really isn't much else to say about it. Ulysses. Did they make Soulbound? Yes, they did make Soulbound. If I recall correctly, they did make Soulbound entirely. But we've talked about Age of Sigmar Soulbound before. Age of Sigmar is actually, Soulbound actually has a lot of ties to Wrath and Glory. So I think that was, how do I want to word it? I think there was a little bit of obligation there, because Soulbound you can kind of say is the fantasy equivalent of Wrath and Glory, if that makes sense. There is a lot of similarities between the systems, a lot of similarities between how things work, and how they want you to play. We looked at Soulbound a long time ago. Soulbound's very weird. Interesting, but just weird. And interesting and weird sometimes make good combinations. Interesting and weird sometimes make very, very bad combinations. But yeah, that's kind of the basics. Did they continue with that D20 variant? Who knows? Actually, let's see. Let's see. Are they still working on that D20 variant? Let's play a game, everyone. Cubicle 7, let's say Cubicle 7 D20. C7 D20, and this is from March of September, as of September 1st, 2023. Looks like they're updating Victoriana to be a D20 game. Yeah, looks like they're actually making Victoriana to be a D20 game. And Laundry Files is apparently going to be C7 D20. Yeah. Yeah, looks like the, yeah, including Broken Weave, Victoriana. This is back from September. So they're still working on it, and they have managed to... Yeah, they're not really... I feel a lot of those not 5e lost a lot of steam after being announced. Yeah. They did kind of lose a lot of... They lost a lot of steam. A lot of them did. And that's something that they kind of have to deal with, if that makes sense. Because even if you look at, like, here, they're talking about Victoriana, like Vault 5e even. But if you go to, like, oh, our games, they don't talk about it. You kind of see they don't talk about it. And you would think, like, hey, we're promoting our new thing. This is Vault 5e, because they've actually got other 5e products. Because this is, like, one of the things they do is 5e stuff, because this is how you supplement your income. Never forget that, kids. No matter how creative you are, you always got to do 5e stuff. Like, this is a brand new game, effectively. Travel rules for 5e. I don't know about you. There's something mysterious. Something that boggles my mind. We're making our own game. By the way, here's our cool new expansion we wrote for 5e. Yeah, the R game still pissed the One Ring Adventures in Middle Earth. Yeah. Because, like, it's still, like, they still did it. That's kind of the thing. They still did it. They still worked on it. But yeah, they've lost licenses over time. Even things like Doctors and Daleks, technically. We want to be, because yeah, this is actually a game that they made. Because remember, the Doctor Who RPG is not the original Doctor Who RPG. They've also published this version, which is a 5e variant of the Doctor Who RPG. Yeah. We don't... I'm not saying Cubicle 7's a flawless company. I'm saying Cubicle 7 has an interesting company. I do know for a fact, though, there was a purge. And if Ethical was here, he could tell us exactly where they all went, or the exact names. I didn't look too deeply into these people. I'm like, that's not really the point. There was a purge I would say about 2 years ago. And that purge was a lot of people who were very dedicated to teams and very dedicated to certain things, but they went away. They went the way of the metaphorical dodo. They were canned, they were changed, and it was in service to, they wanted to add very certain things to the games. Mostly they wanted to add a lot of, I will reveal to you all what I mean by this. So this is the cover. Very thematic cover. Very, ooh, okay, we're in some good shit. All these credits. But it is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne. He is a master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with the power of the Dark Age technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. To live in such times amongst untold billions, it is to live in the cruelest, most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress, of understanding. In the grim dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and laughter of thirsting gods. And I'm like, alright, we're in. Let's fucking do this. So I'm like, alright, okay, cool. You know, like very, very basic ideas here. So at its very basic, they open up with a basic introduction. What is the Imperium? What is this? I will say there is, how do I want to word this? Space Marines! Today the enemy is at our door. We know our duty and we will do it. We will fight for honor of the blood ravens. As Space Marines, and we fight in the name of the Emperor. If we die this day, we die in glory. We die a hero's death, but today we shall not die. No, it is the enemy that will taste and defeat us. Shoot, no. Most of our battle brothers stationed in space, preparing to deep strike. I can't do the voice. I can't do his voice. Steel right. I can't do the voice. Yeah, Manly's in the right idea. So you're looking at this, you're like, all right. They don't actually talk a lot of like the deep lore of 40K. It's like, oh yeah, you want to learn all about how fucking orcs work? You don't need to do that. That's not the point. They talk about a very simple idea of what we're actually going to be doing. The most important thing you're going to be doing is going to be you're going to take 2 d10s. Here. Where's my other d10 there? You're going to take 2 d10, you're going to roll, and you're going to try to roll under your attribute. That is, effectively, how to play the game. Now, of course, we have someone very special out here to help us. Say hello to Manly Salmon, our... He is our hero that we need today. He may not be the best, but he's the best we have. Now, if we're going to be using an example here, so let's say we have our awareness. If Manly needs to make an awareness check, he would take 2d10, he would roll, and he rolled a 26, so he would have succeeded at that. That's really the basics of how the game is played. Whenever you need, you call a quest, you roll the dice, and you check for success. All it is. It's pretty easy. The main setting is the Macarian sector. It is detailed enough. One of the big things with the Macarian sector, it's like the old FFG sectors, I can never remember, is a Chronos sector. That was the Rotator one. There is a lot of detail here, but it's not like a lot of detail of like the greater world stuff. It's very much like we can add in whatever we want at this time. All we know is that every single thing we want are here doing things. That's all you need to know. Every single thing that we need is right here. So, lot of detail. Again, you look at this art, you're like, hot diggity damn. Metal boxes, the fools. Why is he a zealot, not a soldier? Well, there's two reasons for that, Draco. There's two very important reasons. One, his weapon score, his ballistic score was worse than his weapon score by a good metric. And he was a tiny noodle man. I literally randomly... The thing I really enjoy about this is that you could legitimately randomly roll every single aspect about a character. So I did. I legitimately rolled everything random for him, and that's why I have 175 experience to spend on making him better. So... yeah, we're gonna... Welcome to, yeah, alright, we're gonna... yeah, this is me talking with Ethical, by the way. If you want a more deep and engraced conversation about Cubicle 7 and such, you can talk to Ethical. However, apparently Cubicle 7 fired a bunch of people, or people were let go, because they wanted to do more things like this. This is what they wanted. As he quoted, they wanted a lot more black lesbians in Warhammer Fantasy. And yeah. So, the artwork is somewhat unflattering at points. Some characters feel a little odd, but we're not gonna think about it too hard. Okay? Alright. So, the first thing you actually do, the first thing you are introduced to in the game, this is chapter fucking 2. Yas Queen, slay the heretics. Yas Queen. The first thing you actually do is not create a character. You create a patron. Because unlike the original Dark Heresy, you don't just work for the Inquisition. You can work for a variety of different patrons. Now, what are patrons? Patrons are the guys who are giving you missions. They are the ones you're working with. They are the ones actually helping you out and doing things. Originally, you were the servants of an Inquisitor. The Inquisitor would sometimes show up, but he wasn't really a character, necessarily. He was this distant being that snapped his fingers and things happened. If he did show up, things were wrong. Things were very, very wrong, or you did something very, very right. But here, you could technically have a patron of any of these. Because they change the names of a lot of things. I'll do my best to remember everything. This is literally the government. We run the shipping lanes. Techie boys. Gun boys. The real military. The fleet. A bunch of fucking criminals. But they are sanctioned to do such. And a rogue trader dynasty. If you really want, in theory, you could play a botched version of Rogue Trader in this game. It's very possible. Now, one of the big things, we'll talk about influence a little bit later, but to kind of give you an idea, influence lets you roll with influence instead of doing other things. Now, we have a very special character. We have Chipicus. Chipicus von Dutchenhaven. He is Imperial Inquisition. He is an Ordo Xenos. Now, because he is an Inquisition, anytime we are dealing with the Inquisition, anytime we need to make an influence check on them, instead of relying on one of our own, we can instead rely on our patron. We can pretty much invoke his name. However, Chippy is not very popular among infractionists. People do not like him in there. And because they do not like Chippy very much, criminals aren't going to want to work with us as much. But, you know, if we try to leverage assistance from the Ordo Xenos, we're going to have a lot more bigger advantage there. Now, you kind of see, you know, all throughout here, like, all right, boons and liabilities, though. So, boons and liabilities are things that your patron can leverage and help you with. Patron creation being collaborative is a bit weird to me. It's weird. There's one line. At first, I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. But there's one line in here that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm like, oh, I see what it is. I see what it is. But yeah, they kind of go over, and all of them do have something that gives them a boon. So, for example, you pretty much work for the bureaucracy, and you look at the Munititorium Depot. That's just something they have that they can help you with. Hey, the patron gives you access to a base of operations within the Munititorium Sanctum. You have advantage on availability tests to receive additional magazines for your weapons. You just get money. You're like, hey, you want some actual armor in your weapons? Cool. But you can say, hey, you have the ability to use a tithe inspection. That's just like your ability that you get off the bat. Now, the thing is, what occurs here is you're going to roll. And you're going to say, okay, well, you roll, like, this is a secret roll here. This is the kind of the first thing you get is a secret roll. You don't really know what people are making. You don't know your first two boons until you get it. So we might say, hey, we're a Munititorium. We rolled a 2 and we rolled a 4. We know that, you know, it's like we may look into it. We know we actually have a administrative training facility. They have access to this. Anytime we want to train certain skills, it's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper for us to do that. However, they're incredibly frail. Because they roll frail form. We don't know that, maybe, until, you know, at the very end, we revealed some of their liabilities, and we meet our patron for the first time, and they get rolled out on a fucking, like, you know, in pretty much an iron coffin. However, some of these, you know, astropaths, you can work for a Sister of Silence. Yes, you can actually work for a Sister of Silence. Various Mechanicuses, you want to be a Magos Biologist. Quite a few different things for you to work with. Lord Commissioner, a Senior Officer, Void Ship Captain, a Port Commander. We rolled a Xenos. Now, Kippy here was actually very good, because as an Inquisitor, he gets limitless authority. Legitimately, he can say, nah, fuck you, I'm an Inquisitor, I can do things. He also has fearsome reputation. Whenever we invoke Chipicus's name, everyone who knows has to make a discipline check, or they're gonna start shitting their pants. Of course, we don't want to cite that to certain people, but people are gonna be fucking scared. But he rolled an enemy, and he was an enemy of, he's got an enemy inside of the gangers. Got a gang enemy. Alright. Now, dude is, you know, you also have things just, what's the rogue trader's gimmick? They have a ship. Yeah, they've got a ship. They are a fucking rogue trader. Of course they do. Now, everyone's going to be powered by different motivations. What do they want? How do they want to do things? You kind of see all the way down here. You say, hey, I was an Inquisitor. We were driven by unity. We want to keep the Empire together. We're very happy. Everyone gets some basic payment grid. effectively, your pay grade does not determine your benefactor's monetary, wealth. It is, how do I want to word this? It's your monetary wealth. They might be incredibly opulent. You're just getting paid minimum fucking wage. Yeah, it's entirely possible to be paid minimum wage, and just suck. Who needs patron when you have family? My 500 bald mining cousins will always help out. Fun fact, this is the best part, Rico there, is that technically you can say, hey, if you the GM have a very particular, thing in mind, you can play a rogue trader dynasty and just play Horatio. If you want to play just endless Horatios. Yeah, you wanna play family? You wanna just be a bunch of bald people who are all clones of one another? Yeah, totally. Because we love Horatio. And if we can't play Horatio in our wonderful, 40k game, what's really the point? No, these boons all do something. Most of the time, they might give you like a bonus, like an influence. Hey, when you're being created, when you are first being created, you can take players can choose or randomly determine up to 3 boons. There's one very important line here that I find to be very fascinating. You can collaboratively, you can work together to build your patron. But this word right here, you secretly choose additional liabilities. That's a very fascinating word, because you don't know what the GM might pick. So you might be like, oh, well, we've optimized this, we made something great. But then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, your patron isn't real. Yeah, this is when like a lot of the training facilities are really good. Because you see, like, well, what's that? The XP cost for the following specializations is reduced by 20. It's pretty much cheaper to level up in certain fields. But you can also get things like air support, planetary travel, close air support, which can be invoked 3 attacks of fracker crack missiles with a range of 60. Yeah, oh no, we're under fire. What do we do? Let's call in fucking air support because our patron can do that. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to get some assistance, is calling in air support and having, just fucking coding the entire thing in missiles. Like, oh, all right. Or hey, like, you've got cartographic contacts, you can blackmail people pretty easily. Hey, you just have a bunch of clerks work for you. You want to have a bunch of clerks work for you? Go for it. You want to have just a random holy person work for you? Yeah. There's a lot of things you can do with a single character, with a single thing, and I do enjoy this factor. It does bring me into it a lot faster, and it's like awesome. And you can choose any of these, by the way. I thought about giving Chippy Noble Blood, but I just gave Chippy a Connoisseur. At any point, you have advantage on availability tests and always have the option to acquire equipment with mastercrafted or ornamental quality. Chippy is extravagantly wealthy. Chippy wants to get the best things in life. Anytime you go see Chippicus, he's going to put some wine in front of you and he's going to say, let's drink. Let's have some good time. There's one problem. He has some very strange tastes. And anything you do, he wants a bite of it usually. And he's going to ask you to do things. Oh, hey, I have a job for you. All right, we're going to defeat the enemies of the Imperium. Not quite. I need you to pick up my food delivery. What do you mean a food delivery? Don't worry, I imported some stuff. And it's like, oh, why are you eating Tyranid? Tastes like chicken. Do we also serve an emperor that has 4 arms? Fun fact, no. That is one thing that's very, very interesting about this game. We'll get to that much later. Which is that there isn't really... You're not really playing characters outside of your basic Imperium there in this one, but there's a lot of modularity. They clearly want to be like, get ready for the next book. In the next book, we're going to introduce... In the next book, we're going to introduce the, we're going to introduce another race. In the next book, we're going to introduce this. Also, it was 2 free boons or 1 free boon, and then 1 liability to choose another boon. So, effectively, if we go all the way back up here, regardless of what you're going to do, when you choose, let's say, for example, let me bring it up to, where are you? Wizarder. The Inquisition. For example, with the Inquisition, you always start with the duty boon of limitless authority. By virtue of being part of the Inquisition, you start with a boon. Then, depending on whatever you are, Chippy, for example, is Ordo Xenos. He's going to roll a d10 for both of these. So he got Fearsome Reputation, and he got an enemy. Boom, boom. At absolute starting, you're going to have 2 boons, 1 liability. The players have the option of adopting 3 additional boons. But if they do that, they're taking 3 additional liabilities. So you always have 1 more boon than a liability, but some of these liabilities are really bad. But yeah, there's a lot of... these are some of the liabilities that you could have. Now, mind you, again, these are secretly chosen by the GM. If you were like, oh, I want a power game, and we want to get all the... super easy, things that make our life super fun and interesting. No. Why I find this funny is abrupt. Your patron is brusque and abrasive. Has -1 influence with 3 factions. They have a dangerous debt. They may arrange ambushes, combat drills, and examinations, rather surprise challenges to ensure you are the best of the best. Pretty much, if my thing would be, if you choose to, like, clearly go for, like, oh, these ones are just better. Because there are some that just give you a lot of toys or a lot of benefits. And some are a little bit more narrative-based, like Chippy's Connoisseur, for example. Chippy can give you, like, some very good gear, of course, but it's not really, like, insane. I sent an assassin after you to make sure you stayed aware of your surroundings. Good luck. Yeah. Now, imagine you're on a mission, and you're like, man, this mission's really good, and then a fucking, a sniper rifle comes out and blows off one of your legs, and you just get a ding from your patron, being like, oh yeah, I sent an assassin. Good luck. Be like, why would you do this? Why are you the way you are? Convoluted communique. Since they're using coded communication ciphers that change regularly, may obscure message you're trying to convey. Hey, you're having an enemy. You're a deal breaker. Yeah. They legitimately just don't want to deal with you. Again, if you want to be a horrible person, it's like, yeah, your patron legitimately fucked up a deal with the military. Now you can't buy guns. hey, you're a loose cannon. You like to... At the end of every mission, your patron expects a full report of your activities, including what you did, why, when, and why. That's going to be one of those things. I gave them obsolete observer, and they had to escort a broken servo skull. Who killed Hannibal? Yeah, like, you even, like, you can be very funny with these, and, like, yeah, or you can be very weird, like, yeah, like, you know exactly how you operate. Yeah, or hey, they just offended the Messiah, like, the Omnissiah. Legitimately, you fucking pissed someone off. It's like, yeah, every human life is precious. You have to justify every life you take. We fucking hate psychers. You're actually dead. You're rumored to be dead. Yeah, you have a... Sorry, you have warped visions, and you also have a sidereal quests. Yeah, you could fuck with your friends. That's what I really enjoy. You can really fuck with your team. Sus? Impostore sospito? Well, you see, sir, the reason I killed that man was because he had a bomb on him. It was next to a fuel depot filled with orphans. And all you see is the GM take a look and, you know, cross off a single word. So, effectively, influence gives you success level. Now, kind of a very important thing with this game is we take our dice, we roll. Oh no! Actually, no. We'll use a manly roll here. I believe in manly and his 27 fucking fellowship. Let's do presence. Presence is useful. Let's say Manly's rolling presence. He rolled a 45 currently. With 45, he would score pretty much 0 SL. He succeeded, but not like insanely so. But let's say, for example, he's using presence and he's wrong place. But he's leveraging Chipicus. He's leveraging Chippy, and with the Inquisition to get some information, he wouldn't have scored 0 SL, he would have scored 2 SL. Because that's all, you know, influence does. But if he's working with, say, some criminals and he needs some information and he brings up Chippicus, that's going to be -2 success levels, so you fucking failed. But one of the most valuable things of what you can do is you can just not bring up him, and you actually can just have your own influence. Yeah, Manly's going to be the person we want to talk to the Ministorium, because the Ministorium, well, he's a member of it. He's a holy man. Sir, the orphans got chemical weapons and they were part of the Nurgle worshipping cult. Sir, you don't understand. Please, don't give me the electro flail. Yeah, a lot of them are, you know, patron negative influence, cowardice in the face of death, fled from the battlefield, broken important supply lines. Imperial fleet, you could just piss off a rogue trader. Go nuts. Again, I like the patron system, but let's go into creating a character. Now, the big thing that you need to know is that you can, again, randomly choose all of these things. I like randomly choosing bullshit. Now, this is our basic character sheet, blah, blah, blah. We don't really need any of this. Basic characteristics are 2d10 plus 20. Now, if you roll and keep it just straight down the line, you're going to get 50 XP out of it. Now, as you can tell, manly is what we like to casually refer to as is getting fucking nay-nayed. Because manly isn't allowed to have nice things in life. He rolled really decently on his weapon score. His ballistic score wasn't great, but he rolled dog shit on his strength, his toughness, and his fellowship. Some of these got increased from his skills and from his backgrounds and stuff, but like some of these were like, oh manly. At first I was like, oh, a 35 weapon score, a 30 ballistic score. Oh, he's gonna be really good. And then he just did not. He rolled a fucking 3 on his toughness, guys. A 3. But I kept it. Now, what you are able to do, you can roll around, roll again and swap characteristics around until you get something you like, but you don't get any bonus XP. You truly do not like your character, and you truly roll dog shit, you can roll again if you want. You rolled a 3 on my sheet. I didn't roll shit. Nah, don't worry. It's okay, Manly. It's okay, Manly. I think I've already done enough damage to you. I think this is the more important thing to, but yes. Then we get to choose, very basic skills. If you've ever played Dark Heresy, these are going to feel very similar. Probably the weird one, if you haven't played it though, are weapon score and ballistic score, because those are independent skills. You can be a little noodle boy, like Manly here, but be really good with weapons. Or you can be a incredibly tough person who doesn't know how to swing a sword. That is entirely possible in this game, and arguably an important aspect of it. So, origin, this is where you're from. You can choose, but you don't get the XP bonus. One of the big things is that every location gives you a few points and as well as a piece of equipment. Now, of course, Manly rolled a shrine world. So he got a holy icon, some willpower, and I just put everything into perception because I'm like, hey, if he can't do anything, he's going to join that. Now, you are free to roll. Again, roll 100, roll D100, and where your origin is going to determine where you're going. Now, as you can tell, certain ones are predisposed toward ones, such as Shrine Worlds, being slightly predisposed toward joining the Ministorum. But you also see some that are like the Feral Worlds who join the Militarum a lot more readily. You probably, like, the ones that I have seen are like the most balanced, quote unquote balanced, are things like Hive World. Hive World is very balanced. Not really Forge World because you're going to be kind of going down the Mechanicus. Pretty much all of them have like the one thing, like we're going down this one pretty aggressively. Very few, but Voidborn are pretty consistent. But yeah, so it's like if you want to play like a pretty normal character, you're going to be going down this very specific one. But yeah, then they kind of talk about that. Every single one of these. So we're going to go down to the Ministorum. Every single one of these also gives us a variety of benefits. Hey, +5 willpower, intelligence, perception. Now, then you get advances. Now, how an advance works is that if we go down here, let's say I get an advance in my dexterity later on, I could tap this button and it would go up by 5. At most, you can have a total of 4 advances. So, at best, my intuition can rise to 61. At its current state of being, of course. But these advances do play a very important part in how things are actually calculated. And with these advances, 5 advance spend on any of these things, you get a free talent, you get some influence, you get some items, and then you get to choose some gear. Carapace, main sword, surgeon's kit, Loudhala, staff of ornamental quality, or robes with ornamental quality. Now, as a proud man, I made Manly record how many holy icons he ended up with. He ended up with 3 holy icons at the end of things. And to give you an idea, a Loudhailer is literally a, it's effectively a loudspeaker strapped to your body. So to give you an idea, Manly walks up holding, blinged out in, fucking rosaries, effectively. In his awesome robes, his cool looking staff, his fucking chainsword in his other hand that he's very bad with. And he just kind of, slaps his dick on the table being like, hey, what's up? Because these are his weapons. I chose the Carapace chestplate just because I'm like, it's funny to have a chestplate on him. He just has like a giant armored chestplate on over his robes. But yeah, Manly's really good at beating people. He's very good at beating people in melee. He's got a 30 in his ranged ability. Manly is not what we would like to refer to as, very casually, as a gunman. Our little noodle boy here, with 23 toughness, wants to rush into melee combat and starts hacking people to death. He's trying, team. But yeah, like, each of these do give you something. And your duty, that's the big thing, is your duty also gives you something else. Now, these are pretty much like your optional ones. These are, how do I want to word this? You don't need, oops, I didn't mean to do that. You don't need to strictly, how do I want to properly? You don't need to strictly choose something from this box. You can choose a duty. If you choose a duty, you don't have to choose anything. It's just kind of like something already there. And they do give you just some basic gear to kind of say, hey, this is something that you get. Because I am a real human being, I just spent it on things to make Manly just I kind of just winged it with Manly. Hence why he is very good at melee and has decent intuition. If he's going to do something, he's going to start swinging. Extra Militarum. Probably, again, most characters who are like, I don't really know what I want to choose. I don't know where to go. You're probably going to choose something pretty reliable, but all of these do make sense. Except if you're a rogue trader, in which you get fucking 1,200 solars. Yeah, you want 1,200 solars? Yeah, that's a lot of fucking money. I believe this is from Kill Team, if I recall correctly. Yeah, this is from Kill Team. Now, your role is... How do I want to word it? Your role is what we would like to recall a class. This is your job. This is the thing that your patron has hired you to do. You are the person whose job it is to do everything here. And they're like, oh, okay, what's my real job? What do I do for a living? Your job is to do this. Now, I wish I had a role table here because this allow your patron to determine your role as best fits their needs. That's kind of just choose. Generally speaking, you're going to get some talents, grant you a number of advances. Pretty much, this makes you a cut above the regular Joe. You also have the chance of just rolling for some random talents. I did not roll for random talents because I just want to make a very simple character. But if you want to, you are free to roll talents and see what you end up with. Let's see, for example, if I rolled my talents right here, I rolled a 22. I would have gotten a contortionist right off the bat. But it is entirely possible to actually roll, if you roll a 100, become a psyker or a blank right off the bat. Now, the classes. Be smart. This is kind of like the solve problem with words, not weapons. Mystic magic bullshit. Yeah, you want to play a psyker, you play a mystic. which I do find it funny. She has now, I think, lost about 20 pounds. The Penumbra. Sneak man. Savants are your smart guys. Warriors fight people. Zealots go gamer mode. I obviously, for Manly, I chose this and just gave him more discipline, more specializations in discipline. He is a holy fucking warrior. Chose Flagellant and Icon Bearer to make him even better. I should have chosen Martyrdom because Martyrdom's actually pretty good, mostly for him. It's a little noodly form. Add some items. Add some basic kind of physical appearance stuff and gear. They give you a lot of options. Now, the main thing what you want to do is choose a goal. Short-term goals or something. So short-term goals are something you can do immediately. Usually 2-3 sessions. Long-terms are kind of your overall thing that you want to happen. It's a primary motivation. You're going to get some basic connections, bring characters to life, ask questions, do things, and you're going to have a good time. But finishing touches. Wounds are how much... Wounds effectively means how much you can take. Critical wounds indicate how many bad wounds you can take. Initiative is how fast you go. Fate is effectively fate points from every Warhammer game. Technically handedness. Yeah, so we do have to worry about our handedness. We've got a basic divination. This is one of those weird mechanics where I kind of understand where they're going for, but it's like, alright. Effectively, if your character dies and it reflects their divination, the next character plays with bonus XP. So, for example, like, I'm playing a guy and, let's see, we'll do it with Manly here. Ruthlessness is the kindness of the wise. For example, if Manly dies heroically in combat, dies heroically in combat, a bunch of cultists after being like, I want to be, this is my, my kindness is killing you. That would be successfully, finishing his divination, and whatever his XP is, the next character would get half of that as bonus XP. Get it? It's just weird. It's just the way that it's worded is kind of funky. Wait, let your patron choose. That seems like a dangerous option if you don't know their flaws. Doing but plastered on 40k. Full on holy. Imagine not choosing to be a rogue trader. Yeah. If you don't know their flaws. Exactly. If you don't really know their flaws, that could be kind of weird. But, like, that's kind of the thing with, like, oh, let your patron choose. But, like, what does that mean? I haven't read Warhammer Fantasy yet. Now, I've not read Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition yet. People keep telling me I really should, but... Now, this is kind of a weird way because characteristic advances only go up by 1, but skill advances go up by 5. You can have 4 advances in a skill, and technically you can go up to 60 in these. So, if I really want to, technically we could have, 20 advances in toughness, but we really won't hit that point because any new talents only cost 100, which but as you kind of see here, this is the cost per advance. So to get to level 20 to 25, effectively 5 points is 100 XP. If you want to get up to level 26 to 30, that would be 125 XP. Pretty much, it's legitimately every 1 point, which is really weird. But you're going to get a good chunk of XP per objective, if that makes sense. As long as you are completing your goals, you just kind of see up here, earn 500 XP when you finish a long goal. And it's like, oh, like, cool, you're getting a bigger one. But short-term goals are 50 XP. Generally speaking, they also say, like, hey, get XP for completing missions, get XP for this. It seems like, this takes 10 fucking years, and it does somewhat. If your GM is generous, you're gonna be going pretty good. I would say that there is... In Dark Heresy, there was 3 very distinct phases to playing Dark Heresy. There was the Mud and Blood section, there was the we're really good, and then the we're badasses. This game really only goes up to the we're badasses, but starts you up the latter half of Mud and Blood. You don't really get the we are absolutely dog shit at everything tier. You also don't get the we're absolutely overpowered and an unkillable demigod tier. You stay within kind of that really nice fun zone. And leveling up all the way is very difficult, by the way, because remember, you can only hit 60. So getting any major characteristics. From when is this game? Doomin wasn't since 2E. God, it's been forever since then. From when is this game again? This game is from 2023. Yeah, this came out this year. Yeah, Imperium Maledictum came out this year. I believe it came out this year anyway. Or late last year. But, yeah, skills, advances. Specializations are weird the way that they're worded. They are very weird the way they are worded. But the basic idea is that with a specialization, let's say, for example, I have discipline over here. If you choose a specialization, you choose the skill that goes along with it, and then you effectively treat it as a sub-skill that increases the total up. So, for example, if I had, fear or discipline, and I had 1 advance in it, it wouldn't be 5. What it would be is I would go to my discipline of 49, and it would be 54. But anytime I would use discipline or anything like that, that's when it would go. For example, oh no, Manly is being confronted by something that scares him. He rolls, he would just roll under his 49. Oh no, Manly's being confronted by psychic phenomenon. He rolls a 17. Yeah, he rolls perfectly under because it's 59. It pretty much acts as like it's like a secondary skill. It's kind of weird the way that it's worded. Yeah, there's some that are a little bit goofy. But like you kind of see like these are these disciplines. One of the things that is funky about them is that some disciplines are required for talents. And that could so you're like, wait a second, why didn't I choose this earlier? Or things like that. It can get a little bit wonky, especially when you are trying to deal with, especially weapons. If you're playing a weapon-based character, choose specialization that you really want to and stick with it. This is something that you kind of gotta understand. Long gun, choose pistols, because again, some make a little bit more sense than others, let's say that. Silent takedown rules, tech rules, the blanks burden. Now, talents, there are, again, a bunch of different talents to kind of have. A lot of them are very useful. Usually, and they are ranked by, let's say, if we go down here, you might have requirements such as you need a certain skill level. Manly cannot take agile attacks. His agility is not high enough. His agility is too slow. But he does have the 2 advances in melee. If his agility ever reaches 45, he can take agile attacks. 2 advances in presence, 2 advances in Medicae. Some of them are only like you have to take it during character creation. But one of the things is you also get things like Bone Breaker. You need 2 advances in Medicae with a specialization for that Medicae. So it can't just be 2 into Medicae. Oh, okay, I'm 2 in Medicae. You have to have 2 in the Medicae and a specialization with 2 in it. Yeah, or you get things like 2 intuition with the people attest. That's why I say like the talents, like this specializations can be a little bit weird. But I do enjoy it. I do enjoy a lot of these. I think they all work very easily. Flagellant is hilarious because it's just like, you are happy to endure as much pain as required. Emperor, bless this ravaged body. Stigma, bless this ravaged body. Yes, I actually switched some numbers around just to make sure that I could give Manly more lore so he could succeed at his fucking theology tests more often just to invoke Flagellant. Fully auto fanatic. Going gamer mode. Yeah, there's quite a few of these. And of course, one of the most powerful ones, which is hatred, which is you just fucking hate this thing. Which just gives you a bunch of bonuses to beat the shit out of things you don't enjoy. Icon Bearer also is, you lift a holy icon aloft and sends your companions hot soaring. You can, within medium range, can also gain the icon's benefits. Luckily, normally I wouldn't be able to take it, but I got it from my roll, so I was able to take Icon Bearer. So Manly can just hold up his many holy icons and just force people to give benefits. You get an icon. You get an icon. Ignorance. There are some like this. I've noticed there's like 2 of them, which are if you have less than 30 intelligence, if you have less than 30, you're like, yeah, you get +4 bonuses to resist tests and psychic powers or anything. But you legitimately have no idea. If you want to play a dumb motherfucker, just a true dumb motherfucker, you play an Ignorance is my shield character. You are just becoming a beat stick. Become Reject Life. Reject Life. Become Ogren. Let's see. Inheritor. Inheritors of wow. Wow. Yeah, quite a few different... A lot of different items. As you kind of see here, there's a lot about market availability, bargaining, trading, selling. What is this? What are our equipment types are? Like, for example, master crafted, handed down with works of art, generations of prized relics. Grants +1 6 level to all relevant tests. Armor gains +2 armor. Items always cost at least 500 solars. We get them cheaper because Chippy is our boy, and we get ornamental shit faster as well. You can also just make them horrible, just make them really bad. Overburdening. Now, the basic idea, you kind of see a lot of these things. Don't worry about this. I know a lot of people are going to look at me like, well, that's a lot of rules for weapons and shit. They're not really complicated. Let me see if I can find just like the basic weapon category. So for example, chainsword. Chainsword is a one-handed weapon. It's 3 + whatever my strength bonus is. What's my strength bonus? We go up here. It's whatever the tens value is. So it's 2 right here. So I would have 3 + 2. Cool. What's its encumbrance? 1. You don't have a lot of encumbrance. That's good. But it has the loud and rend 2. So you say, hey, what does loud do? What does loud and rend do? Loud lures everyone within long range of your presence to make an attack. Armor with loud poses disadvantage on stealth death. Okay, easy enough. What does rend do? Hey, resolve. The outermost armor on the hit location is reduced by the rend rating until it is repaired. If you reduce more than once, reduce 0, it's completely destroyed. So, what do? The chainsword, when I hit you with it, it's going to rend 2, and it's going to be loud as fuck, but I'm chipping away at your armor. That's it. Congratulations. I have taught you how to do this. Range weapons kind of fall into the same idea. Everything is zone-based. So when it says like range, long, medium, or anything like that, that's what it's talking about. These are very range-based. Little bit wonky when it comes to it, but it works pretty well. You can buy different mags, of course. Burst, close, loud, reliable. Just read whatever your tags are, and that's really all you need to know about it. Like, some of them are pretty easy to understand. Like, let me see if we can find, let me see if I can find the reliable trait. The reliable trait. Ew. Reliable. If you fumble, there's nothing complicated about them. That's one thing that I think some people see this and would be like, oh, wow, it's 400 pages effectively. It's not really complicated. It's very easy. There's just a lot of stuff. And there's like, hey, well, we want different weapon modifications. Okay? Well, what do these do? Well, they clearly explain everything over here. It's like, what does it do? It does this. What does this do? It does this. Bum, 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 bum. Armor is directional based. You kind of see over here, generally speaking, for example, wearing heavy leathers, it's armor 2. I was looking around, I couldn't find, like, it didn't really say, like, oh, armor, you can layer armor. I don't think you can layer armor in this game, and if you can, it read it kind of weird. I might have read that wrong. It's entirely possible. But generally speaking, whatever your armor is, you just reduce it by that much damage at the location. So, if we go to... Where is... yeah, here we go. Oh no! Manly, you've been hit by a weapon. What happens to Manly? He rolled a 5, so it hits in your right leg. So, it's our right leg, we reduce the damage by 1. Owie zowie my bones. Also assume the giant loudhailer is also loud. I die, thank you forever. The loudhailer is quite literally a, one is a man-portable, loudspeaker that, that in the midst of battle, you can just start praying loudly and annoy everyone. Have no fear, Manly is going to start his special Christian rap song. Midst of combat. Let's do it, boys. You can get a shield. I don't know why you would get a shield, though. If you feel like it, you can. Different body gloves. Body gloves can get very expensive. I would say most characters, if you are starting off, are going to end up with very basic clothing. Very basic stuff. You might end up with like a flak jacket or a flak helmet. Very simple stuff. You are very cheap. Carapace stuff is actually good. Carapace is really good. It's heavy, it's annoying, and it's generally the worst shit imaginable, but it's something that you can, wear, and you are able to manage it, because it's just heavy. Manly is not stealthy in any remote capacity. Manly runs up to you and goes, ding, 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 I am the trolley man, and then beats your head in with a chainsword. Various force fields, lots of tools and equipment kind of play around with. There's stuff in this game. But you are also able to, pretty much at any point you feel like, kind of go back to the other Dark Heresy books and port anything you want over pretty easily. Most everything follows the exact same rules, which we'll get to that at the end. Various augmented replacements, medical care, psychic powers. Psychics are psychers. Let's talk about psychers. I don't like playing psychers in Dark Heresy or any of its games because I am not a let me get closer here a little bit to the mic. I'm not a little baby bitch who needs your magic fucking powers to win. And because I am not, in fact, a tiny little baby bitch who needs magic powers to win, I am going to use the power of my gun to shoot you. But psychers work Psychers are weird. Every single game, they work a little differently. Even in the FFG series, all of them always work just a smidge differently from one another. Just because the FFG games were all made by on crazy pills. So, Psychers of the Imperium. Generally speaking, you're either going to be sanctioned or unsanctioned. If you're sanctioned, cool. Everyone can tolerate your existence, and you're going to get some superpowers and some little bit benefits. If you're unsanctioned, you're effectively a walking time bomb, and everyone hates you. Ta-da! So, the big thing, what you have to do, if you want to play these things, you're going to, be a psyker. That's the first things you got to do. You're going to want to manifest a power. You draw energy from the warp. So you want to choose what power you're actually working. You choose from your spell list, and I want to shoot lightning from my hands. I want to read your mind. I want to do anything. Then, make the power test. You're going to make a psychic mastery test. Here, psychic mastery. Technically, Manly is a really good psyker. He's a really competent psyker, and he could do very well as one. Of course, he never will, because he's a good boy. He's a good Imperial boy, and it's too busy trying to chainsaw their heads off. And he also has insane psychic resistance. So, then you do that, and then you're going to be gaining warp charging. So, warp charges are not quite corruption. This is important. Warp charges are not corruption. They're pre-corruption. That makes sense. So, whatever the warp rating is, you're going to end up with warp charges. You have 1 warp charge per negative SL if you fail to manifest the power. So if I need to manifest the power and I roll fucking 30 over, I would have ended up with 3 warp charges. Power says I get 3 warp charges, I get 3 warp charges. So, if you critical or you fumble, bad shit happens. Don't crit or fumble. Don't do that. Then you apply whatever the effect is. That's really all you need to know about. That's the most basic idea of it. Now, of course, psychers can actually attempt to deny one another. This is actually a big idea. If you have a psyker, they have a psyker, immediately try to stop that motherfucker from using anything. Deny the witch. Say absolutely not. What you're effectively going to be doing at that point is you're going to be making a test, trying to beat them. And it's like, no, punch that guy in the face. Just like, it's over. Go away. We don't want you. Now, if your warp charge ever goes above your willpower bonus, so usually it's going to start about 4. It might be upward. Starting characters are going to be about 3 to... Let's call a spade a spade. You can probably get up to about 5. That's going to be kind of like your maximum you can get starting off. Is about 5. At peak, you have about 6 if you are unsanctioned. If you're sanctioned, I believe it increases up by a little bit. But like, yeah, no, you're not getting too high. Like you can't like start blasting powers all the time. Now, if you start doing that, well, the thing what you need to do is you need to purge this shit. You need to center your mind, you need to get yourself back together, and you're going to be making a test. Oh, you've made a test. Cool, you've made this test, and now you've centered yourself back to where you need to go. You remove all your warp charges, whatever your willpower bonus, so let's say it's 3, and you're going to start getting rid of all your warp charges. You can go excess. So it's like, okay, I need to get rid of some of my charges. I rolled a 10. I'm going to vent all my charges real fast. Cool, I'm not going to die. you're still going to have to roll in the Psychic Phenomena table. Yeah, Psychic Phenomena is bad. So we've purged all this bad shit from our bodies. We've purged all these things. What's going on? How are we doing things? I rolled an 84. What, let's see. Add plus 10 to the result for each warp charge shred. Let's say we shred 2 warp charges. We rolled 104. Psychic breakthrough. Roll again. Rerolling results imply both standard. We roll again. We got a 15 this time. The entire area is now covered in a thin layer of frost, and it's fucking cold here all the time. That's purging 2. Yeah, psychics can be a problem. You gotta play it very, very carefully as a psychic. Because you little fuckers are always bad. If you manage to get over 126, welcome to Perils of the War, baby! Perils of the War, let's say I rolled a 45. Let's see, 45 gritted teeth. You suffer 3 wounds. And this is actually how you get corruption. If you play things safe and vent just as much as you get it, you're probably never going to get anything too exciting. But if things start going wrong and you start venting more and more, yeah, hey, something can try to possess you. You become a fucking demon host. You open the Eye of Terror and a fucking greater demon steps out, eating your fucking balls. Hey, the entire area is a downpour of blood. Hey, you scream and play. Your soul becomes seared. Hey, you become a concussive blast. Yeah, bad shit happens. And fun fact, if your warp charge is ever high and you still going, you might have to actually make a test already on just roll that fucking test, and that's always bad. You're always going to be risking rolling on Perils of the Warp for anything you do. So psychics are not super, I would say, they're not super valuable. They have a very different way of doing things. On the other hand, you can set a motherfucker on fire. Hey, you can... hey, I want to do this. You get a little bit of warp, but that's not too bad. Right? Too bad. But then you get you can get some of these, like Nova, for example, blasting everything around you and expanding the ring. Everyone, each creature, excluding you in your zone, suffers 4+ willpower bonus plus SL from your manifest test. Also, there's some here. Opposing it would be knocked prone. Like, I don't think you quite understand. 4+ your willpower bonus at even 4. Let's just say for a 4, for example. That's 8 damage with the potential to do even more. Let's just say you just score 1 SL. That's 9 damage. That's 9 damage you can't really resist anywhere. You fucking killed Manly. Manly's dead. He's in 0 wounds. You just gave him a fucking critical wound. Even just a little, and you've done that to everyone. There's a shit ton of people now on their ass. You probably are as well, but yeah, details. Yeah, there's a lot you can do, and there's quite a few of these to kind of play around with. You want to do divination stuff, specializing in various different small things allow you to have a lot more, well, playing a psyker is playing a glass cut. You always have a roll for warp. Yeah, you're always rolling for warp. everything you do is warp time. If you want to play a Psyker, playing a Psyker is playing a very delicate game. Where playing everyone else, you just play the game normally. Again, you make a test very easily, whatever your difficulty is. Generally speaking, it's quite simple to understand what you actually are trying to get across, what you're trying to find. Hey, it's a perfect success. This is not very difficult to understand. You always have automatic failures, automatic successes. Generally speaking, these are critical successes or critical failures. Advantage, disadvantage is kind of a weird mechanic. Well, it's not a weird mechanic. I've used it before. It's just like, here's advantage and disadvantage now. I'm like, oh, all right. I don't remember this in Dark Heresy. Effectively, what it is, let's say, for example, I rolled 53. That would not be a success, but if I have advantage, I could flip this to 35. If I have disadvantage, I don't flip it because it's the worst result. But let's say, for example, I rolled again. I rolled a 2. If I could also flip that to become, I could flip my 2 to become a 20. That's whatever the worst result is. That's all advantage and disadvantage does. Trying to find SLs, extended tests, pretty easy stuff. Now, this is the thing, like, if you roll dubs is technically a crit, rolling dubs and crit, like, rolling dubs is critical results. You can re-roll various things, reverse results, add or subtract things. Not very complicated to do. Influence, we already kind of did with influence. Temporary influence. Superiority. Now, superiority is actually a cool mechanic. The entire combat idea is combat is fucking lethal. You want to get superiority. How do we get superiority? Well, this affects their stat called resolve. If you break their resolve, if you have higher superiority than they have resolve, they're going to start getting desperate. Things go wrong for them. They may retreat, they may start being reckless. Now, the thing is, how do we gain superiority? How do we get the initial one? Hey, well, we gotta know what the fuck we're doing. We damn well know that we're fighting a bunch of gangers. We're fighting a bunch of gangsters. We know exactly where they are. We know what they're armed with. Cool. Hey, we know they're at this factory. We know they are they're kind of in a weird defensive position, but it's not really defensive in a different angle. So we know the battlefield. We're planning a shock and awe tactic. We're legitimately going to just blow a hole open in it and say, ding dong, motherfuckers, and start gunning people down. That's three starting superiority. Hey, you kill an enemy leader, get some more. Defeat an enemy elite, you get some more. Hit a lot of troops, you get more, baby. You can also lose it by taking wounds, people getting defeated, getting surprised. So, anytime your resolve is broken, again, you start getting desperate. Oh no. Condition applicable to NPCs, people are going to do something bad. Normally, it's, fuck this, we're leaving. Please don't kill me. I want to, go all out in a desperate final attempt to win. Being out of cover is death. If you are in a gunfight, getting shot hurts. Don't get shot. The main idea is you want to get as much superiority as you physically can. If you can get that amazing amount of superiority, you have just a distinct advantage over certain people. They're going to start breaking. They're going to start running away. They're going to start panicking. And you can lose that very easily as well. So, combat, turn order, very basic stuff. Now, you do get free actions, reactions, very basic moves. Everything is zone-based. You kind of see here, I wonder if we can find a good zone. Everything is zone-based. No grids or anything like that. And you could say, hey, go to, if you're in zone 1, it's dark. It's like, oh, if you're in zone 1, you can now enter medium you can now enter medium cover. Ooh. But there's a barrier between there and, you know, zone 3 and zone 4. But if you shoot the barrel, it becomes a major hazard, things like that. There is a lot of things, you know, creature occupies entire zone, can't end their turn in the same zone as this creature unless mounted on it or climbing atop of it. Yeah, like, hey, you're a monstrous creature. Or your size, you know, your range and movement, immediate range, short range. It's, generally speaking, it's pretty simple to understand. You're going to be moving around a lot. There is the engagement and disengage that can get a little bit, there's a little bit of minutia in there, but that's pretty easy once you start getting into it. Generally speaking, this is not complicated. Is there a thing here? Yes. Enter into this. Hey, is there a thing here? Yes. It's in the zone. You can do it. Really, the only thing, you know, if you enter a hazard and start your turn there, you suffer 5 damage. You suffer 10 damage. Hey. Hey, you suffer 15 damage. To give you an idea, even minor hazards would almost kill Manly. A major hazard would most definitely kill Manly. Hey, how obscured are you? How poorly lit are you? Various different actions. None of them are like really like esoteric outside some of the dodge actions. With a lot of the dodge actions and defend actions, what you do are saying, hey, don't hit me. You know, it's like, hey, I want to defend an ally. You're going to use defend action or impede progress moving into zones or things like that. I want to dodge. Cool. You make a dodge, you can make a reflex check to stop, not get hit in the face. Easy peasy, lemon squeezio. Welcome to a standard combat ring. You're usually going to be outgunned, outmanned, and going to die. But hey, that's why you're here. Melee attacks can be very dangerous, because the big thing is you roll, and if anyone scores a critical result, you might deal immediate critical wounds to people, as well as deal, they might also be able to retaliate against you. Retaliation is a thing. Retaliation is quite dangerous, and you can do, but damage, when it comes to this, we go zoom into here. How many SL you score over, whatever it is, you will actually add to your damage. So if your strength bonus is pretty good and you score by 4, you can do 10 damage, which, again, let me emphasize this real fast. If 10 damage against anywhere else would kill Manly. And Manly's pretty, not exactly super hardy, generally speaking. You know, he's only got a toughness of 3, but even with a toughness of in the 40s, that would only be, it would be 8 plus, you're looking at maybe like a health in like the 12 to 13 range if you're doing really good. It's like as really high health early on. Like you are not like, are very fragile. So range attacks, kind of the same thing. Just make sure you're in the right range. That's all it is. If you score a critical, you're actually going to pretty much double the attack with positive SL if you score a crit. Except if you get hit by a melee weapon. Yeah, then you're going to deal a critical hit to the ganger in retaliation. You get just to fuck their day up even more. It's like, oh, you just completely smash your face in. As to who wins any opposed blows, but regardless of the result, you know, suffers a critical hit. Yeah, you score a critical hit. Yeah, you just do a shit ton of damage to them, and you could have a potential of absolutely retaliating and killing someone. You know, critical with +1 SL makes, you know, chance succeed with +2 SL. Wins the opponent's attack deals damage to Helza, but Helza has scored a critical, so she deals critical hit to the ganger in retaliation. Yeah, there's mutual kills in this game if you really want to be that way. It's a little bit hard, but it is possible. So, wounds. Oh no, get 1 wounds. If your wounds reach 0, you are very injured currently. You're not doing well. If you take any additional wounds, you're going to start taking critical hits. Critical hits be hurt. Dealing a shit ton of wounds, or be a critical wound table for the hit location of that area. With gang leader of the sword, striking him in the right leg for 6 damage. Oh no! Cause a critical wound. 1d10 with rating 2 damage as a result and gets a 7. You know, 9th over the leg critical wound table, a mangled foot. Yep, it's very easy. If your critical wounds exceed your toughness bonus, you start dying. You need to get that shit fixed immediately. It isn't also entire to result in immediate death. Yeah, there's a lot of things of broken bones in this game. It's very difficult, and you might get things amputated, like eyes, or ears, or fingers. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of damage. Let me see if because this is very important to certain people. Welcome to the critical wound tables, baby. We love critical wound tables. Let's roll on to the critical wound table for my head. Let's see what happens. I rolled a 2. Rattling blow. Or stun. Let's roll again. Let's see, I got a +3. I've got a 4. Sliced ear. Oh, give me something good. Let's see what 10 is. A 10 is a broken nose, a mangled jaw, a shattered skull. Yeah, you take a lot of damage. Yeah, you don't need eyes. You don't need mangled jaws. Yeah, you can get some pretty bad ones. Yeah, they're a brutal dismemberment. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're still here. They're not I would say they're not quite as cool as they were in they were not as cool as they were in the good old days, but it happens. Maybe it's nostalgia. Hello. Sounds like the same that in Wrath and Glory. Yeah. It has the same ideas, and you can take a lot of damage very easily in this game. You know, major, various different horrible things can happen to you. So, Fate. Fate is fun. Fate is, we've seen Fate before. It operates exactly the way you think you can. Spend Fate. Spending Fate is reroll failed test, get an advantage, add +1 SL. Effectively, do a thing. Removing the prone condition to remove +1 wound and get +1 wound is a little weird. That's just me. Or you can burn Fate. You're somehow alive. You somehow don't develop mutations. You just do amazingly, and you get a critical hit, or something good happens. Turn the tide. You now gain +1 superiority. Superiority 0, you get 2. But corruption. Hey, you've been exposed to demons. You've been... Oh no, reading a profane tome, witnessing a lesser demon. Contact Chaos Mutant. Yeah, you can get mutations. So what happens is, if your corruption is too high, what's going to happen is that you're going to effectively have to vent that corruption to get mutations. Mutations or malignancy. That's kind of the idea. So it's like, hey, you ever gain more corruption than your willpower bonus, your toughness bonus, you're in danger of succumbing to chaos. You're going to effectively have to, eventually, at one point, going to have to get something. And these can be very bad. Hey, you got a mutation. What kind of mutation did we roll here today? You got, let's see, you got a 31. Searing blood. Your veins carry searing acid or boiling tar in place of blood, though somehow the corrosive effects do not burn your own flesh. Yeah. Hey, what are some malignancies? Unshakable paranoia. You grow increasingly distrustful, expecting betrayal. You're close out. You can no longer gain the benefits of the help action. Yeah, the malignancies are usually a lot worse than some of the mutations, because the mutations do something. Sometimes. Sometimes they are just bad. If you ever end up taking 10, I think it's 5. Yeah, actually no, it's more mutation than your toughness bonus or more malignancy than your willpower bonus. You fall into chaos. You become a fucking chaos spawn. Yeah. How do you get rid of it? Cleanse, do things to get rid of it. Absolution. A lot of vehicle rules, because we like vehicle rules. A lot of endeavor groups of kind of off combat things, kind of like what are we doing? How are we doing things? How much money do we need? What's kind of the goal we're trying to make? We're trying to train. Then we have kind of like the extensive lore section. You can read the lore section as much as you want. Is a lot of it necessary if you already kind of know if you know the lore already, you don't need to worry about it. If you don't know the lore, you can read it and get a good idea of it. If you want to learn more about the Macarian system, I would suggest reading it. If you don't care about the Macarian system, or you have your own system, or you have your own lore, or you want to use the old Dark Heresy books, you can freely ignore it. It is legitimately like, here's a bunch of lore, but here's also a bunch of like story hooks. Like that's the big thing. Pacing and investigation. They want to talk about investigations a lot. How to do what's resolve, what's combat encounters. So we go all the way down various toolkits, shooting in melee, every bullet counts. So this is what a very basic character is going to look like. We want to go all the way down to Astra Militarium. Give me a... Okay, so this is a standard gangster. Now, there's a variety of different kind of like difficulties, I guess you could call them, of characters. Generally speaking, troop is like your very basic one. But this is what their basic stats look like. This is the basic rundown of their stats. They only have 13 wounds. Troopers do not actually have critical wounds. Their wounds hit 0, they die. Some of their enemies have 1 critical wound. Very important enemies might have all, the requisite number of them. But generally speaking, that's not the point. They have very basic, hey, what's their ambusher +1 resolve and advantage on discipline tests within their territory. He only has resolve 1. Attempts to make a stealth as part of the movement if they have cover. It's like, oh, all right, this is pretty easy stuff. Stub pistols. Generally speaking, where is you kind of see like they're very basic stat blocks. Where is... Yeah. The cultists suck a lot because you just shoot them and they die. Remember everyone, the most important thing in life is if you shoot them and they die, that's all you really need to worry about. We don't need you. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, Superior is great with fast track encounters. What's the one about desperation? There's a note on desperation. Yeah, when these guys get desperate, they're going to start running away. Because that's their entire gimmick. Or they're going to start trying to get out of dodge. They're going to start trying to leave. because that's the entire idea. It's a very simple idea. Now, one thing to note, if we go all the way to lot of Imperial kind of stuff in the, you can kind of change things around for the Imperial ones to make sure, like, oh, they're actually this. Gang leaders, cultists, chaos spawn. Yes, you could fight a full fucking chaos spawn if you really want. Don't fight these things. They are horrible. They are absolutely the worst thing imaginable, and they're going to kill you. Cult leaders, rogue psychers. But then it's like, oh, okay, what Xenos can we fight? Well, you can fight an Eldari, a single Eldar, a Dark Eldar, a Kroot, and a Gene Stealer. These are all of the aliens in the book. Yeah, there ain't a lot of aliens, or even Gene Stealers, which I thought was kind of weird. I think one of the big things is, like, you're supposed to, again, it's supposed to be demons, it's supposed to be that. But even if you look at, like, even the demons, there aren't many here. However, I will say there is if we go all the way up here, there's actually, there's no orcs on, yeah, there's no orcs, there's no, yeah, the actual, like, parts of it, like, there aren't many, like, actual kind of, like, behind the scenes stuff with it, which kind of sucks. Especially if you're like, oh, well, I really want, like, something really specific or something like that. Like, that's not really going to, that ain't vibing, chief. Let me see if I can find the... Let me see if I can find the exact post that Ethical gave me. Okay. So, this is by Ethical. Ethical made this entire thing to transport everything over to Imperium Maledictum. You kind of see this is back in March. As you can see, default melee attack. What you could do is take legitimately anything from any of the previous FFG books and convert it over very easily. And then I thought about it for a bit. I'm like, wow, 84 wounds on a Tyrannid warrior? That sounds ridiculous. But then I realized that's a Tyrannid fucking warrior and they're impossible to kill. I'm like, yeah, that would work. Yeah, so you can use a lot of the FFG stuff to kind of move on. You can use a lot of, like, any of the FFG material already out there and just convert it over to different, to this book relatively easily. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, this makes a little bit more sense. So this is like a reboot then, to a degree. I would say, here's the big thing with Imperium Maledictum. This is the natural successor to Dark Heresy. Not necessarily Dark Heresy 2, but kind of the original Dark Heresy and kind of the FFG line of games. This is the natural successor. If I were to ever play Dark Heresy again, it would be playing Imperium Maledictum. Is there like the same amount of content? No. However, obviously, I think they're probably going to expand this out. And if they don't, as Ethical proved, you can almost take most everything from the FFG games and then convert it over with relatively no problem. It's not complicated to actually do that. Is the game solid? Yeah, the game's real solid. It's easy to pick up. It's simple to know. It's like, again, there just isn't a lot of stuff behind it. which some people are going to get really annoyed with that, which I get. Because if we do like Imperial Maledictum, like legitimately all they have is just the main book, really. They don't really have anything else with it. And you might be saying, oh, well, you get the collector's edition. You want to get a dice tray? Cool, a dice tray. Super cool. Yeah, you're going to need... There's going to need to be some more support for this to really get a consistency. Yeah, so that's kind of the idea. Like, it's very much the natural successor. Rather than Wrath and Glory, Wrath and Glory has a very different tone to things. Wrath and Glory is very much more, this is an action-packed adventure, you get all the, you get everything you want here, you're kicking ass, taking names, you're fighting off a horde of orcs in Wrath and Glory. You fight a single orc in Imperium Maledictum, and you probably won't survive. That's kind of the idea when it comes to the tonal shifts. I would really hope they expand things out relatively quickly. I'm going to make a wild guess that people are going to be like, we're going to want stuff on this a little bit faster. But again, you can convert things over relatively easy. I said relatively. So that's Imperium Maledictum. I enjoy the game. I think a lot of other people are going to enjoy it. Ethical did not enjoy it perfectly because Ethical was looking for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, 40k edition, which every Warhammer game for Cubicle 7 is really the type of game you must invest in a whole series. Yeah, like you just don't have a lot of enemies in this one. I would say if there's any like glaring flaw is there isn't a lot of back content to work with. Not like, oh, well, you don't have a bunch of different kinds of enemies. You don't have a bunch of different kinds of stuff to really work with. But it's very much here's the foundation. We're going to just expand this shit constantly. That's kind of the goal, I think. So, do we want to go to 2d20 or do we want to go through the breach? That's our question right now. Do we want to go through the breach or do we want to do a 2d20 autism? We got one for through the breach. The breach. RPGs where you are like a squad. I know that level of game where roleplay games came from, but okay, we've got a lot of breaches. All right, so we're gonna go through a game called Through the Breach. Welcome to Through the Breach. Now, this is actually Malifaux. For those who don't know, Malifaux. I said I'm Malifaux's strongest warrior. Play 3 games. Hey, that's more than I've heard a lot of people say. But this is Malifaux. You kind of see the look. 3rd edition came out a few years ago at this point, and that's kind of the main one right now. They're getting ready to... I've heard rumors that they're trying to get ready for 4th edition. That's a thing that's in the future. It's happening. But as we all know, nothing ever happens. Now, Malifaux is from a company called Wyrd Minatures. Now, founded in 2005, they are based out of Georgia, actually. Yeah, they're a full Georgia company. Georgia boys. Now, Wyrd Games this is their main thing. It's Malifaux. But they've got a few different games, by the way. This is Other Side, which is effectively the Earth version. This is like easy Malifaux. Yeah, yeah, this is effectively, this is supposed to be like simple Malifaux for like their kill team variant or something like that. Vagrant Song is a board game, boss-driven board game. I have no idea about any of this. I remember seeing things about it. That's kind of like one of the things. Like I remember seeing things on this game, but nothing ever happened after it. So that's kind of this is way back in the day at this point. Encore, the Bayou Bash. Gremlins climb on rocks and wait to catch a glimpse of the big race. Their favorite racers gear up at the starting line. This takes place in the Malifaux universe as you race rabbits. As you see, it's a board game. Yeah, they're a little. Malifaux really is the let's just call a spade a spade. Malifaux is their thing. However, there's a lot of tools for this. Stored event flyers. You got errata. You got the Crew Builder app. You want to do the frequently asked questions. The basic rule manual. Just the full rule manual is available. You want to buy the rules. You want to get the rules, and they're right fucking here because they want you playing Malifaux. Maybe wondering why is it only 60 pages? What the fuck? Why is it only 60 pages? Well, the thing is, this 60 pages is just the rules. It's just the rules of the game. This is not rules of not any of the lore stuff, which is why you buy the main book. Is really to go for the lore. And so it's like, all right, kind of get some basic ideas. You got your basic stats. You got all these toys and stuff. All right, cool. All right. Yeah. Malifaux seems pop. People who like Malifaux really, really, really like Malifaux. It never, I know, you don't see, how do I want to word it? You don't see threads about it on TG. You don't, you see it for AWG, but not really anything like that. Other side is Malifaux invades Earth and it's more wargamey. It is. Play more of the a lot of big story happening. Probably 4th edition is closest, but the game is great. Story is interesting. There's not even general. It's kind of odd. Like, yeah, the thing with like Malifaux is that the emphasis is a lot different. I know it's crew based. Like, let me do like a like this is like a full force effectively. And I know a lot of the guys are like, well, we want an army. It's kind of more like a skirmish game. Sort of. Like, it's... I think one of the things that throws people off is that it's actually driven very heavily by cards. Cards are a very big deal in Malifaux. And using cards is kind of the thing that I think throws people off. I think people also kind of look at it being like, oh, it's steampunk, it's cog fop, and things like that. It's a combination of things that, like, if you don't like one thing about it, there's going to be people who are going to kind of be like, I don't really want to deal with that. That's just not my thing anymore. I get that. Boxes seem relatively fine. I don't really know how things are priced perfectly. Apparently the models are really good. That's all I know. Apparently the models are really good. Yeah, cards are instead of dice. Yeah, that's like saying it's big on cards. Like saying D is big on dice. Yeah, so it's yeah, this to kind of give you the idea. Like Malifaux is entirely card based. That throws a lot of people off. If you ever want to know, it's the fact that it's card based throws people off. The fact that it's kind of the tone is all over the place. People look at it being like, oh, it's magic steampunk, and then, but is it proprietary cards? It's their cards. It's their special cards. Yeah. It's actually their special cards. One thing to actually note that I find to be very interesting about Through the Breach, though, is Through the Breach is actually made by them. Yes, Through the Breach is actually their particular game. Then we're going to be going over the second edition version of the game. You kind of see here, they are still making shit for this. This came out in May. This is the expansion book from Shadows. Yeah, Through the Breach right here. It's $25. It's only a gold seller. This came out in 27 fucking team, by the way. This is 2017. This game is 6 years old, going on 7 years old. Like, this is a fairly old game, and they're still pumping out stuff for it every now and again. They're still making things for it. You can still buy different, the Penny Dreadful one-shots that you can get. They're usually like little $5 adventure paths you can buy. You can also buy you want to buy, you want to do the guild stuff. You get a bunch of options and get some more bonuses if you buy these. Yeah, so there was a first edition. I can't really find the first edition of the game anymore, I think, but from the sounds of it, looks like second edition's just a straight upgrade. They didn't change anything really with it. They just, fix things up. But yeah, but if you notice some of the books, though, like, some of these are like $25. Some of these expansions are legitimately as expensive as the main book. Which... This is straight up, this is more expensive, by the way. Like, this expansion book is actually more expensive than the core book. Yeah. This is gonna be a tough sell to some people. This is gonna be a tough sell to some people looking to buy into this game, where buy the core book's $25. To buy an expansion book you might want is also going to be $25, maybe $28, maybe $30. Yeah, you want to buy the Fate Master's Almanac. This is technically first edition, but this is the first edition book, by the way. But like, if you want to get you want to get the expansion book, this is $28. This is more expensive than the core book to play the game. So yeah, apparently there's also some issues from these. Oh, even this fucking Penny Dreadful Innocent, Town of Innocence. Hey, you want to do this? It's an adventure path. It's $15. I did notice that a lot with these, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, ooh, these are a little expensive. And it says authors Wyrd. This isn't quite right. The actual writer for Through the Breach second edition, according to this anyway, we go down to lead design and writing is Mason Crawford. Now this is actually something I asked the other day. I was like, hey, have any of you heard of Mason Crawford before? Mason Crawford is this guy. Hello, Mr. Crawford. He wrote Malifaux. He wrote a bunch of things. He is a lead designer and former member of the Legend of the Five Rings rules team. Mason Crawford did this game. This is Monster Wrangler. He now has either a different company, or this is still his company. Old Monster Wrangler, this is what he does. And you kind of see here, Lookwood Asylum, it's the same company. I don't really know what's going on there. It's kind of weird. It's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, oh, that's what the fuck is going on here. But yeah, these are effectively two separate. Yeah, you want to buy the Pete. You want to buy Monster Wrangler, Mr. Crawford. Yeah, this is why I asked about him, because he actually is the one, I believe to be anyway, or he has a very similar name to someone who is the lead designer on this particular game. We talked about this a little bit. It looks kind of I'm like, oh, all right, it's kind of a weird idea here, but that's kind of the nature of the beast a little bit. But yeah, that's the people behind Through the Breach. Very expensive. It's a standard deck. They just renamed it. No, it is not a standard deck, Manly. It is not a standard fucking deck. Clubs are tomes, spades are ravens, hearts are rams, diamonds are mats. They removed the fucking face cards. They removed the goddamn face cards. That fucks everything up. They keep the same values, they're just changed, and it's fucking weird. So, face cards have values, you mongo, but they're changed though. It's different. No, there's no 14. It's the jack. An ace counts as 1, you absolute vodka brain. The jack is an 11, the queen is 12, the king is 13. The aces counts as a 1. God. Look at this. Look. Jack, queen, king. Yes. 11, 12, 13. Well, sorry, Mr. Factual Mistake. Yeah, I'm not lying. You do need to buy their own set of fucking cards, because that's what they fucking refer to everything as. It's like, oh, draw 14. I'm like, what the draw 13? Like, fuck you. You know you fucking know. You do. You should buy it, because you want to know where they explain this shit. We're gonna fucking go through this. I need to bully Manly a bit here. So we're bringing in Jabibi, everyone. Hello, say hello to Jabibi, everyone. Obviously, I chose the most cog foppery man available. But yeah, this is Jabibi. He's going to be helping us through here. You may be looking at this being like, this character sheet looks a little funky, but... So, Through the Breach. Let's basic introduction. What is a role-playing game? What is Malifaux? And I'm going to tell you a secret. So, we're going to go down to Chapter 3. Okay, we have successfully made our way down to character creation. Yeah, literally like the first 70 pages of the book are just lore. So I'm gonna try to give everyone my my quick summary of Malifaux lore. It ain't gonna be pretty, but you're gonna get it. I'm gonna try my best to give everyone the most authentic set of lore I can. So we'll use this man to kind of give you all the impression. So, okay, so way back in time, there is the world of books, please. Yeah. So generally speaking, ignoring Manly's Russo cries, even though he knows I'm right. One of the big things about this particular game is way back in time, there was an alternate world. This alternate world had a human civilization, somewhat like ours, except they had magic. And in this magical world, effectively, a few people saved it, and they became kind of like demigod super rulers. A couple of these demigod super rulers got really bored and became known as tyrants. As tyrants, they were pretty much super mega death gods who were super awesome and super overpowered. This led to one lady becoming effectively one with the grave mind to allow her to raise the dead. She defeated most of them. However, everyone hated her because she was a crazy undead, crazy undead bitch. And she was sealed away. However, quickly, Malifaux, or this world, fell to ruin. as I'll just call it Malifaux. There's a name for it, but Malifaux's the main city. It fell to ruin. Things were very bad. Things did not go right, and people regressed. Bad things happened. Generally speaking, everyone fucking died. Fast forward in history. One of these tyrants, shattered and broken, split himself into two and came to Earth, where he learned to become Buddhist. Sort of. From there, effectively what happened is a breach opened up in 1781, pretty much the late 1700s. A breach opened up between our world and this other world. We entered it, obviously, and then we found out, like, wow, cool, no one's here, and here's this crazy, like, city that sucks. And it's awful. So we kind of go in, we're exploring around, and we effectively colonize an alternate dimension. But, however, the breach opened up different things to our world as well, which is to say, I haven't experienced any dropped frames. I'm fine on my side, Manly. It might be something on your. It might be something on your side. I tell everyone if I saw drop frames. But generally speaking, we colonize the shit out of it because we want soul stones. Soul stones are effectively the magic resource able to keep everyone alive. However, there's a lot of tensions going on, and magic is reborn into the earth. And by magic, I mean horrible, horrible people do horrible, horrible things to each other, and at one point, France gets taken over by a legalese jackass. However, fast forward, breach just closes for a while, people are trapped on this side, on the side of Malifaux, and in 1901, the breach reopens, and we have a brand new situation. Yes, the year is 1901, and we have many powerful factions that compete over the resources of the city of Malifaux, who is now kind of a horrible shit show of magic nightmares. And we're like, all right, let me see if I can find. I'm trying to find like the accurate. So we have the guild. The guild are a group of individuals, pretty much the human equivalent of the leading authority. They are a massive super company that dominates Earth through economic and political means, as well as dominate Malifaux through an iron hand. They are your standard human cog foppery. As you can kind of see, they they are big, tough, and they shoot you, and they have pretty much regulated everything. They want to keep you regulated and somewhat oppressed, because they don't trust magic, because magic is scary. You have the Resurrectionists, who all believe that undead people are real people. And because the undead people are real people, they want to effectively raise everyone as undead, or they want to resurrect or reanimate people. To pretty much free their queen who was sealed away a long time ago, who has superpowers. You've got the Neverborn. Unlike the Exalted Neverborn, Neverborn are people who sort of, they're pretty much natives. These are the natives of the world of Malifaux, and where things are terrible, terrible, terrible. And most of them are also dreaming nightmare creatures who aren't really people. They're all very odd and demonic and strange. You have the Arcanists, who want to total super magic. They want everyone to have magic, and they want to abuse magic and deliver soul stones to everybody. Homeless people. Backwoods hillbillies who are gremlins, because gremlins are natives of Malifaux who are effectively very stupid creatures who have mimicked humanity and kind of done have fast-tracked human development, but it's always based off of their own fucked up depiction of them. That's why you get Ma Tucket or Mecha Mima, or you want to do the Ulix Turner, Fork Belly Protector, yeah, little Ulix Turner. Or maybe Ophelia LaCroix. Yeah, they're all gremlins. These are, if you see Malifaux, most likely you've seen little gremlins. Hey, what if we Shenlong? What if we were a What if a terrorist organization were in fact Buddhist martial arts that serve a giant demigod? That's all you need to know about it. They're a bunch of fucking super terrorists. And the people who do things. They just kind of... Yeah. They just do things. What's... Yeah, that's their gimmick. Ta-da! Basing mercenary for people who just don't fit in any of... Yeah, effectively. Well, gorsh darn yeehaw. Neverborn aren't quite people. They truly have... yeah, it's like... Neverborn aren't really people, but not people. It's very confusing. You can't play the Neverborn in the RPG. But generally speaking, the RPG focuses mostly on the Guild and Arcanists and the Resurrectionists. Technically, you can play Outcasts and some of the Explorer Society. They make a big deal with Von Schill. This person right here, Von Schill is the most powerful NPC in the book. He is 2 steps below the most powerful entities in the setting. Because yeah, he likes the freak corpse. That's his main thing, is the freak corpse. But yeah, those are the factions competing over the city of Malifaux, and you are the Fated. You're people who've had your destiny written out, and you are now trying to survive it. So, there's a lot of more lore that I could probably try to go over, but that's not really important to the situation at hand. If you're really invested, or you're like, wow, this seems kind of interesting, this is a really good way of actually getting a kind of an in-depth look at it. But generally speaking, every character is going to be a collection of aspects, skills, and talents. That's all they are. Now, what you're going to be doing is creating a character with the Crossroads Tarot. Create a fated character. That's the entire idea. We're going to use the Crossroads Tarot to create one. Different Through the Breach books actually use different tarot. Oh, tarot, but it's not really a tarot. They use different of these ways to create characters differently. 4 suits of 13 cards plus the red joker and black joker. So, yeah, your physical aspects, your mental aspects. So, these are our, as you kind of see here, how we chose to make our various characters. Like, alright, easy enough to understand. We'll get to how it is, because we don't actually learn, we're going to go through how basic character creation works, because I want to give you the idea. We learn how how to actually play the game on page 280. That is when we actually learn how to play the game. The rest of this is explaining how to play the game. This actually tells us what to fucking do. Why? I don't know. I have no fucking clue why it is like this. It is very weird. But, so, the best thing for the way to do the tarot. 280, yes. A second model comes from the story development, so the masters got their update thanks to a thing called the Birding Man, thanks to the ambition, so it's just Lyrix molest the creature on Earth. He just loves stupid pigs. Why is he corrupted by the Birding Man? What the fuck? Given they are legit adventurers, Von Schill. Yeah, he hit, yikes, 280. Yes, you do. The book, this book is laid out very poorly. I'm going to say that right now. So, first things first, we're going to draw a card. And we're going to determine our station in life. Now, I wrote down Jabibi's exact crossroad tarot because it's very important. Everything is linked to, given to the end of character creation process. For now, you need to mark down your character station on her characters. You don't learn about the station right now until you do the reference tables on page 82. Now, what does this mean? Well, we drive here. I drew a 4 of clubs. Now, the clubs, no doubt here, is effectively tomes. That's the big thing. They're tomes. I drew a 4 of tomes. That means my station is an accountant. That was my my destiny in life. I became an accountant. That is the main thing that I have to worry about. So, and of course, station jokers. You have different jokers going on. Oh no. Oh, make sure if you're using Into the Bidum expansion books, they love mentioning the expansion books. Hey, if you've got the expansion books, you can totally just use it. Hey, you like the expansion books? You can totally just use it. Hey, listen. Hey, you use the expansion books? Yeah, it's, here's our various characters. Next, you're going to draw a card for your body. That's your body, and you're going to place it to the right of your station card. This is your body card, which, of course, you have 4 values listed on page 84 and 85, assign each one to your physical aspects. So, I drew a 2 of clubs. Actually, no, I drew 2 of clubs, which is a 2 of tomes. So it's like, Actually, no, I drew... Nope, that's wrong. Not the 2 of clubs, because that's the mind attribute. I drew the 10 of diamonds. That was it. I drew the 10 of diamonds for my body, which is a completely different thing. You can also get different skill triggers for things. We'll learn about that later. Then you're going to draw a 3rd card, and you're going to put this at the above your station card. I do the Jack of Hearts. And this is going to be your first set of skills. All right, first set of skills. Then we're going to draw another card, which is going to be your mind, clubs. And again, has 4 values listed next to it. Make sure you note these down. Think about your concept again. Then you're going to draw another fucking card. I drew the 2 of diamonds this time. And that's going to be your endeavor skills, which your endeavor skills are different from your real skills. Yeah, these are effectively your root skills and endeavor skills are effectively the exact same. And then you go back to your station, which then you choose, and then you add a 1 to it. If you already have a rank in it, you would say get another skill of their choice that they do not already possess. Make sense? But this is the point that, boggles my mind. Like, oh yeah, start modifying things. Like, we don't even have what they are yet. Okay, make sure you divine your fate correctly. Make sure you choose your pursuit at this point. Here's all your basic pursuits, which all of them are going to give you something different. We'll go over pursuits in a bit. Then here's your derived aspects. Now, mind you, we don't know what skills are yet, but these skills are very important. And you want to know what the most important one is? Evade. Evade is really fucking good. Technically, my defense should be a little higher. Actually, no, my defense shouldn't be any higher. But yeah, it's like, oh, make sure you select this to be correct. Make sure your willpower is correct. Which, make sure you got the right centering skill or the evade skill or your different aspects. Oh, don't make sure your initiative is correct. Don't make sure your wounds, look right. because it's a toughness skill. And, various speed aspects, various characteristics. Then we choose a talent, which you're going to get another talent regardless, but you're going to get a free general talent. Then we choose all our equipment with $10, which is nothing, by the way. But if you start with a grimoire, then you start with a bunch of other things, which gives you a different trait entirely. But then we don't talk about that till page 251. After the regular traits, which require you to already select your magical theory. Don't forget to combine your twist deck at this point. You have no idea what the fuck this means, but this is very important. This is something that I looked at and my eyes kind of glazed over. Your twist deck is a deck of cards where you take a deck of cards, and you take out certain cards in it to form your personal deck of good cards. You can say things that you like. Now, of course, it's rams, crows, tomes, and masks, which you choose one to be defining, ascendant, center, and descendant. Now, one of the things here is with your divining suit, I take out my cards here. I actually pre-did this because I looked at this and that's why I was very confused and why I was like, why the fuck is this the way that it is? Because this is very annoying. I got worried there for a moment, as if I had lost some cards. So, for example, my defining suit is clubs. I have a 1, the ace, 5, 9, and the king in there. Now, those are my best cards. My ascendant suit, actually my descendant suit, is spades. I have a 10, 6, and 2 in there. My ascendant suit is hearts with queen, 4, and an 8. And of course, my center suit is the jack, 7, and 3 of diamonds. These are all very important because this is your private deck of cards. This is a private deck. If you are playing with more than 4 people and they all choose to, I don't want to word this. There is a chance if one of you decides to choose the similar things, which you're encouraged to do to, play the very specific character you want to play, you're most likely going to have to, how do I want to word this nicely? You're gonna have to get multiple decks of cards. Minimum, you will have 2 decks of cards to play this game. Minimum 2. If you have 3 people, there's a chance you will need up to 3 decks of cards. If you are playing with multiple people, there's a chance you will need 5 decks of cards to get the right cards to form everyone's twist deck. And remember, it's not written as in jacks or queens or anything like that. Oh, no, 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 no. Everything is 13s and 10s, and no, it's not this, it's rams. And now, you may be wondering, Notepad, where do they tell us where the conversion is? Where do they tell us where the conversion is? Well, you're going to be amazed when you learn where we learn where it is. Let me find let's just go down here real fast. They actually tell you where things are. We go all the way down. Oh, we're not there yet, baby. We still got some place to go. Where is it? Oh, they tell you what the fucking cards are for, like, what the actual conversion of the cards are on page 281. This is why I was very confused with this game for a while. And this is why I say you kind of need to have it, because if you're reading this, you have to go over halfway through the book to find, and they don't cite this, they don't mark this. They literally are like, oh, here's the fate deck. In the actual, like, gameplay section, after everything else, of course, now they're going to tell you. And it's like, oh, yeah, here's how they translate. Rams are hearts, crows are spades, tomes are clubs. Like, What? You see what I mean, Manly? What I mean, it's like... This is really annoying, and because the game is... It doesn't give you that conversion. If the conversion chart was very early on, fine. Alright, easy enough to manage. We can make it work. But it's not. And they don't tell you where it is. So I legitimately... all I legitimately did is just typed in, like, diamonds, and I would go through trying to find exactly where it was. And it took me a bit to find the standard suit is diamonds. Like, they really want you to buy, like... If you want to play this game efficiently, you either print that particular thing out, or you put it somewhere that people can easily see it, or you effectively just quickly just put it somewhere, or you just start referring to it as different things. I'm going to be kind of going back and forth. Because it's just very confusing to do. It's annoying. So, this is what I mean by, like, here's the tarot. With drawing a 4 of clubs, I drew this. And this is my station card. Again, you don't learn about mathematics until much later, but you do get the station. Then we get to choose our body card. And with my body card, I drew a 10 of diamonds. I look at the 10 of diamonds is... Fuck me. What's 10 of diamonds? Nope, that's not it. Got it? Yeah. Burlap and steel are bound in darkness. Drawing this, you actually start... Some of these are like... I literally start with a -1 in my body. These guys would start with a 0. These guys start with 0. These guys start with 0, 0. Yeah, I just start with a -1 in my body. These guys are permanently fucked. They have actually a -2 in their body. This is total, by the way. But like right here, and then you would assign it to your body scores. As you can tell, Jabibi is a noodle. He has -1 in might, grace, and resilience. This is very important to how things are actually done. Then we do how the then we're going to, if we go down here, these are your roots. I drew, my root was the Jack of Hearts, so that would be in 11. Yeah, so this is what I ended up with my basic skills, was 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Some of them are just have more skills, some of them have fewer skills, but it's like, alright, so this isn't one thing you get. So we go all the way down, we're just get a black joker, you just get 2s and everything. Or you get a 3 and have a bunch of good skills. Having 1 in anything is decent. Then we choose our mind card, which was 2 of clubs, which 2 of clubs is 2 of tomes. Sit alone amongst your misery. Hence why good old Jabibi has absolutely 0 tenacity. Yeah, because he just drew poorly. Yeah, he's not doing too hot. Then we choose our Endeavor card, which our Endeavor card was 2 of diamonds, which was 2 of diamonds was, let me see, no. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. These were my Endeavor skills. Yeah, like all I see is skill issue, but I do agree. You see what I mean though? It's just like, what the fuck do they mean by masks? Yeah, it's if you are already invested into Malifaux, then yeah, I could see that being like, oh, okay, I already know how to switch things over. Remember, I did not know anything about Malifaux. I did not know a thing about Malifaux. All I knew is that cards were involved somehow. So kind of going into this, I was a little bit confused, and I kind of just got annoyed. Yeah. Even if it was like, like, even if it was like a really simple chart, like right at the beginning, I would have been fine, or just something like that, but they didn't. So, but you kind of see what I mean by like the layout here is a little weird because you need these skills to finish character creation. Like, that's important because if you don't have it, you physically should not do any of your derived aspect. You can't do any of your derived aspects because you haven't chosen your skills yet. And you really shouldn't choose that yet until you learn what the fuck your twist deck is. Your fucking twist deck is really important, by the way. This is fundamental to how the game is played. And they just was like, oh yeah, here it is, just choose this. Being like, what? I don't even know what the fuck it does. They don't explain it really. Then it's just like, oh, here's all your stations. Like, oh, alright. Oh, what's your first steps into this new world? Being like, bitch, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So, one of the unique things with this is the idea of pursuits. Instead of having a class, you have a pursuit. This is something that you are trying to do, something that you are, kind of in that goal. That's your goal. And so, on the pursuit ability, basic pursuits grant you bonuses or things that you are allowed to do. Later books give you different ones. Every level, you increase your pursuit every session. Every session you increase your pursuit by 1. Yeah, gains a talent listed in the advancement path. So, for example, we're going to go down to the Dabbler, because that's what I am. As a dabbler, it's like, hey, what's my thing? If I start the game as a dabbler, I start with a grimoire, 1 sorcery. I start with 1 sorcery, 1 necromancy. And 3 immuto. All right. But because I start with a grimoire, this is very important. Because I start with a grimoire, I actually start with a different talent. That's very important. Anytime I fail a magical duel during dramatic time, which is combat effectively, I draw a card. Now, what do you mean? What do you mean draw a card? You draw it from your twist deck. Now, during the epilogue, during the end of the session, you're going to choose any magical skill of your choice to increase by 1. Including any of the skills given to you by the GM, but that's a really stupid mechanic and I hate it. But hey, it's next level. Next level, I've taken a step. I can either choose counter magic or mastered immuto. 2, general talent. 3, arcane music, mastered magia. And the thing is, every session you are free to choose where you want to go, what pursuit you want to be on. So I can say, hey, I want to be a dabbler for 3 sessions. I go all the way down here and then be like, hey, you know what? I don't want to be this anymore. I want to go down the, there's quite a few of these, by the way. I want to be a guard now. I want to choose this. I want to be a guard. Hey, I want to be a gunfighter. And because I'm a gunfighter, I can say, I'm going to get the quick draw talent. I immediately take it. I get quick draw. Or, hey, I want to be a mercenary. Because I'm a mercenary, I get something here. I get the bounty hunter talent. That's all I get. I get a bounty hunter talent. Boom. You kind of immediately begin the game with something else. Or, hey, I want to become an overseer. I want to become something else. You're free to switch your pursuit at any time. Per session, effectively. And that's a valuable thing. It's a cool idea. I like the idea of this combat system. And I think the idea of this combat, not this combat system, the idea of this kind of advancement system is very interesting because you're not necessarily advancing normally. It's like, hey, I want to be a tinkerer now. Dun, dun, dun. Cool, I'm building up things. Some of them are a little bit more unique than others. But one of the other things is you can have these advanced pursuits. Hey, you want to be you want to go down that route. You can choose these. Yeah, the characters involved in advanced pursuit must be focused on the current session rather than resolution of one of the character's destiny steps. Yeah, it's kind of the idea of like you're always kind of making progress down the advanced suit. So, for example, I want to say, I want to become a freak corpseman. And not every single episode I'm going to do it. If I dedicate an entire episode, an entire session to just advancing my freak corpseman, you know, a member of the organization make their desire known. Be taken seriously, must demonstrate proficiency with both pistols and melee weapons. And specifically, Mayo and Powderberg, and wait for a recruiter to contact them. And you could get things like Powder Wars training, outfitting. You get a bunch of things by just dedicating your time to these more advanced pursuits. And of course, every single book, of course, gives you something new. Then we get to skills. They talk about kind of like discontinued skills and things like that. So there aren't many skills in this game. Most likely, you're going to pick a handful that are going to be kind of tied to an associated aspect of some variety. Most of them are pretty simple stuff. Nothing is too grandiose and strange. Except if you hit 3. So go all the way down here. Some of them are a little bit more detailed than others. Others of them are definitely not more detailed. Now, magic is, if you want to be a magician, pick sorcery and pick something else. That's just the thing that you got to do. Pick sorcery, pick something else. It's very easy to play a ranged combat guy. Just pick a gun that you want to do. But this is also very important. Remember, if you know how to shoot a rifle, you might be completely incompetent at shooting a handgun. You may not know what a handgun is. You may have absolutely zero understanding of how to fire a gun. Because we split up all the guns to different skills technically. So that's a little weird if you're looking into that. Also, these are your most important skills. Any of these training ones are very important, most notably centering, evading, and toughness. These are the 3 most important skills, and you should always dedicate at least 1 or 2 of your points into increasing toughness, evasion, or centering. Because that plays a part in surviving, avoiding damage, and keeping your shit together. Now, this is the idea of a trigger. Now, triggers are unique. In your final duel total, of your duel, if there's a specific suit in play, what's going to happen is you can use a skill trigger. You get one at rank 3, or your base character creation, you're going to end up with one in rank 3, and if you get any of your skills up to 5, it's going to be a lot more difficult, but you can technically get one up to 5, and you're going to get one more. But after that, you got to spend experience points for them. Now, what happens is, let's say, for example, we go all the way down to, where's it go? I want to use magic. Yeah, so, Jabibi's got a skill trigger. Skill trigger on clubs, TN10 or the blind condition. So what occurs is I'm making a sorcery check. Sorcery comes up. I'm making a sorcery check. I'm going to be doing things, and I manage to. And a clubs comes up. That's the main card that we have to do. Clubs comes up. We beat it. I can elect that trigger. I can say, hey, sorcery, I'm triggering this ability, and it's going to be the Blight Flash. Everyone in my immediate area is going to have to make a target number 10 check or be fucking blinded. Which is gonna hurt. Devil trigger. And there's quite a few of these, but some of them are a lot more entertaining than others. Some of them are like, hey, we added this because we needed to add something here. Some of them are also very goofy. Yeah, like, oh, you can ricochet bullets. You ignore damage because you just loaded armor-piercing bullets in your gun now. Yeah, some of them make some sense, some of them just don't. When the target turns their back on you, they may draw a one-handed weapon, make an immediate attack against the target. Yeah, some of them are very specific. Guys, he said it's not a real knife. After succeeding during narrative time, the target turns their back to you. You may draw a one-handed weapon and make an immediate attack. Yeah, and some of them are even like, oh, after you fucking fail. Yeah, like, oh, you failed, oh. Yeah, there's a very specific tone it's going for. Of course, you can also just select the toughness one, and it's like, you just don't take damage. So, various talents, again, you see some of these talents are even like Tenacity -1, Chosen Skill rank 5, just having real fucking armor. Yeah, there's a lot of these ones which are like -1, -1. If you do have a -1, it's entirely possible to play a character with -1 and something. Your just life is going to be a lot fucking harder, and you're going to need to take skills or talents to mitigate that fact. You've got poor might, and you want to be a melee guy, you're instead going to be using Substitute Grace. Hey, you are doing this, skill 3, you're gruff, do this. Yeah, it's things like that. Most of them are fairly simple, if that makes sense. Secret of spell attacking with magical theory. If you're playing a caster of anything other than the appropriate one, take secret of spell casting right away. That's not really an option for you. Yeah, specialized toxins really under. Yeah, sure-footed, tenacious warrior, threatening posture. Things are pretty simple. You're gonna get a pretty good amount of them. There's a lot of equipment you can work with. So kind of using the idea here. We'll talk about damage in a bit. One of the ideas behind damage is that you're going to be able to do 3 kinds of damage to someone. So when it says 1, 3, 4, there's a reason for that, by the way. There's actually a good reason for it. Pneumatic weapons are probably going to be the one that hit much. And remember, you get $10. You get no fucking money. You get so little money. You're not buying anything unless you start with it. My boy Jabibi started with a Hawken rifle. Because, fun fact, long arms go based off your intelligence, not actually your race or anything like that. So, with the power of my gun in my hand, we can do a lot. There's equipment to work with, but a lot of this, like, here's just a giant page full of special rules. And yes, every single one of them does have a special rule to it. Various different ammos. Make sure to track your ammo, baby. That's important, or everything can be modified. Armor's weird. Armor's weird for a few reasons. Mostly because armor has the idea of protected. Now, you may be wondering, what does protected do? Where is the fucking... Character ignores the first critical effect, but not damage generated from the noted suit during dramatic time. Certain suits will do different damage, And because there's critical damage in this game. So when all your health is gone, you technically can take critical hits, which is going to fuck your day up. But wearing a helmet is going to reflect all your rams. Yeah, because remember this, if you wear a doublet, you protect yourself from rams, but if you wear a helmet, a round helmet, you get protected from tomes, but gloves protect you from crosses. Yeah, there's a few weird ones. You can get some like augments and pneumatic stuff if you want, but so these are the various magic. The guild has various particular magical theories. The Thalarian by Abel Thalaric is legal. Lifewell Doctrine is legal. Each of these is its own unique benefit. These are an important trait if you want to be a magical person, which you're going to immediately choose one if you get a grimoire. Because, fun fact, your grimoire is very, very important. For Jabibi, technically if you want to be legal about things, the Thalarian Doctrine is legal, the Lifewell Doctrine is legal, the Oxford method, based with Oxford University of Metaphysical Studies, located in Oxford, Mississippi, thank you very much, is technically legal, but not really legal. The Darlin theory is legal, but sort of not legal. I went with the court procedure because I thought it was funny. Each of them do something different. Each of them do a completely different way of doing magic. Including the unique magical theory in which you just don't get any benefits. You don't have to worry about any of these other things. We talk about soul stones, how to add, kind of like soul stones are powerful because they are power. They're effectively an infinite source of superpower, which you want to keep as much charge as possible. Each of them do. Ow. Right there, I can feel it. Yeah. Now, this is why grimoires are weird, which I actually kind of like the idea of grimoires. Effectively, anytime you get a grimoire, you can learn whatever magia and motto are in that grimoire. Now, mind you, it doesn't necessarily mean you can then collect these. No, you gotta open up different grimoires to know different spells. That's kind of the idea. Like, you have to attune to certain grimoires that have certain abilities, that have certain spells. So, kind of the idea of, if we go to, like my grimoire has the elemental, projectile, and mind control spells in them, with the amuto of additional suits, ice, and darkness. Now, what you can do is effectively apply any amuto to any magia, but you just bump up the target number. Now, we could also do something, say, hey, I want to do an elemental projectile made of darkness. My target number goes up to 6, but I'm shooting an elemental projectile at you to deal darkness damage. But I can change it to do ice, that will change the target number, but do something different. Now, as you can see, there's quite a few different things that you can do. Normally, you are able to actually apply as much as you feel like, as many amutos as you want to any magia. So in theory, I could do elemental projectile and do ice and darkness at once, and slow your ass and blind you. But that's gonna jack up the TN. It's gonna be TN 9 all of a sudden. That's dangerous. You can't afford that. On the other hand, I can also apply additional suit to it, and that's going to lower the target number. I could apply every amuto I want to a magia. However, I am also a court procedure. Since I am court procedure, I can increase the TN to lower the AP. On the other hand, I can never apply more than one amuto to any spell I cast. So effectively, I can make, if I want to, I can make elemental projectile for free and just cast it automatically without using any actions. to make it TN 8 and TN 9 effectively to just cast that and blind you for free. Cool idea. I do like it. Parameters, changing differences and making things better, making things worse. So, oop. You know, choose a magic move to create her spell. Let's see. You know, examine the end of her spell. No, from 13 cross to 13 cross. Ooh. I'm curious. I want to check something. Tell me about the target number. Yeah. Each spell TN must be met. I want to check something. Yeah, no. So it's there's quite a few different fun, exciting things that are not very good for you. Yeah. Spell duration is measured in effective rounds or minutes. Spell lasts 2 rounds. Effect would remain in play. So effectively, if I want to animate a construct, I need 10 with rams. I need 10 of hearts to actually do it. So, for example, if I want to do the elemental projectile, I need a 5 of clubs. I need to have my particular clubs in play for it to work properly. And I need to beat the target number. That's effectively how spells work. I like spells. I think spells are actually very interesting. There aren't many spells per, but don't need to be many spells because a lot of them can be augmented using the Immuto, which also aren't that many Immuto at all. Additional suits really broken, by the way. It just lowers the target number and makes it easier to cast. Ooh, I can feel it. Isn't Through the Breach that one like sold like spell list separate purchase? Yeah, yes, you can buy a separate spell list for things because the thing is the spell list is a spell list as well as all these Immuto, so you can actually just spell an entire book full of different effects. Be like, oh, there you go. $25, please. That's usually the thing that you gotta counter. It's like, oh, $25. So we finally hit the gameplay on page 282. So I'm gonna do my best to explain how to play this game. So we need to make a check. Easy enough to understand. We need to make a complete check and we need to do something. All right. Now, everyone's going to have a few control cards. These control cards are things that we have augmented fate to be in our favor. Now, you're going to have 3 in our control hand at any one time when we first begin, and I've drawn pretty reliably. Not great, but not bad. We can make this work. So, we're going to shuffle our cards a little bit. So, anytime we need to do something, we're going to determine a target number. And then we're going to determine our acting value, and then we're going to flip the cards. So, oh no, this is going to be a target number 10 check. Target number 10. Let's see, what do we want to do? We're going to do target number 10, and we are going to do, why don't we do a music chest, a music check. So target number 10 with music. We have an acting value of 4. All right. We're going to flip the fate card. So we're going to take the top of our normal deck and we're going to flip it. I got a Jack of Diamonds. So that would be an 11. So we look, fate deck and reveals to other players. And then we calculate. So we have a 4. We have a, what did I even say that we were doing? Yep, music. We have a 4 plus 11 equals, you guessed it, everyone, 13. Like 4 plus 11, no, 15. I'm fucking losing my mind. And with a 15, we have succeeded at the check. Now, that card is going to stay discarded. But let's say, for example, disaster struck. And we roll, and we got a 2. We got like a, come on, give me something fucking. We got a 2. 2 in our fate draw. 2 in our fate draw. 2 plus 4 only equals 6. That's not 10. What you can do as a fated character is take one of your control hand and then change the number. You can be like, hey, it's not a 2 anymore, it's a 7. It's a 7 of diamonds, not a 2 of diamonds. And so, haha, you've now changed the value. It is now a 7 of diamonds. Now you are allowed to do something. With a 7 of diamonds, you are able to succeed at that check. That is the basic premise of the game. You flip a card, and that's how you do things. Do you have advantage, for example? Let's just do like an advantage situation. Shuffle my cards here real fast. Let's say, for example, again, target number 10, and we have 2 advantage points. So what we could do is we would flip 1 card, flip 2, flip 3. We would look at these and say, okay, what is the most beneficial card to me? Well, that 6 and that ace are not, so I'm going to use the king of hearts, and that's going to be our fate card. Boom. That's our modifier. However, if it was a penalty, if we had -2, we would take the lowest card of these. So we would look at the ace, we're worth 1, and we'd be like, fuck, we have got a 1. Like, we're probably going to fail this. That is how it works. And then, of course, we can declare triggers, and then we determine the results. And then there's actually margins of success and failure. Yes, so we've gone through all of that. Oops. Sounds kind of needlessly complex, but not a terrible idea for resolution, though I just got here, so, you know. Again, it's not a terrible way of doing things, it's just getting here is very wonky. The layout of this book is fucking disastrous. And it's very messy. But like, yeah, at the end of the day, beat the total number, then you discard every card using the duels, and are discarded to the respective discard piles. Generally speaking, this is where things start getting a little wonky, because minions and things, like enemies, the GM will never draw a card. Only the player characters will draw a card from the deck. So if the GM is saying, hey, you're going up against a minion, he's got a +2, so you need to now beat a 7. So he's like, all right, I drew a queen, I instantly succeed. You don't, like, that twist deck that you build early on is your way to cheat fate. It's your ability to kind of manipulate the odds, put cards where you want them to put them, and make your life a lot easier. And generally speaking, you do get some weird ones like, hey, if someone is attacking you, they're not making a check to fight you, you're making a defense check. Yeah, that's the idea. You're making a defense check now. So, oh no, I want to shoot at you. It's not, okay, the enemy is going to shoot at me, I'm doing something. No, I'm going to draw the fate deck. I drew with my 3, I drew an 11. Actually, I drew a 12 with 15, and I would have succeeded. It's a little bit funky. It's not too difficult once you get into it, but it's like, oh, alright. Yeah, like... various ongoing challenges. I don't know what the fuck's going on with her. Yeah, no, it's like, oh, okay. Most actions you actually do is, like, in combat, you're going to be spending AP. Almost everything is AP, which you only get 2 AP to play with. You only get 2 AP to really do things. But this is fine. That's quite a lot to do things with. And it's like, oh, you want to climb something? Spend that. Hey, you want to swim? Do this. Hey, you want to push someone? Do this. Nothing is like super difficult to do. And you can usually do 2 actions a turn. Unless you are incredibly fucked up. Unless you are really like... Unless you do something incredibly wrong, or you get really fucked up, or a spell's on you or something. But generally speaking, you can do about two actions a turn. And most of the time, you're going to be shooting someone or throwing down. While you're in melee, because again, there's no map. It's purely theater of the mind, I think. There is also a chance that you're supposed to play it on like a Malifaux board. I don't know. Like, they don't talk about it at all. They talk about being able to move. Consider the game is not $5. Yeah, considering the game is not $5, this is atrocious. Yes, and the multiple expansions are sometimes more expensive than the book. Like, generally speaking, it's very, like, loosey-goosey. Because at first I was like, am I missing something? No. Like, you can just move up to your yards aspect. You can use a walk action to leave the engagement range of an enemy opponent. Because there is things. It's pretty much this weird kind of anomalous zone. Like, I think you're actually supposed to play this on, like, a board? And, like, yards just convert it to inches? I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird. Yeah, you got some very basic projectile attacks. Effectively, if you're in a engagement, you cannot fight normally. Targeting a line of sight. If you're in cover, they take a penalty to shoot you. Stable platforms, pretty easy. But then you got damage. So you're getting hit. Good news, bad news. You've been hit. When I have successfully struck your defense, what occurs? So you're gonna be, she gains an accuracy modifier due to her damage flip against that target. So you have successfully, I have successfully hit you by 3. Let's say, for example, I've shot you with my Hawkins rifle at 3. And I beat you by 3. So we're going to do this. And with 3, that technically means I get to flip 2 cards and take the worst. You can kind of see the difference is 0 to 1 to 5. I've got 3. So I'm going to flip those cards, everyone. Flip those cards. So I'm going to flip. I got a jack and I've got a king, and I'm going to take the worst one. So I got an 11. I've actually done severe damage. And technically, you can also use you technically can use your fate. You can cheat fate. It's very difficult to cheat fate. But this, because you can't do it whenever you have a penalty, but if you roll 6-10, you can totally cheat fate on doing this. So what happens with a severe damage is I wouldn't do 2 or 3, I would do 5. Effectively, if you do light, weak damage, moderate damage, severe damage, weak, moderate, severe. This is a fine idea. This works. It's just really weird getting there. Because effectively, what occurs, what this actually is you make a flip to determine if you hit. Then you're going to make another flip to determine how much damage you did. But that flip might also be 2 flips. And you're just going to take the worst flip. So it's like, oh, like you can really just, there's that central deck of cards is going to be getting flipped a lot. Because remember, only you can flip. Only the players can flip. GM cannot. So we apply damage, we apply some modifiers. If you ever reach 0 wounds, you're gonna have to start making some checks to stay upright. If you manage to stay upright, you're fine. If you don't, you're on your ass. You don't generate action points, you don't do anything. You are completely, you are completely fucked. You are absolutely nothing, doing nothing. Oh, and by sheer technicality, you too have to flip the cards for them, how much damage they do, but talk about that. Yeah, so you've taken damage, and then you start taking critical effects, and that critical effect location is also a draw. So, like, where did you take critical effect? It's dependent on the card that was drawn. But hey, don't worry, I'm wearing a coat, so I don't take any damage from anytime I get hit by a ram. I don't take a critical effect there. I can ignore one. Yeah, but mind you, these also generate different critical effects, which you do that and the flips a card from the fate deck, but then you also get things. Hey, you do a modified value and then suddenly you're slowed, you're paralyzed, you're fucked, or you've taken, you've just fucking died. Yeah, everyone has to now make a horror duel, which they will fail because you are dead. Yeah, there's quite a few of these, like, effectively token mechanics from the game. Kind of like, oh, well, you've got this. Oh, you're focused. You get a card draw. And you get this, you get that. Yeah, a little bit weird. And don't forget, you do also have, effectively, the GM has... GM doesn't have normal things. You have fate points, which you can use to spend for their abilities, because you don't flip cards. Except when you do flip cards. Then you do. But then you don't. Don't think about it too hard. As you kind of see, you know, oh, your masters, your henchmen. Effectively, you can use fate points to activate things. You know, use talents, ability to require discard a card. That's their main thing. Hey, are you good? Spend it to do this. Hey, I want to do another AP. I want to recover. I want to do a second win. Not a bad idea. I'm going to say that. Not a bad idea. Generally speaking, peons are not people. Peons die. Minions are your first threat. Enforcers are pretty about equal to you. Henchmen are a little stronger than you, and masters are fuck you. If you've ever played Malifaux, these are the actual kind of like centerpiece models, not the master. To kind of give you an idea, and of course, tyrants. You can't fight tyrants. You die to tyrants. Everyone chooses. They have like a big thing of like, oh, well, we want to set everything up. Don't think about that. Don't think about this. We're gonna go talk about the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard when it comes to skill experience. But I see what they're trying to do. It's very weird. Effectively, after you get a pursuit. Yeah, you've done this. Cool. You advance along your pursuit. You're going to get 1 experience point. Ah, cool. You can save that. You can save that experience point for later. Cool. Let's save up some experience. Let's get 1 experience point. Not a lot. I mean, that can't be too bad. Now, this is where the cryptic bullshit comes in. So, I'm just going to explain skill advance. Now, the basic idea is the Fate Master, the GM, is noting down what skills you're using. Are you using Deceiving and Sorcery a lot during adventure? We're going to be using that. Now, if at the end of the session, the Fate Master can say, hey, you use these skills a lot. You can improve those 2 skills. Improve 2 skills. Now, any of your on the pursuit ability skills, you can also look at. All right, cool. Now, you can advance one of those skills as well, and any skills of your choice. However, does not have ranks of the chosen skill without having to spend any experience points. If she has 1 or more rank, you need to spend experience equal to the skill's current rank plus 1. So, effectively, if the GM is like, oh, hey, you can advance these 2 skills, and you get like another skill, you can advance effectively 3 skills, you might just not have enough experience to do it unless you don't have them, and then you would just like get it for free. It's very weird, and at first I was like, oh, well, the GM's offering you like, hey, you did this and this, so you get to choose which one you want to increase. I'm like, okay, cool, you get like a very consistent growth, and like XP is kind of like a bonus, like you can just kind of choose wherever you want to develop. No. Like the GM literally like hands you options that like you can spend XP on. but you may not even have enough XP to spend anything on. So it's a really ass backwards way. So wait, you discard every card used through a combat. Like, doesn't that mean the probability is constantly changing until it resets? Yes. That is an important part of the game, actually. They want you to count cards. Because, again, you have your Fate deck, which is also going to be usually refilling the more times you fail checks related to what you do. So you're constantly kind of managing your Fate deck. You're managing the deck here. You're managing everyone else's cards as well. Yeah, it's very... The odds... There may be a time where you physically cannot do something because there is no cards above a certain value. And everyone just catastrophically fails. Everyone fucks up. Except the enemy, of course. They don't fail. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. Like, it was... At first, the first time I read it over, I'm like, oh, that's a cool idea. But then I read it over again, I'm like, that's really stupid. Yeah, they kind of say like, oh, yo, so with 5 destiny steps per character, most campaigns should only last around 5 sessions per fated character. Yeah, 5 sessions per character. That's a campaign, which means that you probably won't actually improve many. Like... Yeah, it's kind of a... Like, you literally need to take the advanced pursuits rather than going down your destiny steps, because if you don't go down your destiny steps, it's very weird. Because one of the ideas behind the destiny is down here. Is that you're trying to resolve your destiny. And you're doing this by, after you've selected all of your things to the tarot, you actually compile everything together. So, Jabibi's here is, if the autumn bridge shakes beneath your steps, she will sit alone amongst your misery, and there will be naught but ashes upon your tongue. Burlap and steel are bound in darkness, and a torch will sputter into darkness. What does that mean? Who the fuck knows? That's your fate, though. That is Jabibi's fate. And he's trying to resolve his destiny. Poorly. Yeah, you kind of see some very basic guards. You kind of see, like, enforcers are very scary because enforcers will beat your ass. AV5, AV12, technically. So you need to beat a 12 to avoid getting your ass ripped off. Combat's pretty dangerous in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Combat is pretty dangerous. You can, but luckily for everyone involved, you can beat up orphans. Thank God we are allowed to, you are allowed to beat up, more, beat up orphans in this game. It's very important. They can, harmless living characters must discard a card to target this character with an attack. Yeah, you could just, mercs, you can, banditos, Catalan, rogue construct. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things here that you can fight. At least an extensive bestiary, I'll give it that. This is the most powerful man. This is Leopold von Schiele. He's level 12. So, do you want to, let's say, for example, he wants to shoot you with a gun. If he shoots you with a gun, you have to beat an 18. Yeah. Ignores hard to wound, capacity 12, stuttering fire, succeed if you make another attack against a different target. Yeah, no, he can instantly kill characters, because he is a insane jackass who is impossible to kill. Welcome to the most powerful man in existence. This is kind of a sample adventure, and then there's the end. Do I like Through the Breach? There are good ideas spread throughout this book. marred by... Yeah, all of them are pulled straight from the Wargame. Can of Soda. The concept behind this stream is actually the Wardrum case of Wargame games. This is effectively this is a game based off a Wargame. And I think parts are ripped from the skirmish game and just ported over one-to-one rather than being more elegantly woven in there, if that makes sense. Hey man, I don't read stream titles, I'm illiterate. Don't worry, we all are. I think there are good ideas here. It's just completely marred by the fact that it's like... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's another edition of Through the Breach coming out soon. But I think, like, one of the issues that I'm seeing anyway is that they want to make everything backwards compatible. So it's like, oh, well, we can't really change too much, because if we change too much, it won't be backwards compatible anymore. It seems, yeah, it's a funky game. And it's like, if you really like Malifaux, here's the thing, if you really like Malifaux, then yeah, this game is going to be a lot of fun for you because you get to play your very own Malifaux character. And you get to have a lot of fun with it. You already know how the cards work. You already know things that kind of go on with it. And yeah, better layout would be infinitely better. But you also get things like more, I wouldn't say even in more in-depth lore options, but it's like, you probably already bought the books previously. So it's like, oh, well, if you already bought all the expansion books, you're going to feel a lot more encouraged to buy this, and you're going to have a lot more fun with it. I think the thing is, if you aren't bought into Malifaux already, if you aren't already bought into the Through the Breach lifestyle, effectively, it's going to be a harder sell to get into it. Because, like, I would recommend you kind of need the special cards to play this game. And I'm not saying that being like, oh, well, you need it because you're incompetent, because I'm dumbass. No. It's because the entire game has so many little mechanics and rules where they just like, it's rams. Like, why the fuck are you referencing rams all of a sudden? Like, oh, you're talking about hearts. Like, I could see that really confusing people. If you're not, again, already not invested into Malifaux and already have the cards and you automatically know, and on top of your head, Ramsey's hearts and, you know, tomes are fucking clubs and stuff. If you already don't have that basic mental association, it's going to throw you for a loop. I really don't... Just write yourself a note, goddammit. Yeah, but again, I'm trying to think about it like you're introducing this to a bunch of people who don't know Malifaux. That's why I'm... If you don't know Malifaux, it's like, do you have to have like a note permanently on the table? Like, this is what this shit means. That could be, like, that's not really fair. Like, the thing is, never agree on the deck is different. It is different. It changes the nature of it. Again, they don't reference jacks, they don't reference kings, they don't reference queens. And someone's going to draw a queen, and they're going to be like, wait, that would be a 12. It's that little moments of delay. That's all it is. But again, I have no investment in the war game. Oh, mind you, but you gotta remember this very important thing. I fucking hate anything that is like changes the nature of things without a good fucking reason. Any special FFG dice, hate it. Absolutely not. Yeah, acorns make sense because it's a fucking card deck. It's a card deck I could buy at the store. I don't have to take this kind of abuse from you. But yeah, that's Through the Breach. It exists. That's all I can really say. This one, Imperium Maledictum may not get a video. This discussion will go on forever. Just right, it's actually clubs, it's tomes on the deck case. Unironically, that's what I did on the character sheet just to remind myself. Yeah. It's like after playing it for a while, I could see it, people being like, okay, that's just what it is. But for me, it threw me for a loop and really kind of dampened my opinion on the game a lot. Yeah, you can see. It dampened my opinion on the game because it was like, oh, I don't much care for this. So we've got 2 games left. Manly's getting all mad now. Manly is pissed. Yeah, it's... Again, I'm not blaming them for it, but your points are retarded. Hey, my points make complete valid sense to me. And what do you think I call these little fucking videos? I don't call it my objective facts. Or my little opinions. And I didn't like it because it threw me off. And I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about for like the first half of the book. Pretty adroit. Shut. Actually, it would be very erudite. Thank you very much. Notepad's objective facts. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna go on to something. It shines on this man's face. Fuck you guys. I don't gotta take this abuse. Alright, so we are instead going to do a different kind of abuse. We're going to learn a little about a very special series called Infinity. Welcome to the Infinity lifestyle. If you excuse me for a minute, I am going to get something to drink. Get something to drink. It's Jover. Give me one moment. Can't even get a beer. I'd like to put this man in the ball crushing room, get his ball crushed right now. So, this is Corvus Belli Infinity, the role-playing game. Steve Malvcope. Welcome to Infinity. Infinity is a weird franchise for a variety of reasons. Infinity's a weird thing. It's by a Spanish company. Infinity game. This is by a kind of a Spanish company. I believe it's Spanish anyway. Might be French. Okay. This is Infinity by Corvus Belli. And it is a futuristic cyberpunk game. I guess you would call it that. The ultimate MOBA board game. Yeah, you want to play a MOBA board game? They did this. Yeah, they expanded. They expanded the franchise out a little bit. Defiance, what's a dungeon crawler? You want to play the dungeon crawler? Caden, Sorsen, Jasmine, Quingao, Ramin, Trisha. You got Tag Raid, a multiplayer battle royale survival game. A multiplayer battle royale. Yeah, you want to play Want to play Tag Raid? Play Tag Raid, everyone. It'll be fun. Yeah, they've got a few games. Did this do well? Let's see. Got mine in Arizona. It looks like everyone's getting their games. Rem Racers? Is this another one? Yeah, this is in the Infinity universe. They made a fucking racing game. What is Code 1? Infinity version with the same dynamic spirit. So this is the streamlined version. This is Infinity proper. Right here, if you want to, the official Infinity Wiki, you want to download all the rules. What version of it? Like, what Infinity releases? Let's see. Actually, Infinity. We in 4th edition? Yeah, we are in 4th edition as of 2020. So keep that in mind. We're in 4th edition Infinity as of 2020. I tried to like find a good like comprehensive look of like, okay, what's the gimmick? What's the thing with the setting? Yeah, time to game. And I could find I'm like, what the fuck are you motherfuckers smoking? Like I was legitimately like trying to figure out like what the basic lore was. I'm gonna do my best to explain the basic lore of Infinity to everyone. So bear in mind if it's not entirely accurate. In the future, humanity has colonized the stars. We're doing our best. Oh no, aliens are invading. But we are also a cyberpunk ultra future where everything is terrible and everything is great and let's all party. That's all you really need to know about things. Different factions vie for control across the human sphere, as you can see. We're in space, as one might see. Space. There's Earth. Hi, Earth. Hi, Earth. But you may be like, oh man, I want to go to Paradiso. Woo! Earth. Yeah, I was reading through it. I'm like, what the fuck am I reading? I feel like I'm getting like a different thing entirely. AI God took over everyone and pits them against each other, and then aliens invade. All right, yeah. Ronaldo soccer. Oh, the Wargame, yeah. I would Albedo PC. Albedo? Yeah, we've already covered Albedo, actually. Albedo is very fascinating for a variety of reasons. Never looked at anything Corvus has done except for the skirmish game TBH. This feels meh. Can't wait for Infinity Ronaldo. Yes, N4. Yeah, Infinity. I need Infinity up how everyone praises the rules but don't like the actual bread with water. Yeah. So AI God took over and pits them against everyone. So that's all you really need to know. Existentialist XCOM Furry Space NATO is a fun game. Yeah, that's all you really need to know about this. Unfortunately, you cannot play Furry Space NATO. You can't play the furry part in this game. So, sorry, fellow fursuiters. No happiness for you. So, what's the thing with this that's a little bit a little bit odd? So let's do Infinity. If we do Infinity TTRPG, it's like, oh, well, the Infinity core book. Now, we've got quite a few different things. This is the player guide. This is the GM's guide. If you want to buy the full book, you can kind of get the full book, but the player's guide and the GM's guide are effectively the same thing, just split apart. You get things like Quadratic Heat PDF. You want to get the Adventures in the Human Sphere book, the Ardina, the Hexwilom, Islam, Panotia. You want to do Panosiana, the Nomad supplement, various venture books. You want to play Alephs, Yujing, Shadow Affairs, Tactical Armored Gears. Yes, you can play tags. This is actually a thing that came out. People have been having issues with, actually. Hypercorps, Tactical Armored, technology. But a lot of these add options. Mini campaign, let's see, the Ileana supplement adds in, various new cultures, new life paths. This is actually a very important thing about this, life paths. More armor, expanded rules for undertaking trade and seeking profits. We've got, of course, our Panosiana. Dun, da, 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 they're heroes. More things kind of working together, more equipment. I'm like, all right, and tags, which are giant mech suits. You want to play a tag? Cool. You can play Tactical Armored Gears. But why is this on Modiphius? Oh. This one's a little bit interesting because this is actually a Kickstarter. This is a Kickstarter game a while ago, back in 2015. This fucking game came out in 2015. Like, at first I was like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, if you buy the core book right now, it's a platinum seller, and it originally came out in 18 on the Modiphius, but the Kickstarter was all the way back in 2015. Like, this is a pretty old Kickstarter at this point, and people are just receiving their books, apparently. That was a little bit, yeah, they would get their missing tag book. Was waiting for the Inner Sphere tech, never got a response. Yeah, a lot of people apparently were having some issues with it, getting books. But yeah, this is technically, I believe the game was first made back in, it would be 2nd edition. Might have been 1st or 2nd edition. The actual Infinity rules. Yeah, I believe this would be, yeah, this is a fairly old game, all things considering. So, but they do have a lot of, because this is actually the 2d20 system. Maybe wondering, what do I mean by the 2d20 system? I'm going to do a quick check here, it's a little quick check. The main thing you could say is that it uses the 2d20 Modiphius system. We've talked about 2d20 a little bit, but this will actually be the first day that I've really gone over 2d20. But Octoon Cthulhu, Cohorts Cthulhu, Dishonored, Dreams of Machines, Dune, Fallout, Homeworld, Infinity, John Carter of Mars, and Star Trek Adventure, and technically Conan, but they lost the license to Conan, all use this system. All use the 2d20 system made by Modiphius. All of these use the same system nominally, but they are all very different from one another. That's one thing that I've heard repeatedly, that some of them are way better than others. Apparently Homeworld is just not very good. Dishonored is a really funky game. Not like good funky, but like, what the fuck are you smoking funky? Dune, I haven't really heard anything about Dune. It's apparently very strange. But yeah, no, this would have been, roughly speaking, back at the first... How the fuck can you even make a TTRPG? Dude, Conan has the worst history with its licensing. Oh, can of soda. Oh, can of soda. You know nothing of Conan licensing hell. Fun fact, do you know Conan's owned by Tencent? Fun fact. Yeah, I learned Conan's owned by Tencent. That's a fun one. And it's all because of a Swedish man. Uh, if you want one weird, very weird, strange connection, Colt with a K. Colt and Conan are owned by the same guy who sold his company to Funcom, who got bought by Tencent. So Colt with a K is owned by Tencent, and Conan, by proxy, is owned by Tencent. We are on a dozen layers of stupid at this point. It's great. I love it. But yes, Modiphius. Pretty interesting group of people. One of the main people behind the Infinity line, anyway, is a guy named Justin Alexander. Modiphius. This is the main guy behind things. He worked on Feng Shui, Unknown Armies, Ars Magica, Over the Edge. He's won quite a few different things at this point. Let me see if I can find the exact. He won an award for I think this is the Alexandrian. Yes, this is Justin Alexander, the main person. Yep, silver best online content. He's the one who wrote the Infinity line. Yep. Let's join his Patreon. Want to join Justin Alexander's Patreon? That'd be cool. Yes. Gotta get you into the mindset of what we're working with here. Infinity, this one's an older one, an older rendition of the good old 2D20 system as well. And finding things for this was a pain in my ass. But I did find it, and we're going to be using, of course, Chippy the Toad. Chippy graciously donated himself to assist us in creating the most accurate Infinity role-playing game experience possible. Oh, it's going to be, oh goodness. Oh, SpaghettiOs. Yeah, this is a 7-page character sheet. This is important. You don't need all 7 pages, mostly. You need like 4 of them. But yes, so this is what we're working with. Let's get into it. So, basic rules. We're just gonna skip past all this. We don't need this. We don't need to worry about it. Generally speaking, they are making a question that you are part of O12. O12 is effectively NATO. That's what they want you to be a part of, and you're like, oh, well, you're working together by your O12, but you're all working for your different groups, and you're all fighting for one another nominally, but you might be working for your own faction to get ahead of the day. So, basic attributes, basic skills. Now, one of the big ideas is the concept of rolling under a basic skill test. So, let's say, for example, Chippy needs to make a... What was a good Chippy skill? Let's say Chippy needs to make a good education skill check. He is an incredibly smart boy. Chippy is going to take 2d20, he's going to roll his dice, and he needs to roll under 16. I would have scored 2 successes here. Now, with 2 successes, that means I'm doing pretty damn good for myself. Thank you very much. Now, how you build these is whatever your base one is, plus your XP here, plus your experience. Not your focus. Your focus is very different, which I learned much, much too late. So some of these look a little janky. That's the reason why. But yeah, that is effectively the basic concept of it. Just roll under your attribute to score successes. But that doesn't mean things are going to be easy. Whenever you roll under your focus, you're going to generate additional success. And The goal is you want to score as many target number, up to your target number as possible. That is the hard part. However, whenever you score success on a skill test greater than the difficulty rating, let's say I score 5 successes on a difficulty 2, I would generate 3 momentum. Now, momentum is a group resource that anyone can use to do things better. Cool, this is good. I like this. Now, some things are going to be simple with D0, which just lets you generate as much as you want, but most things are going to be like at 1, maybe 2. Anything above that is where things start getting complicated. But you may be wondering, how do I get more D20s? Because obviously I need more D20s. Have I ever reviewed Ars Magica or Over the Edge? I have not reviewed Ars Magica or Over the Edge. I've heard about both of them. Though, what the fuck is up with games thinking it's okay to have more than 2 pages for a character sheet? Admittedly, every part of that sheet is noting something down. So bear that in mind, which is by itself a fucked up thing. So, what you can do is use repeatedly and often as character wishes. So, spend 1 momentum to get a bonus D20. To add +1 to the difficulty of the enemy skill test. +1, disarm an opponent. You can save up to 6 momentum for the group. Now, you want to use it as much as possible, but you're also losing a lot of momentum, by the way. Each full round of action sees the pool diminishes and 1 momentum from the pool is lost, so use momentum the second you get it. You're going to lose it. However, you can also increase heat. So it's like, we don't have momentum, but I want to add another D20 to my roll. You can instead give heat to the GM, and GM heat is technically like their momentum that they can spend on abilities. Alright, easy enough to understand. Cool. Now, with skill, they don't have any expertise. Focus rank said he says should be untrained. Untrained exactly skill checks. The complication of the range of the test is increased by 1. Now, effectively, what happens there is that if you roll, and I were to roll, say, a 20, that's a complication. Something bad's going on. I'm not having a good time with it. Now, how do you improve your odds, of course? Momentum, obviously. Infinity points, which are another meta currency. You can do things with all your pals together, and that's really it. Yeah, you're going to be using momentum for a lot of things, but you also get things like this. Because Chippy is a research specialist, when he's researching something and he generates any successes, he actually gives everyone +2 momentum that he can use to have other people get momentum to do things. The core idea, you could say, of momentum is that you constantly want to keep spending it to get more of it. I've successfully rolled. Okay, I've scored 2 successes. That means I've scored a momentum. Okay, next person rolls 3 and generates 2 momentum. Next person rolls and they get 4, they get 5, and you're constantly building momentum. Because it's going to dissipate, and you cannot afford for it to dissipate. So, generally speaking, free actions, minor actions, standard actions, reactions. You can do several reactions during a round, but every reaction after the first means that you have to pay up heat. You have to pretty much pay the GM another resource, the 3rd meta currency, heat, to keep going. But most everyone is also, you don't really... One of the big things is like, immediately after player characters finish their turn, the GM can spend 1 heat to interrupt player character and allow an NPC to immediately take its turn. Yeah, effectively a lot of initiative is resolved automatically. You don't roll for initiative. Pretty much extra pages bookkeeping, purely roleplay reasons. Well, this is the beautiful thing about bookkeeping. So this is your basic sheet. This is really everything you need. Now, this is all your talents. This is your host. This is where you currently are, because you can't die. This is all your gear. This is all your ammunition. You do have all your ammunition. These are all your resources. Now, this is also a bunch of your secondary information that's also very important that you need to keep track of. As you can tell, I did a bunch of things. Now, this is all your additional talents, as well as your additional weapons, additional gear, hacking devices, and your other notes. If you have an adversary, you actually need to double check all of their notes here in case someone else is, unless you're fighting someone. So this is more of a GM thing. Do you have a special item that you need to keep track of? Does your Geist need to keep track of? Because your Geist is effectively your AR friend. Of course, I have my most powerful Geist, otherwise known as Pro, who is an affinity appreciator. I'm going to send Pro this because I find it funny to... for those who don't know, my friend Pro, my second strongest warrior, is a Englishman who legitimately hates everything. Who hates all non... yeah, he doesn't like Infinity very much. So I'm just gonna ping him on that, just to annoy him, because I find that very funny. I closed Chippy. I didn't mean to close Chippy. But yeah. Reach, close, medium, long, extreme. Generally speaking, this is where things start getting very fucky-wucky. There is, technically speaking, 3 different combat systems in this game. There's 3 different combat systems. There is Info War, Psi War, and Physical War. Info War is hacking. Hacking is a combat operation. Psi War is social combat, and melee and range is I'm popping a motherfucker. Like those are your options. You can pop a motherfucker. You see this is also weird. So, attack is successful, it will inflict damage. You've successfully, everything is zone based, of course. But I have shot you, I have hit you most of the time, forming a defense reaction. Face-to-face test, if target does not perform a defense reaction, the attacker makes an average D1 test for this type of attack. Yeah, most things are actually difficulty 1 unless you're reacting. Now, this is where a number of Don't miss nation are mad. True, Pro is a Bulgarian man. So what does the N symbol stand for? This is not an N-word pass, as some of you might think it is. Instead, what this is the number of D6s you're going to be rolling on a special die, because Modiphius wants you to buy the special die, and before Manly, you're like, well, I don't need to get a special die. We'll understand why. That's a little bit weird. So, pretty much, you can soak damage. Generally speaking, soak is a little bit more hectic. And in case you're wondering as well, yes, every single one, all of these do different damage types. All of them, and have different treatment skills, and recovery skills, and conditional soak, and persistent soak. Yeah, you got 3 health bars. You got 3 fucking health bars in this game. So, after you have done everything, after you have completely been exhausted, suffered 4 breaches, the personal network has become compromised, and they cannot take any action or reaction. You can pretty much get hacked to death. Not hacked limb from limb, more like you've been hacked and enter the infinity grave. Then if you take too many wounds, you just fall over dead. However, if you take too much metanoia, pretty much you increase problems because metanoia doesn't kill you, but you'll just start running away and panicking and things go wrong. Yeah, effectively, how damage functions. Damage is a little weird. I wonder if I can find... Do they actually tell you where the fuck the damage location is in this game? In this section? No, they don't. So, damage is... Ooh, effectively a d6. So I'm going to take my d6. So, I am making an attack against you. Oh no, I am shooting you with a gun. Now let's say it does 1 plus 2n. I'm going to roll my dice. Any 1 or 2 is going to do 1 or 2 damage. Any 5 or 6 is going to do 1 damage but trigger an effect. 3 and 4 does nothing. So they want you to buy the special dice to make sure that makes sense. Because yes, it's a little funky the way that it's written out, and it's like, why? Because God hates you, that's why. You know, bracing, readying, standard, very simple combat system. This is not, well, actually, I wouldn't say it's a simple combat system, but there is a lot of things make sense if you read them out, but it's just a lot of things. Mostly when you get things like, if you have a weapon that's unwieldy, you must spend an action to brace it, because if you don't brace it, you're going to increase the difficulty of all ballistic tests by 2, increase the complication range by 2 as well, making it harder to shoot. So if you perform the brace action, you remove all the problems with it, then you can use it. I, in fact, don't need the special die. Hey, when you're rolling like 4d6s and you're looking at it, you're like, oh fuck, I rolled a 4. Okay, I rolled a 4, so I do 4 damage. No, you do 0 damage. In fact, like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's. I looked at it and I'm like, no, stop this, please, don't do this to me. But yeah, get ready for changing stances cost momentum. Disarming someone cost momentum. Knocking someone down makes them cost momentum. Making a you make a recovery chest cost that. Swapping ammo is a minor action. Threatening, defending yourself, guarding yourself, retaliating. Have no fear against an action scene bonus momentum spends. Are you ready for some more momentum spends? Yeah. Is there a reason why warfare momentum is in a different category than the action scene momentum? No, there isn't. Just because fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Leatherman. Gotta readjust my life here. But yeah, secondary targets, subduing enemies, being stealthy. Yeah. I was looking at this, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, so Snake's combi rifle deals 1 plus 5n damage, plus 2n from his reloads, because you can spend reloads to do more damage. So, roll the dice. It gets 2, 4, 2, 1, 5, 3, 3. The 3, 4s, and 5s would be discarded. They actually changed that, so it's not. So it's 3, 4, and 5 is not that. In Fallout, it's 5 and 6. Spends 1 momentum to re-roll them, getting a result of 1, 3, 3, 1. So, with the base damage for a total of 8 damage, spends his second momentum to add additional damage to now do 9 damage. Checks the hit location die and sees I rolled an 11, hits the torso. Yeah, so to give you an idea, this man rolled multiple d20s. Then he's going to take multiple d6s. Actually, he rolled 5 d6s. He rolled and said, okay, I need to re-roll. Actually, no, he rolled 7 d6s. Let me get the 7 d6s out. He rolled these and was like, Zam, these are bad. So I'm going to re-roll all of them. The 4, 3, 3, and 5. reroll 4 of them, roll again, get a different result entirely, then roll the d20 again to determine hit location after spending other momentum to do things. And I was like, oh god. And don't forget, everything is also, you can also retaliate immediately with return fire. You could kill one another in this game very easily, in fact. Now, what happens when you actually take wound? What happens when used for wounds suffered in warfare seed or in any circumstances where wounds are inflicted? Now, the idea is if I deal damage to you, I'm going to deal an effect. And say, for example, you're bleeding now. Ow. You're crippled now. Ow. Your horrific wound. Oof. You're knocked out. Now, anytime you also have conditions during action scene, you get things like bleeding, you're burning, you're blinded, something is going wrong. There's also an entire thing of stealth, but stealth is pretty simple. Stealth state test. Effectively, you can either be hidden, like completely hidden, alerted, or revealed. If you're alerted, they know where you are, but they can't see you. Being completely revealed means they know exactly where you are, and stealth is you are fine. Yeah, detecting stealthy characters, many forms of stealth. Time for infinity points. What can we use infinity points for? Equal to their infinity point refresh rate. As you get a special bonus point. I didn't drink that coffee too fast. Yes, infinity points allow you to roll extra d20s, bonus actions, second wins. Infinity points are effectively your ultimate Benny, but enemy also gets heat, but you can also use that to activate certain things, get environmental effects. Now we enter Info War. Yeah. Great game when only mean player engaged with scenario. A couple things. Cyber assaults carried out simultaneously in form of a physical assault. Yeah, yeah, welcome. You know the problem with a lot of cyberpunk games with their like hacking system? Welcome to this being its own separate hacking minigame. It's great. I'm gonna kind of zoom through this a little bit because this is very weird. Effectively, the entire idea is you're establishing zones instead of what we would like consider like combat zones, where it's like, okay, I'm standing in the middle of the room, I'm in the hallway, I'm in the other room. Here you're establishing quantronic zones. These are more abstract areas of data breaches, or like data locations. So the entire idea is that you want to bring into there, and you want to effectively enter into the different nodes, enter into the different quantronic zones to hack something. So what do we have to do? Also, often connect the others to quantronic dimensions. Have no equivalent to real-world geometries. For example, cameras in the lobby may be linked to security systems, while holoprojectors are linked to the entertainment server. And each of those zones, in turn, connect to other zones through direct and indirect means. So, to kind of bring like a really basic way of doing this. The way that they explain it is very weird. I'm going to do my best to explain, because I can do that. So, using the power of paint.net. So, yeah, right there. Effectively, what you can do is establish a zone like here. So we're establishing a series of zones, and the main goal, you could say, is saying like, oh, well, this is the this is the entertainment server. but that's connected to the security hub. But this is also the cameras. So, but this is security hub is like the inner security. And this is like penthouse access. This is a very simple way of doing this. And then this is, you know, like this is kind of like the idea of like, okay, we might, you know, hack into something from like here. We might hack into the, you know, the entertainment server. We need to get to the security hub. If we get to the security hub, we can access, we can destroy the cameras, and we can then move into the inner security. But if we just want to get to core security, we're skipping penthouse access. So we want to kind of do some wiggity wonky shit there. Welcome to Quantronics. It's great. Yeah, one of the ideas is that if you get into a system, you need permission. And what you're going to do is you're going to make a test to get permission. How are you going to get it? Well, there's a lot of different ways you can get things. Hey, I literally stole a key card off someone. I have someone's password. I have something valuable. I have a knowledge factor. Something I have the password. I own the device. I scanned someone's eyeball. I've done the two-factor authentication. I've scanned someone's cube or whatever. What's going to happen there is that now that I have entered, I have different security access. And if I have different security access, I can say, hey, I am a user. I'm a super user. I'm security. I have more authority. I'm an admin now. If I'm an admin, I might have a lot more authority over things. I can access things a lot easier. Yeah, authentication qualities, you know, quality of authentication adds to equal number of D20 to stealth tests while hacking. Yeah, the data flux camouflage, data tunneling, high secking, which is also different to interference soak. Yeah, have grant security soak to characters within the zone who have proper authentication. So if you're fighting someone in high sec and you're not in high sec, you're trying to breach your way in, you're gonna have a lot of problems. But if you're in high sec and they need to get into you, you're gonna have a lot of it's gonna be a lot easier for you to defend. Yeah, different zone effects. How do we describe the Quantronic zone effects? Like, does it work? Yeah, this is Psywar. Do you want to engage in multi-layered society of the human sphere? War's ultimate reminder that battles are not won by bullets or tags. They are won and lost by men and women. If you can shatter their morale, then your victory is no less assured if you had broken their bodies. You can literally perform psyops in this game. Yes, you can perform psyops. Psychological operations. Yes, don't even need to be in the same location as their target. As long as they find a connection they can manipulate, they can wield influence or pull the right lever. Because this, too, has an idea of going through social zones to gaslight your opponent. Yes, this awesome, cool Infinity game has the psyop, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss mechanics. Because I need to be reminded that this is permanently high school. Yeah, it's a little weird. You know, special zone types. Cool. Don't move around, so NPCs exist in their own social zone. Navigating social zones. Contact distance tables. Social zone effects. Hey, they're loyal to you. They're not loyal to you. It's morale soak. Yeah. I don't know if anyone would use these. Because, like, one of the ideas is, like, you can use this during the middle of combat to, like, demoralize people, but it's not used for that, by the way. What it's used for is I need to convince Don Juan to give us access to his vault so we can find the criminal. So what do we do? Well, I'm going to find Don Juan's family and convince them to convince Don Juan to do something for me. But I can do that by investigating by visiting locations in which they are to form psyops on another person to get another person to do what I want. And you look at it, you're like, what in the fuck are you smoking? Like, all right, fuck it, we're in. There's the psyop system. But all of this uses effectively the same mechanics of, oh no, I'm taking damage. Oh no, I'm taking psi damage. Oh no, I'm taking firewall damage. It's the same. Everything is the same basic premise. But this is the main thing that we're working with. Welcome to the wonderful world of life paths. Everyone starts with 5 life points that allow them to edit things as they see fit. If you keep your life points and you don't make any random choices, you will be able to actually get bonus abilities. You're doing really good. You see life point spend, choose your education, choose starting attributes. Yeah, so you get some cool new toys. You're going to get more. Chose first time skill awards here. It should be assigned to expertise. Either expertise or focus. That's kind of the main idea. Expertise is your raw bonus. Focus is your ability to crit with it, if that makes sense. And then you're going to get talents. But we're not going to worry about talents because they're very silly. I'll kind of do the same thing. So, what's your birth host? Where are you born? Are you human? Are you not human? Most characters are going to be absolutely human. You're going to roll d20. If you roll 19 or 20, cool. You are free to choose to not be... You could choose to be freely not alien. Who would want to be a fucking alien? Alien host species? Cool. You got... Later books obviously will give you this. Now, you're going to roll 2d20 on your faction chart. Who are you born into, and what's your thing? Who are you with now? So I became a mercenary. That was one thing I actually noticed. I rolled, my heritage was nomad, but I rolled to become a mercenary for my faction. That's who I was. Who I was born. You get some bonus skills by virtue of being these. Nomads get hacking and extraplanetary skills. Hey, your corporation, you get lifestyle and persuasion. Alephs are AI people. This connects to the Aleph's greater consciousness. In rare cases, these aspects come completely separate from Aleph. Yeah, resolve normally. Aleph recreations. Where are you from? Well, obviously, since I rolled to be a nomad, we rolled this. We're from a commercial mission, so I got to boost up my attribute and my agility pretty easily. Because the thing when it comes to like basic attributes, this is a little bit wonky. Everything begins at 7. That's the baseline for all stats. It's 7. However, you can voluntarily lower them or raise them based off of your, as long as they're equal. You can spend any life point you have to increase it though, and if you do this, you're actually doing, what you're doing is subtracting it from here to what your birth host is. I'm human, I've got a better agility, awareness, and brawn. That's who I am. I'm a baseline human being. I'm nothing more, I'm nothing less. That's who I am. That's just what my body is. Because you can obviously be different things. Now, yeah, we've got a few different of these. You're increasing things gradually over time. Chippy knows Dutch and Arabic, as one does in the future. My favorite life path result in Infinity is you're murdered, Lamau. Yeah, you can get murdered a lot. Like, you die a lot. Now, you get to choose your social status, of course. Now, Chippy ended up actually as a upper class individual, and as an upper class individual, obviously, your agility allows you to quickly get around problems, as that should be known. This life is utter affluence. Ultra luxury goods, bespoke items, casually created, demand a plethora of body modifications. Hyperly flit across interplanetary distance to rule over de facto fiefdoms, rendering of their own image. Yeah, no, I'm just upper class. How did I grow up? I grew up in a happy home, so I got a bonus personality and I got an education skill. Hey, what happened in my... Now, the thing is, it's very easy for you to just fucking die in a variety of these. You roll on the event table, what happened? That's kind of the nature of the beast. So let's take a d20, take a d20 in my d6. I rolled a 15, so I have a media fad, and 3 got involved in live streaming. Let's see if I roll again. I got a 6 and a 5. So I was involved in a mass arrest. Chippy, legitimately, he just discovered a family secret. Oh no. Where did I go to school? Oh no, where did I go to school? So, I rolled... I got a technical school, by the way, in case you must know. I got a very technical education. Hacking, lifestyle, extraplanetary. I was very good. Yeah. Of course, being technical means I increased my awareness, intelligence, and my willpower went down. I also got some special skills. Have no fear. I'm very good at my job. As an adolescence event, you roll on these tables. There's quite a few of these adolescence events. I mean, we can roll 4. So let's see what the adolescence... Yeah. You died. Your character died. Yeah, it's very easy to die. Hey, you suffered a traumatic head injury. Yeah, so... We rolled this, and we rolled a 6. What? Someone witnessed you do something terrible. You've kept a secret, blackmailed. You were murdered. Yeah, you can just get murdered. Some of these are just better than others. Shady past, faulty geist. Now, the thing is, these are giving you traits. All of these traits play into how your character is acting, as well as how your character is going to be getting certain effects, including died. You committed suicide. Yeah. Yeah, you could... Technically, there are many ways for you to fucking kill yourself in this game. This is very important. Because they really want you to be, because death is funny. So, very basic careers here. Now, careers are laid out a little bit weird, for good or for bad reasons. Generally speaking, you roll, and then you get a career event. Hey, during my career, I got something. So Chippy's a little bit unique, Chippy's first career was corporate, and he got the Chinese curse. Go up here to the Chinese curse. Suffering from the Chinese curse. You may live in interesting times. You roll 3 fucking times. Yeah, I rolled 3 times, and terrible fucking things happened to me. I got fired and got a criminal record. Legitimately, I got fired, I got a criminal record, I got a debt, like... Legitimately, every terrible thing that could have happened at once. Very funny. But every single one of these careers gives you something. First time you enter a career, it's not the first time you enter, but your first career, you actually get a bunch of bonus attributes. But you're always going to take some skills, and you're always going to take 2 electives. So you're always building something up. So it's like, okay, where are you working? How you doing? Chippy went for corporate, so he got all of these abilities, got all of this, and he just decided to, invest more heavily into these things. Of course, be a Toth agent. However, this quickly ended my career because I said, fuck that, I'm going to become an intelligence operative. And I just did the rest of my career as an intelligence operative, making a shit ton of money. As one does. Why was this the case? Because I fucking got fired and have a criminal record. Now, one thing that was interesting is I became hunted, I got a bunch of little bonuses and little problems. But you also have the idea of hazarding a career. So what happens is, if you hazard a career, whatever it doesn't have a faction prerequisite, and making a challenging skill test using one of the mandatory skills listed for that career, make a test. If you succeed at it, you go. You upgrade to that career of your choice, and you enter that career. Chippy didn't. He got his shit fired, and then he rolled and actually became an intelligence operative. So that's what he just did for about 20 years, about 12 years. He was literally just for literally 12 years, he was a intelligence operative. So he's 32 years old, and now just being an intelligence operative. That's just what he does. I was like, that's kind of cool. I think this is kind of a neat way of doing things. There's quite a few different, how do I want to do that? There's quite a few different ways to make your character kind of going through the life path, and you see quite a bit. A lot of little customization abilities you're allowed to get. You can increase any attributes by 2. You increase 2 skills for focus. Get some gear. Any life points you can actually increase for infinity, or you can increase them to get more money. Into ranks of training and 1-for-1, but no skill focus or expertise may be increased more than 1 this way. I just dumped everything into skills because Chippy was very funny, and I liked Chippy's various abilities that he ended up with. Your signatures means like those are things you're known for. Supporting cast, various relationships, your Geist. Anytime you get experience points, you're going to be wanting to effectively spend them to get something. So it's like, okay, you want to increase it 100 times whatever your attribute is to your attribute. Hey, you want to improve any of your skills. It costs effectively it's equal to 200 times the new ranking. So if I want to increase, they would need tech expertise 2. Yeah, so it's quite a bit of XP to actually kind of do anything, but you get a lot of XP, so yeah, talent trees cost quite a bit. Character traits technically cost 200, but yeah. Now, most of the talents are like, if we go down to Chippy's talents here, most of the talents are like this. Like, add additional D20 to education tests, because I'm a disciplined student. This is passive. And when you're researching, get momentum. Reroll D20 when making a lifestyle check. Reroll D20 when making a survival check. A lot of them are pretty basic. You do get some ones that are a little bit wonkier further down some of these trees you end up going. Like, hey, character gains weapon quality knockdown on all melee weapons. You know, it perform feats of strength at odds with their physique. All right, cool. Some of them are interesting. The ones where they kind of like, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing anymore. When they don't know what they're doing, they just give up. And it's like, you just do something bonus. You just get a bonus d20 or whatever. Some of them are fun, though. You do clearly, the ones that they spend a lot of time on clearly shows. The ones they didn't really also show. But yeah, most of these are just bonuses you get. You need to get some, as you can see, you need to get expertise up. Sometimes you need to get focus up. Sometimes you need to get something else up. It's a mess. Lifestyle is one of those ones that are like, oh, increase asset earnings by 1. Reroll a d20. Do, character skill to blending into desperate cultures. There's no increase in difficulty differences in social class. Like, oh, that's kind of, all right, fine. You're like, all right, cool. Kind of give a little thumbs up. Just a lot of stuff here. Oop, not all the wrong buttons. Yeah, this takes up a good chunk of the book. By the way, this is just a lot of gear you end up with. You could play with a lot of equipment. You would have a lot of gear and supplies and all these beautiful things. But generally speaking, most of it's pretty simple to do. Most of it's pretty simple, and they just give you a lot of information right off the bat. Armor-wise, you don't have a lot of money to begin with, so you're probably going to be just buying a ballistic vest, at best. Or, hey, you have armored clothing, or a crash suit. Tariffs actually, there's tariffs in this game, fun fact. You could actually get tariffs. But yeah, as you kind of see here, most damage is pretty small. Things are like, there's usually like a lot of tags and stuff to worry about. Range weapons and all these things. Generally speaking, what you need to know is manage whatever your one thing is, manage what armor it is, and what you have. That's all you need to know. It's very simple to understand once you get into it. There's just a lot of things. There's just a lot of stuff. Do you like ammo autism? Because we've got ammo autism. Yeah. Just give them a bunch of money. That's my thing. Just give them a bunch of money, being like, you can just choose whatever the fuck you want. Yep. Kind of how what are the handlers doing? This is one of those weird things that I noted, which was funny. You can convert. This is actually to N3, by the way. You can actually convert your entire game to infinity. You can convert it to infinity if you wish. If you wish to. What does chain rifle still auto hit? I can span 40 guys with them. Let's see. Let's see. Let me find the chain rifle. Spread 1, torrent, vicious 1. So let's see. It does D1 plus 6 damage. Let's do spread. What does spread do? Let's learn what spread does. Spread X. Spectre multiple areas. Deals X additional hits at half the first damage, separately reduced by soak. Yes, you can literally just spray and pray with the chain rifle. Yes, you are able to fully spray and pray with Vicious 1 as well and Torrent. Stream of Flame, deadly lack substance that can be swept back and forth between an area to affect a group or overcome obstacles. Torrent weapons cannot affect targets further than their optimal range, but they ignore cover soak. It's treated as an area attack, and it affects everyone in the area. Yeah, oh, and it also has Vicious. Deals X additional damage for each effect rolled. So, yeah. A chain rifle can legitimately, if you have a chain rifle, you point it at a problem, and you just hold down the trigger, and pretty much everyone's going to die. All my friends are dead. hopefully that explains it to you. But yes, you are able to actually convert it pretty much straight 1-to-1 to your to a character. Fun fact, to actually a full-on infinity character for on the table. That is entirely valid. And apparently at a convention, not a convention, but apparently at a infinity tournament, they actually did this with certain characters and it works fine. And Yotaran Corporate Executive. You can play, they kind of even have the miniatures. A lot of stuff with this game. Do I like the infinity system? It's just bulky. It's a lot of bulk. Mind you, I'm not even going over the GM section. It is N3, so if you want to do N4, it would most likely... I'm assuming there's some small changes between N3 to N4 that you might have to consider, but they probably also have a conversion guide there, so you just have to convert A to B to C. Be a little bit time consuming, but it's fine. The thing with Infinity, which is weird, because this is the Game Master. Nothing too exciting in here, just more shit. But like, oh, here's ultimate adversaries beyond the physical, and like kind of like teaching you how to like play the game. No, more not necessarily play the game, but more like how the fuck does this work by the sheer scale of everything. One of the interesting things about the Infinity role-playing game is I think I was not interested in playing Infinity. I think that's one of the problems with it. Is that I was like, man, this is a lot of shit. I have no interest in this now. I'm like, nope, I ain't fucking touching this. This is weird. I'm like, I just, there was so much shit getting thrown at me. It's like, oh, here's Psy War, here's Hacking War. It's like, what? Quantronic fucking equations? Nani? Alright. Oh, there's a lot going on here, and it's not really well explained in some cases. It's just like, oh, this happens. Things occur sometime. And you're like, oh, alright, my eyes glaze over a little bit, and I'm like, alright, okay. Yep, definitely. Absolutely. Cool, ka-choo-choo. If you're an Infinity fan, would you enjoy this? Maybe. Maybe you would. But I would say, like, how do I want to word this? Most likely, a group is going to ignore an entire section of this game, and that's probably going to be, it's like, oh, here's Psy War, here's, Social War and all that. We're going to, like, cut that out. Or it's like, oh, I want to play a hacker. No, you fucking don't. You don't want to play a fucking hacker. Because that's going to be like, someone's going to play their own little game while other people are playing their game. And is that fun? I don't know. Some people might find that fun. Some people might find that annoying. But, we have a very interesting thing to worry about. Which is, of course, this fucking monstrosity. This absolute chunky boy. This absolute lad. Ow. Yes, welcome to Fallout, the Fallout role-playing game experience. And of course, we're bringing in perky Fallout. 2 character sheet, two pages, much easier, much simpler to follow. Why in God's holy name are we talking about this? Fallout is not a war game, Notepad. In my experience, this multiple massively separated systems has people just ban involvement with them, even if systems otherwise really good. Like, if everyone was hacking in Infinity, it could work. If everyone was hacking. And that was, like, just the main gimmick. It could maybe work. But it's... It's interesting, but it's just like, oh, I'm like, this is kind of weird. But you may be wondering, Notepad, why in God's holy fucking name are we talking about the Fallout TTRPG? That's not a war game. I'll have you know very much. It is, in fact. Welcome to Modiphius's Wasteland Warfare. Yes, Modiphius put Wasteland Warfare. When did Fallout Wasteland Warfare come out? It's been a while, I know that much. This came out... Mm, 2018, 32mm miniatures. 2018, they're still supporting it. You can still buy things. You want to buy Capital Companions. You want to buy Fox, Charon, and Butch. You want to buy Butch for $30? Yeah, you can. You want to buy Charon for... Yeah. Alright, you want to buy Riley's Rangers, Enclave Assault Force. We've got the Brotherhood of Steel, Citadel Command, Riley's Rangers. Ooh. That part of the Capital Wave. Want to buy Wasteland Warfare, the Enclave Assault team. Wow, look everyone, it's the Enclave Assault team. Maybe the authentic Citadel Command of the Capital Wasteland, so you too can now invest in fucking Elder Lion. Wow, you wanna have Elder Lions fist fight? Wanna have Star Paladin fucking Cross? Anyone remember Star Paladin Cross? I fucking don't. Nobody does. No one cares. Yeah, they did this big... They've been pushing this pretty extensively. And some of these are pretty fucking expensive, by the way. Like, for like the amount you're getting. Now, these are not pre-painted, by the way. These are full on... You're paying the full amount. Commonwealth bundle. You want to buy the full Commonwealth bundle for $500? But yes, this is kind of the newest version, you could say. This is kind of the Capital Wasteland version. This is the Wave, as they call it. And this is a full-on, actual, honest-to-God war game. You are a skirmish game. It's kind of odd, to be perfectly honest with you. It's a very different kind of game. Because, let me see if I can find Fallout Wave 9 Nuka World. I want to find, yeah, if I click the RPG bundle, you can get the, you can effectively play it as the Into the Wasteland version. And if you play it as the Into the Wasteland version or the RPG version, you can actually, you get more things with it, like a bunch of like single player scenarios that you can play. It's very weird. Like I didn't do too much research into it just because I'm just like I don't really know what the fuck I'm looking at here. But yeah, this is Wasteland Warfare. As you kind of see, you want Deathclaw, Super Mutant, Anora. Yeah, here's your starter set. You can have a full team of daring explorers of Dogmeat, Settler, Alien Zedden, Nora, the Soul Survivor, and 120 cards. Yeah. $10 model, you might as well just play fucking 40k. Like CP20, yeah, the fact that it is entirely just named character killed my interest when it released, and the price is $10 model, you might as well just play fucking 40k. Yeah, this shit's not cheap, but apparently That's just licensing stuff. And by the way, you do need the exotic special dice as well, because it's all symbol based. So make sure you have the full special dice set, because it's armor die, it's black damage die, they're all D12s or D10, like D12s or D20s. Like, oh, what the fuck? Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird. I never hear people talk about it, but apparently there's a new fucking wave. Like, you want to... Yeah, there's a $20 and you get the Nira promo one. You want to Disciples Leaders, the top dog. You get the Nuka World rules expansion. Yeah, latest regional rule book. Yeah, show they're packed by deadly entourage of brand new miniatures alongside some more flamboyant personalities. Updated rules, all new introduced to Nuka World. Yeah, new force lists. Yeah, the most accessible format ever. Yeah, it's, mind you, this is just the rules. It looked like 5 new regional rules, a bunch of new cards, campaign system, sub-faction rules. Yeah, mind you, these aren't, you don't get any miniatures with the $50 rulebook. I'm assuming this is a physical book, by the way. I'm assuming this is physical, but that doesn't look very fucking thick, by the way. These aren't even, you don't even get any of the, you guess you get a bunch of cards with it, but I don't know. But yeah, effectively, Fallout effectively emerged from Wasteland Warfare, which everyone was very confused about, because the first actual Fallout role-playing game was Fallout Wasteland Warfare and its RPG supplement. So yeah, they released this version. Do you want perk cards? Let's change it to real American money. You want the starter sets, $12.50. Hey, you want Game Master toolkits? You want the special $23 dice? Yeah, Fantasy Grounds got one. The VTT, the Once Upon a Wasteland VTT. There's a couple expansions. Like, this book's fucking is the same size as the main book. Yeah, this one is kind of a weird one for a few different reasons. The main person, though, you could say, is Nathan Dowdle and Sam Webb. Let's do some. Yeah, this is the main guy. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this is one of the main guys behind things. Yeah, hi. Yep, this is the guy behind the... Oh. Oh god, he's a Trekkie. That's even worse. Build your own settlements. Yeah. So, Fallout. Fallout. This is Fallout. War never changes, of course, as we know. The main setting of the Fallout role-playing game. Trekkie's terrible. Hey, the first Fallout RPG was GURPS. Not the first Fallout RPG. That's very different. The first official Fallout RPG. I bet these things, Funhouse dice, I bet these things sell better to collectors than for people playing it. Oh yeah, I could do like little Fallout dioramas. Oh yeah, I think it would be like, if you're a big fan, having like a full like Deathclaw or having something like that could be fun, but like big dioramas, yeah. Yes, the Fallout RPG's default setting is actually the Commonwealth. It's Fallout 4, for those who don't know. Fallout 4 is good and bad for various reasons, and if you would like my full conversation on why that's the case, well, you can ask me in the server. Generally speaking, though, Fallout 4 is... This is a game about Fallout 4. This is an important note to make. This is not the Fallout TRPG, this is the Fallout 4 TRPG. There's a very important distinction. They can add things in there, but the game is really built around that framework, and apparently, from what I've gathered from people, Modiphius had a Bethesda person look over everything. Every single thing in this book is Bethesda stamped and approved, for all of the ups and downs that include. So bear that in mind when we're going through this. Don't leverage every issue that seems weird to me, like Modiphius is a bunch of incompetent hacks. I think there was a lot of Bethesda finger wagging, if that makes sense. What kind of quests can I have? Character sheets, the dice, don't forget, have the special combat dice that are abbreviated with the Fallout Boy symbol. It's Vault Boy, everybody. Woo! Don't forget about all the tokens or chips. And of course, you can even use caps available from Modiphius.net to represent action points if you go all in with the Fallout theme. Yeah, you can buy the special poker chips from them. Very important. So, the basic premise remains the same from the previous game we already did. Attribute plus skill, check the difficulties. But the thing here, it's a little bit easier to kind of, I would say, go from point A to point B. Because all you do is you want to buy them with action points, which you're going to get action points pretty reliably. And cool, you roll, and that's kind of the big thing. Action points are just momentum here. So, for example, with Perky here randomly rolled all his stats because I am a real hero. And let's say, for example, I want to make a melee check. 3, my strength is 9, so it's going to be 9 plus 3 is 12. I'm going to take 2d12, I'm going to roll. I rolled 2 successes. Cool. That's what happened. Yep, there we go. Very, very simple. With a baseball bat, I deal 4 Fallout. I deal 4 Vault Boys damage. Very, very simple. Most things are not going to be very difficult. Because you really can't... Yeah, you really can't make anything above 2 or 3. Like, if it goes above there, you're going to have to start burning numbers. And anytime you roll a 20, or possibly even down to 18, depending on how bad things are, there's a good chance that you're going to start introducing complications. Things are going to go worse for you. Yeah, you can get up to 5 d20s to roll, which is a weird amount of d20s. Post-test, pretty simple. And you also see things like this. Paladin Dance is grappling with a Deathclaw. Kate is facing difficulty 3. Nate needs to find out if Codsworth is okay. Nate, the sole survivor. Yeah, it feels really weird. Dogmeat is assisting the sole survivor in finding some medicine. The sole survivor is seeking past the group with Deacon and Strong. Get it? Because it's Fallout 4. I don't know why. This is aggressively Fallout 4, and you will like the fact that it is aggressively Fallout 4. I like the complication range a little bit better. I think that works a little bit smoother. Action points. You're going to get action points quite often. You're always going to want to get more, and you need more, because but one of the things is, it actually costs a shit ton to get bonus, a lot of bonus D20s. Which is, like, you can't really afford to buy that many with them, but they want you to, but they also want you to spend it on actions and damage, and yeah. But it's also a group resource. This is a very important thing. This is also a fucking group resource. And you can still do the same, GM still has their fucking action points as well, so get ready to manage all that shit, because you're gonna need a lot of tokens. But hey, have no fear, there's another system. reintroduce luck. Yeah, they have, kind of like with infinity points, they have like the base luck, like everyone has action points to manage. You also have luck, which is a special meta currency for you, which allows you to also bring in more d20s to your roll, which is very, very, very important. Yeah, like, hey, spend lucky timings, you know, which allows you to kind of interrupt the roll. Yeah, misfortune is reroll 1d20. Your 3 luck per point spent, lucky timing. Yeah. Trinkets are weird as well. Like, trinkets, I'm not going to talk about it. Generally speaking, yeah, when you reach a milestone in your quest or you start a new quest, yeah, everything is tracked with quests. Oh, Fallout 76 is a thing. That's the funny thing. It's the characters I recognize. I must buy. Like, I literally think Todd Howard, like, again, physically manifested in the offices of Modiphius. And when they were writing this, being like, what's that name? His name's John. He's the example character. And then Todd just killed an intern before them. A fucking intern at Modiphius was just standing there, and Todd turned, evaporated them with nothing. A horrifying blood splatter across the whole office, being like, no! And winked out of existence. It was horrifying. Truly, Todd's power is unmatched. Todd really is a creature we cannot hope to match. It was. I thought the game came out before Fallout 76 was even announced. Well, the thing is, we actually see some Fallout 76 in the year. I'll point out when Fallout 76 pops up. Because this game came out, let me actually do a quick check. This was Fallout TTRPG release date. This came out in 21. Yeah, this came out in March 31st in 2021. This game's only 2 years old. And Fallout 76 release. Fallout 76 came out in 2018. Jesus, it's been that long. It's been 5 years. Fuck me. It's been 5 years since it came out. Jesus. But I guess if you want to feel really old, you can also say that mind you, this is the fucked up thing. In 5 years, Fallout 3 will be 20 years old. And in 2 years, Fallout 4 will be 10 years old. Jesus Christ almighty. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm physically aging. Yeah. Everyone's got initiative stats. Actions are pretty simple. Everything has been really cut down in this version of it compared to the Infinity version. And it's also, to me anyway, a lot better laid out. There has other issues, by the way, but we'll get to that later. So yeah, it's a lot of commanding it, a lot of commanding NPCs, defending, first aid, ready, rallying. You should spend it for things. Add extra damage, obtain information, you want to do things. I'll have to try to find the exact locations of various issues, but apparently throughout this book there are mentions of parts that are just really underbaked. We'll see one, and I'll kind of point that out as kind of a major issue. Yeah, choose weapon, choose hit location. Attempt it. Strength plus melee weapons, agility plus small gun, endurance plus big gun, or perception plus energy weapons. So technically, my boy here, wants to make an agility test because he's agility testing is a lot better with his small guns. He doesn't have any because he sucks. And then, if you made a range attack, remove 1 shot of ammunition plus any additional shots spent on the attack. All you need to worry about. If you hit, depending on where you hit, wherever the range is, everything is, with a long range will deal plus 1 difficulty to attack, medium range +2. Yeah. Generally speaking, this is really weird. I don't like this system because like the idea is that it's not like 0, but it's all scaling. So extreme range means that you physically cannot, you are having more difficulty shooting people who are not in extreme range. You need to be away from them rather than just being like 0, rather than like 0, 0, 1, 2 or like 0, 0, 1. No, it's specifically, it's a lot harder to shoot someone with extreme, it's very weird. But this is the combat die system. So you roll your d6s. Roll your d6s, and a 1 is 1 damage, 2 is 2 damage, 3 and 4 do nothing, and 5 and 6 are 1 damage and effect. So, each action point you have, damage pool. Yep, and you can ignore a bunch of damage. Sneak attacking, of course. Playing a stealth archer is, as always, a very, very valuable option as well. Playing stealth archers is, of course, the most broken way you can play any game, any Fallout game. Radiation damage, poison damage, energy damage, or physical damage. Pretty easy. Now, damage effects do something when you roll a 5 or 6. Bursting hits an additional target. However, you need to spend more ammunition for it. If you break it, reduce the number of pretty much whatever the value of the cover is by a certain value, such as their armor. Plus 1 damage, just deals extra damage. Piercing, persistent effects, piercing damage, radioactive effects. Radiation damage works exactly as it does in Fallout 4, by the way, where it reduces your maximum health. No, they don't really talk about that at all, and how that would be annoying as fuck to take. Great. When Todd Howard was a child, he was saved from drowning by a bow hunter in a camo cloak. Yeah, and then every single, that's just how it goes. That's when he first manifested his ability to, blink out of existence. And disappear before. He's getting ready to manifest before me right now. It's going to be horrible. So, critical hits. If you suffer more than 5 damage in one hit, you're going to take a crit. You take a crit, hey, you can't use your arm anymore. Hey, you fall prone. Hey, you fucking dying. You can momentarily delay and lose your actions. Oh no! Arguably, getting hit in your arms and legs are a lot worse than getting shot in the head in this game. Once you hit 0 HP, you're dying. You're gonna get your ass back up. Pretty much it. Pretty easy. Never forget to just keep taking chems. Take a lot of chems. Quite easy, Generally speaking, treating people is pretty easy. You can also treat robots. How do we recover naturally? You rest, eat some good food, achieve medical attention, obviously take a medical attention, or start slamming stims and stim packs, meds and stims, chems and stims, which a stim pack is technically a chem. So mapping our environment, very simple. This is zone stuff. We've covered zone stuff multiple times in this already. Cover values effectively allow you to ignore damage, and what happens is you roll damage die to ignore that much damage. So if we roll and you say, oh, well, you roll 4 hits or whatever, 4 damage, you would reduce damage by 4 because of your cover. Not a huge fan of this personally, but I'm also just saying, just do it like 2, 3. I would say 1, 2, 1, 3, and 5. Flat DR. It's like, oh, is that a little bit excessive? Yes, it is a little excessive because I'm standing behind a fucking wall. I would say let him spend momentum to, not momentum, let him spend, fuck, what's it called? Action points to ignore cover. That's all he would do. Hazards, dangerous objects, of course, falling, taking damage, oh no. Now, character creation, this is why you're here. Of course, everything begins at, reflecting a character. Special attributes can't go below 4, it can't increase beyond 10. I chose to ignore that rule because I thought it was funnier. Because, fuck you, I can do what I want. If I want to sabotage my character, it's my God-given right to do that. Because I just chose completely random character attributes. All I did was make it completely random. Because they want to make you competent and good at your job. I don't believe in being competent or good at my job. Thus, Perky has 0 fucking charisma. He is also dumb as a brick. He is not the most competent, but he's got really high strength and really high endurance. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's his one thing. Now, technically what happens is, let me see if I can find that. Where did I find it? Anyway, tell us here. Various skills. Skills are pretty standard. Some are a little bit weird because like, oh, here's pilot, here's repair. Hey, repair's not in this. Here's speech, here's survival, here's throwing. Now, one of the things is you're going to get a lot of tag skills or tag skills. Tag skills allow you to increase things beyond it. And instead of having to worry about expertise or focus or anything, for example, if I roll athletics and I roll under my athletics rating of 3, pretty much 1 to 3, I would be able to get another success. I have done better. I like folding focus and expertise together. I think that works a lot better. I think that works a lot more smoothly. By the way, agility is the most broken stat in the game. Always remember that. You want to know why agility is the most broken stat in the game? Because it increases your defense by 1. Because if you have an agility of 9, your defense becomes 2. That means enemies have to roll 2 successes to hit you. It's very hard to roll 2 successes, because that immediately becomes challenging. Plus all the other modifiers you have. But hey, I can deal a lot more damage. Various perks, various character advancements. You're going to get XP pretty consistently, and every time you level up, you're going to level up, become level 2, level 3, level 4, whatever. It's going to be constantly scaling upwards. And when that occurs, you are going to get plus 1 HP, increase 1 skill to increase by 1 rank, and gain a single perk. There are quite a few different perks. Like, you can get quite a few different perks, however. So, generally speaking, choose your origin. You can play the Brotherhood of Steel because God help us all if you don't play that. You can play a Ghoul, which lets you heal from radiation damage. Cool. I like them. You can play Virgil, who is A-posing currently. He's just A-posing. You can play a super mutant in this game. Yes, you are allowed to play that. You can increase your strength. You also are dumb as fuck. Yeah, 7 feet tall and bulky. You cannot wear armor properly. You can play a Mr. Handy in this game as well. Yes, you are able to play a Mr. Handy in this game. The only robot you're allowed to play unless you buy the expansion book. By the expansion books, you can play some other ones, and you can take different arm attachments. I like that. Probably one of the very few unique ones. And then this like Survivor. What do you get? A Survivor. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, here's some... You hear this from Fallout TM? You can also play the Vault Dweller. Because it's me, the Vault Dweller. Be a ghoul. Yep, that's vault dwelling time. At the Capital Wasteland. Not the Capital Wasteland. No, in Boston. So make sure you choose one of that. So these are our everything starts at 5, and you get 5 points to spend on all your attributes. Again, this is what they encourage you. They actually did my job. What I usually end up doing. Creating Average Man. This is Average Man, by the way. This is Average Man, Focus Man, Special Man. However, with all of this, I did a little bit of mathematics, and you just effectively have 40 skill points. Or more accurately, you have 35 skill points with 1 in everything. So I said, fuck it. Feel free to I just assigned them all, and just put everything where I wanted to. I just randomly rolled effectively. I went on like a Fallout 4 randomizer site. Just randomly rolled. Hence, Perky became a absolute brick shit house of a man. Perky is just a one-man killing machine. That's all he does. He just kills people. There's no elegance behind it. There's no anything else. He just kills people. He punches them to death. He has the personality of a toad, and he has the fucking intelligence of a brick. But he doesn't need to be smart. He needs to beat someone to death. Tag 3 skills. Everything begins at rank 2. Everything else is 0. And you also get intelligence modifier. It's 9 plus your intelligence. You don't get many. They want you to, on average, have 13 skills. I have 12 because I'm stupid. But I'm okay with being stupid. That's fun. Can't have a level 1 characters cannot have a rank above 3. But then here's perks. Pretty much all of the perks are almost identical to what you would expect to find. Except ones are weird, like Barbarian, which is DR, physical DR, but Basher. Bashing with your gun is a completely different thing. Blitzing, Big Leagues, Black Widow. Yeah, you want to do Bloody Mess? That's... most of these are very... consistent. Let's just say that. Like, they do make a lot of sense. You can get just dog meat. You want to buy a dog meat? Todd Howard materialized yet again. Intern explodes. Yeah, dog meat can just stay around. Yeah, Etymologist, Fortune Finder, Ghost, Grim Reaper, Sprint. Sprint. I think that's supposed to say spirit, but they didn't do their, SpaghettiOs. Yeah, some of these are a little bit more broken than others, but others are in there because we have to put them in. So make sure to put them in. They're the best. Here's Life Giver, by the way. We all love Life Giver. It's the best. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream, bum 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 bum, little brilliant that I've ever seen. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. They even have fucking Nerd Rage, by the way, which I find to be funny. And Pain Train. I don't even think you have power armor in this game, but they have Pain Train. Because we need to have Pain Train. Because Pain Train was in Fallout 4, so of course we have it. Yeah. There's some odd ones here. I can tell you one thing, they clearly played New Vegas. leading up to this. Wait, isn't there power armor in this? It's not really extensive. I legitimately did not notice it if it was in there. Like, I'll find it. Let's see. Choose equipment. Field scribe hat. Brotherhood Steel Initiative. Mr. Handy. Programming or individuality. Vault Dweller. Vault-Tech Security. You start with a Pit Boy. Mercenaries. Let's see. Personal trinkets. Tag skill items. You actually do get items based off your tag skill, which I enjoy. I think that's a good idea. Wasn't very useful for me. I just have a bunch of tools that I can use to kill people with. So let's go. So, of course, we have the rather extensive modifying equipment section. Because remember in Fallout 4 where every single thing was modifying equipment, and that was like a huge idea? Yeah, we can do that, by the way, in this game. That's a mechanic. And it's very important that you do it. Various ammo types. I'm trying my best. My voice is finally giving out, by the way. Small guns. Yeah, you kind of see like 44, like your 44 here. Like 10mm damage type does 4 damage. These things don't do a little bit of amount of damage. They do a good chunk of damage. Fire rate, close quarters, reliable. Have no fear, it's pipe gunning time. Because everything, but you kind of even see here. Yeah, they pretty much have everything short of the legendary effects in this game. I don't think they have legendary effects. If they were, I didn't see them. Because at this point, I can also tell you, my brain was being frazzled by just how fucking stupid half this shit was. I'm like, nah, they didn't do this. But then they did. And yes, in case you're wondering, you do need to buy the gun nut perk to do it. Yeah, and yes, there will be one person who's going to invest in the gun nut perk to make sure everyone gets their fucking guns that they want. Because that's your one job, is to be the gun nut guy. Oh yeah, calibrated. You want to do a long, you want to have a long barrel. We can do a ported barrel. We can do a vented barrel. Make it thinned. Grip mods, sharpshooter's grip. I had a laser musket. You want to have a laser musket? That's cool. Or fight the gamma gun. Yeah, this is a little painful. I'm not saying this is bad. More like this is just fucking weird. Like, yeah, it's like even down to the fact, like, yes, the fucking machete has only one machete mod. There's one machete mod for it. And why is there one machete mod? Because in Fallout 4, there is one machete mod. That's why. They couldn't add anything more. And that's like one of those just bizarre... But the fucking boxing gloves have 3, and you need to get the blacksmith perk to make sure that you can use your boxing gloves better. Let's see. Let's do apparel, headgear. All right. So, armor for dogs. Power armor. Okay. Full later in this section, starting on page 138. Okay, we're going to learn all about We're going to go all the way down to page 138. I want to learn more. Because, again, a majority of this is like this. It's mostly based off damage resistance and locations. Because of, in Fallout 4, you can actually get armor for every location. That's why every fucking character in that game is fucking ridiculous. Because they just strap shit to them. And it looks bonkers any way you look at it, but you have to do it because that's the best way to get armor. So we've got the ballistic, yeah, here's ballistic weave. The absolute best thing in the game, by the way. Which you can use for ballistic weave everything. It's the best. There's nothing you should never not take ballistic weave. Yeah, military fatigues give you something. Why does military fatigues give you something? Well, because military fatigues give you that thing in fucking Fallout 4. The fact that the vault jumpsuit is amazing, and because it gets a bunch of bonuses. Raider legs, leather legs, metal legs, combat armor, synth armor, vault tech gear. Oh yeah. You want to harden things? Yeah, I want to train it. Become enameled. Pain. And yes, in case you're yes. Every single thing that you could think of is actually here. So yeah, this is power armor. Like, yeah, okay, cool. Power armor. This is a big deal. Power armor is kind of boring. So the big thing is, power armor acts the exact same way as you would think. Gives you a bunch of armor on certain locations, but everything is fairly rare. So it's like, okay, you're never going to get power armor, technically. Yeah. But get ready to manage your fusion power. Within reach, enhanced strength. Use the frame strength of 11. Yep. It's Fallout 4 power armor. Maybe I just gave up by the time I was just like, I'm fucking tired. I don't want to exist here anymore. That is a very distinct opportunity that I had just given up. But yeah. Raider power armor also exists, and they just give you small bonuses, because every single one of you gives bonus health points that you need to manage. Nothing else does this, but because it's power armor, that's how it works, because Fallout 4 is that way. You liked all the T60 variants, of the XO1 variants, of all the power armor mods? All the robot armor. Primal plate. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's kind of underwhelming because I'm like, this is legitimately just 1-to-1 for power armor, with absolutely nothing else. A lot of consumables. You want to eat food. Every single food item you can physically think of is in here. I'm rushing through this a little bit. It's just because it's exactly what you fucking think it is. Even down to the varieties of Nuka fucking Cola. Every chem is represented. Have no fear, buff jet in time, and you can play a real human being and just start chugging Psycho Jet. Yeah, just start chugging Psycho Jet. There is no problem for you chugging Psycho Jet in life. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? It's great. Yeah, then you just fucking punch those. Yeah, Psycho Jet is Psycho Jet saved my ass playing Fallout 4 more than once. This is just so boring. Like, you get through the game, yeah. It's apparently this is one of those parts that I looked at, I'm like, what the fuck? Yes. If you find issues of various things, you can roll and you will get new ones. So, when you discover a book during looting or trading with someone else, roll to determine which publication it is. Whenever you read a magazine, temporary perk. Bonus applies once. Normally single skill test, a single attack, or other distinct opportunity. Yeah, if you have the comprehension perk, you have the chance to use the benefit again. Once you use the temporary perk, you may choose to learn it permanently when you next level up. Otherwise, you forget it and must find another copy of that magazine to remind yourself of the perk. Because remember, this is in the consumables section still. Yeah, so, woo! You want to find the Grognak books? Guns and bullets. Bullet. Yeah. Feels like completely innocent with someone just slapping homebrew on top of any of the games using this system. To a degree. Tesla Science, tumblers today. Yeah. You know, I'm rushing through this equipment. They do have a full thing for survival, by the way. This is the most underdeveloped shit physically possible. Because this is the thing. Every single thing you do is actually built off the back of time going by in game. Do you want to check hunger states every fucking hour? I know I do. Do you want to chug your thirst states? Oh boy, you want to min-max your soup? There's various diseases can affect you for some reason. Now, this is also an incredibly underdeveloped area is the idea of scavenging. Because scavenging is, say, hey, okay, so we'll use this as an example. Searching a ruined house on the edge of Concord. It's an average location and partly searched. So the difficulty, 1, not capitalized by the way, and takes 30 minutes to search. Is 1 to 2 clothing, 2 to 4 food, 1 to 3 beverages, 2 to 6 junk, and 0 to 1 weapons. Range, 0 to 1 ammo, 0 to 1 cams. Yeah, 1 roll in the clothing table, 2 rolls in the food table, 1 roll in the beverage table, 2 rolls on the junk table, and 2 AP to spend on extra roll. Yeah, so this is they don't really tell you how much is in a location. They don't really tell you how that works. Yeah. So this is a really underdeveloped area. It's like, it's a mechanical lock. Do that. It's structure. Do that. There's raiders. Ta-da! It's a hazard. Oh no. Like, here are the loot tables. Like, what the fuck? This feels like this is it? You want to find a fucking power armor piece? You want to just find random synth armor? Like, what? This doesn't really factor in any location. You can search the first house, mind you. The very first location you find. You could search it. You can roll. And if you roll an armor piece, you can roll on this power. And if you want to know what happens when you roll it, there's a chance you're going to get a fucking piece of heavy synth armor. You can get a goddamn piece of goddamn T60 power armor. You might just find a power armor frame. What? What? Yeah, it feels really, and it's not even like, oh, okay, maybe like weapons. No, you can find a fat man. First things first, you could find a fucking fat man. Like, what the fuck is this, by the way, team? Like, squad, this ain't working. Like, okay, team, all right, what's going on? What's going on here, team? What's up? Auto pipe gun, automatic receivers and shit. Like, this is such a weird thing to find. Like, oh wow, 2D, like 2d6, like 2 plus 1d6 baseball grenades. Like, honey, like what the fuck is going? You're looking at it like, all right, huh? Yeah, you've even got the idea like you need the workbenches properly of common and uncommon material. Luckily it's not too bad, I will say that. It's just, you just need to find materials. And like, this is, if you're going to do a crafting system, we're going to have to do it something like this. Not like super in detailed. Like, you got to find every little fucking thing. But then they still, it's not like they don't have things like that, by the way. You want to find Mine Clown? Well, get ready. We're going to get some Abraxo cleaner. What? Want to make a fucking tarberry juice? Okay. Make sure to make a check to make a Yarrow Guy roast. Want to make a power armor station? Oh boy, we're gonna make power armor. Yeah, this is just a odd entity. Now they have this entire thing on like, hey, let's talk about corporations and Fallout. Like this is kind of like their, you can kind of argue like this is their like world section. Like, oh, everything's based off of that. It's like, oh, want to go to the Commonwealth? Cool, it's Commonwealth in time. Yeah, the Fallout experience. Want to learn about the Fallout experience and how to get quests? Recommended safety tools, the X card, script change, the Fallout experience. It's Fallout 4's experience, otherwise known as goofy shit. Kill something, fetch something on the road again. It's kind of to give you an idea of like what a basic enemy looks like. We'll just kind of some of these sample. You can fight a blood bug. Most of these are actually broken down. One of the things I do actually enjoy is that most enemies that are like not just hostile animals or whatever, they don't have all their stats. They have just a body stat or a mind stat, and they usually have like a melee, a gun, or other attack. That's it. So, oh no, the proboscis body is attempting to attack you. You roll, you know, you're gonna roll, and it's like, okay, roll under a 9. They might do 2 hits or whatever. I do enjoy this. I think this is a pretty easy way of doing things. Mirelurks can still fuck your day up, by the way. Yeah, fuck Mirelurks. Fuck them. They're gonna fucking kill us. It sucks. They got fucking 4 armor. 4 armor. These things is impossible to kill. You want to fight a goddamn Mirelurk queen? We are going to die. Batman, that creature. You want to fight a rad roach? Want to fight a rad stag? Want to fight a stingwing? Want to fight a fucking bear? Glowing ones, assaultrons, which look really, yep. Assaultrons, Mr. Handies, of course. These ones have, like, Protectrons don't, but, like, Mr. Handies have a full special attribute because Mr. Handies are, you can talk to them. Super Mutants have one because they actually have conversations, because you can actually do that. Synths, of course. Some synths do, some synths don't. This is a Courser. Coursers are scary, by the way, because they have a gun. However, they are. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Da 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 da. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Machine gun turrets. You want to fight? You want to fight a good old fashioned level 8 paladin? Want to fight bully a scribe? Raider boss, Raider psycho, Raider scavenger, Raider a veteran. Child of Adam, a gunner, a mercenary. Minutemen. Minutemen are stronger than gunners, by the way. They still suck, though. Yeah. You want to fight the Vault Dweller? What the fuck? Someone fucked up with this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Where's the leveled list? Oh, I didn't even realize this when I was going through. I was just like, Vault Dweller, that's kind of stupid. That's kind of silly. Now I see this, it's like, oh. Wait, does this come with this? Yeah, you can fight the Zadans if you want, because yeah. It's Fallout. Do I like Fallout? I like Fallout as a franchise. I think this game has some pretty glaring issues, but it's, how do I want to word it? This is glaring issues that are not necessarily Modiphius' fault. This is glaring issues that is a combination of things, leading to its inception, which leads to its creation, which leads to the fact that it is a weird game for weird reasons that exists in a weird place. Is it good? Do you really love Fallout, and are you willing to do some homebrewing? Yeah, I know people have been homebrewing it, and from what I've gathered, people have extensively been homebrewing it. What's your favorite Fallout? Remember, there are wrong answers. Fallout 2. Because Fallout 2 had the right mixture of humor, as just as much as some serious beats to it, to make sure that you always felt like, hey, this is bleak, but it is not hopeless. Fuck that tutorial, though. Everyone skips the fucking tutorial. It sucks. But, generally speaking, Fallout 3 I have... Can you skip it with a mod? Yes, you can. Fallout 1... I think Fallout 1 is a very strong game. I just hate timers in games. I hate having a timer. It always throws me for a loop, and I always start reacting to things a lot differently. It always fucks with me, no matter how generous the timer is. Fallout 2 kind of had the best of both worlds. It felt like you could really explore it. California is a really interesting place. NCR is... It doesn't feel like anything's like really put together yet, but it's also like, oh, well, let's go deeper into some of the factions that were introduced. Some of the characters are really fun. You have enough opportunity to do things that I enjoyed. Like, here's the thing. Fallout 3 is a fantastic story. Here's the thing. This is like the, Fallout 3 is the story of a kid who leaves the vault to find his dad and undergoes an odyssey of adventure. It's a terrible role-playing game. You don't play it as a role-playing game. You play it as like a very directed adventure. This is a linear story that you are taking part in, and you go along for the ride. And occasionally you make meaningless choices and kill legitimately everyone in Tenpenny Tower. Or more accurately, you kill every fucking ghoul in Tenpenny Tower. Fucking kill every ghoul. Die, kill ghouls, dismember ghouls. Fallout 3, I think 3 has some interesting beats to it that I enjoyed. I think that there was a lot of consistency stuff in 3 that I think worked a lot better. You have arcs in 3, a lot more than I think New Vegas. The issue with New Vegas is that you can find things that well, again, think about it. Can of soda. This is important with Fallout 3 anyway. I kind of give Fallout 3 a pass, which is it's to a lot of people, it's probably their first Fallout. It is their first Fallout. And I think that really shifted people's opinions on things. It's like, how do you introduce people to this world? Being like, well, we need to really introduce you to these things a lot easier. I understand that. For like New Vegas, I like New Vegas. I think New Vegas has a great set of themes. Its characters are really endearing. There's a lot of good shit with New Vegas. The problem is the story sucks. I've said it. I'll say it again. New Vegas' story sucks because it doesn't really have a good story. It doesn't really have a story. The issue with Fallout New Vegas is because of its nature. It's really more of a personal story, not really a story, if that makes sense. And the problem is, depending on how you play Fallout New Vegas, you will end up in a situation where things will occur. And what I mean by that is things, yeah. New Vegas is just a world that your character interacts with. That's the best way of kind of wording it. And that world is really good and has some really strong themes with it. And your character can interact with those themes in different ways. And it's really good in that regard. And I love Fallout New Vegas. However, I do not say it's a good story. Because you can be very weird with that story, and you can skip things, and sometimes things just don't make sense. Because it's just triggers, it's events that occur. Yeah, I mean, it's not really, again, but that's part of the appeal, arguably. There isn't really a story. It's just, you kill Benny. Fuck Benny. Drown Benny. But well, actually, we can't say that anymore. But deal with Benny, because Benny's a bad person. Yeah, it needs to be for the sandbox approach. Yeah, that's the thing. But it's also kind of one of those things like sandboxes sometimes have story issues. And that's always the case, and that's kind of the upsides and downsides of that. Yeah, I think the DLCs all have a better... I think the thing is, except for fucking Lonesome Road, I think the idea is, I was really wanting more in New Vegas, like storylines that kind of evolve. That doesn't really happen very much, except if you join the NCR, but even then, if you join the NCR, they feel really half-baked for some parts, or House. Because of the three, actually it would be 4 factions of New Vegas, Caesar's Legion is a meme. They're not done. Obsidian never finished them. I would say Yes Man is a meme, because Yes Man's a meme entirely because he is the choose your own adventure story, which some people really like, some people really hate, because it's as much or as little as you want, and you can finish the game very quickly by just walking into a place and leaving. Yeah, they're a stupid faction, like that's the issue, and they just had these massive cuts which could have given them something more. Like the NCR, had a interesting, like, there was beats there, and like you got a few different perspectives on them. So joining them, but like their actual quest line is like, go here. Okay, Commander, you go to here. Well, you have 2 options: kill everyone or don't. It's like, okay, I'm gonna kill everyone. All right. Courier, go here and do this thing. And like that's like the one thing about like that. I would say House has an interesting story because like, House is my favorite ending, by the way. I love House. Because you actually have a vested interest in him and you have a storyline with him. He's like, hey, you want another job? It's very simple. He's just like, do you want another job? And the way he kind of explains things, it's almost like he's moralizing at you. And not even moralizing, like he's more like trying to talk to you to convince you to be like, listen to me. This ER story is cool because through 1-2 in New Vegas, it's the creation of a nation state with a strong leader. Consequences starting from the fact they had a strong leader and then the aching decay of how it started. Oh yeah. Again, if you have like the full experience with the NCR and like through 1-2 New Vegas, it's really good. It's really interesting to kind of see the whole thing. That's why themes are really important in New Vegas. Themes are essential. It keeps the entire thing going. But like their actual like moment to moment stories, like, oh, this kind of sucks. Like this is kind of lame. I would say like the thing with 4. The thing with Fallout 4 is Fallout 4 had its story. Fallout 4 had its approaches to things. I think having a voiced protagonist was the greatest, worst idea they could have made. Because I've said this before, is Fallout 4 is the summation of every good idea New Vegas had done wrong. Hey, some of these factions feel really underbaked, and we would like to have more detail to each of the factions. Oh, well, you want more factions? Well, you have the Railroad. They're stupid. You have the Brotherhood of Steel. They're super cool in a flying super airship, and you get power armor for them for free. Cool. Here's the Institute. They're the super cool badasses. Here's the Minutemen. Everyone loves the Minutemen. Yeah. And there was, yeah, those are the 4 main factions. But it's like, you can join a Raider gang. Woo! It's like, oh. Like, they added more shit to each of the story, and every single faction has a strong storyline that you can follow with character beats up and down. And it's like, wow, every single one of these factions are fucking stupid. The only 2 that feel relevant are the Institute and the fucking Brotherhood. But the Brotherhood is a bunch of psychopaths, and the Institute is a bunch of fucking dweebs. Like the Railroad should have been a side faction, or their influence should have been expanded. Like the Railroad's influence should have been real expanded. It should have been like one of those things, like you go to any place, you will find like a Minuteman, not a Minuteman, like a not like an army marching around, but like you always have an idea, like when you're in a city or something, like when you're in a big settlement, you'll be like, oh, here's a railroad guy. You always know, like, oh, the railroad's here. Or, oh, hey, like you could find like synths running around a lot more. Like, oh, cool. Yeah, like the Minutemen felt like there needed to be like, honest to God, you want to know how you make the Minutemen really interesting? Because you do Preston's storyline, you can just keep Preston the way he is, be like, hey, I want you to join the Minutemen with me. Join the Minutemen and I'll, vouch for you, but we got to go to the Citadel. We got to go to the fort. And you see the downfall of the Minutemen. It's this decaying structure, and all the Minutemen kind of hate one another, and you see the death of the general and all that jazz, and people elect you because you've done some missions for them now. You've helped you kind of got people back up together a little bit, and then you become the general. Not like Preston is like, I'm going to elect you general now. I'm like, oh, you are lame. Like that could have been kind of interesting, but they just don't, because they hate fun. Like you also had some things like, oh, well, in New Vegas, I want more things to feel more permanent. I want more housing accommodation. I want that. Well, you can build fucking villages up and settlements up, but the settlement system sucks and everyone hates it. I wish the dialogue was more nuanced. Well, everyone's voiced now, and that means everything is yes, yes, but sarcastically, no, but yes, and no. Those are the 4 options now, because it's like, we don't understand this. And I can guarantee you about Fallout 4. It'll be my last bit. When they were in the development of Fallout 4, they brought in a focus group. And that focus group was like, I don't understand how perks work. And they would set them in front of New Vegas or Fallout 3, and they would be like, I don't understand how the perks work. And they would assign points at complete fucking random. And they were all a bunch of morons. So Bethesda said with their focus group, saying exactly what the focus group wants to, saying, is like, okay, let's make all the perks really worse. Like, let's make all the perks worse, and let's make all the kind of gameplay feel a bit wonkier. It's not even the fact that character is voiced. My thing would be that, this is my thing, Minnesota. It would be, if you've made a voice character, you've made Nate's, and you made Nora's, and you made all that, let me express the fact that I am playing Nate. I am playing this character. I am role-playing. I'm making a role-playing character more in the line of a JRPG. I'm taking the role of a character. I am taking the role of Nate. And who is Nate? He is an army veteran who comes into the world, and yeah, he should have different dialogue with people regarding like being a general and being a military guy. And the way people react to him should be really weird. And anytime you encounter ghouls, it should be like, hey, do you remember before? And he's like, yeah, of course I fucking remember. Like, it was like it was yesterday for me. And that could be really kind of, you could have some kind of sad moments just as much as you can have some happy moments. And it's like, well, we're in this together. We're working together on this and trying. You could actually have some interesting character moments there. Especially when you get to the Institute and it's like, oh, hey, you're my fucking son. Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, Shep is always Shep. And you feel that, but you have an option to, like, really feel him. But if you play Nora, Nora should feel different. Nora's a lawyer. The way she approaches things should be different. She can't just, you know, wave and be like, I'm a military guy, ha ha ha. It should be, hey, I'm Nora. I talk to people, and I can scare the shit out of people. She can still handle a gun, of course. Her husband's a fucking military guy. And yeah, no, that'd take more effort, exactly. And see, my genius idea is that you could release DLCs to change the background of the characters. Is you start off there, you select what your background is, and you get a bunch of new dialogue options and stuff. And that would be a lot of fun. Encourage replaying it too. But yeah, no, Fallout 4's got its issues. 76, nothing about 76 looked good. 76 was a flawed duck. Let's just say that. That was a flawed idea to get on a trend, and that trend was not going to work. But they're still making content for it. I mean, that's all you can really ask for. I mean, that's honest to God. I mean, it's a cheesy thing to say, being like they're still making content for it, but they haven't abandoned it, which arguably is noble in its own way. Gotta log into Kickstarter here real fast because we're getting ready for Kickstarter CBT, baby. Woo! CBT hours. Woo! I love. Newest tabletop games. Let's see what we have to see. Oh, it's Zine Quest. Fuck, Zine Quest. Oh, no. This just came out. This must have just came out a few days ago. I've got a question on that. They finally put some NPCs. Well, the thing is, like, Canasoda, like, if you think about it, that's exactly probably what a bunch of focus group people said. I don't think any of these people have any idea what a zine is. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's all you gotta remember. They were on a kick for a while to create live services. They wanted to make, recurring spending environments. Always remember that. Always remember that phrase. How do we create a recurring spending environment? That is the key, beautiful thing. Let's, Trash sexy. A raccoon naps. Oh. Oh. Absolutely not. Project Blackstar. I'm trying to, like, hit my voice to be higher. It ain't working. It's shot. It's shot the fucking hell at this point, boys. It's gonna be fun tomorrow where I have to, actually, like, play Pathfinder 2e. It's gonna be... Let's see. Let's see. Solo and a Lost Cause. That's how the cookie crumbles. Scientific barbarian. Voice. Nothing. You know, their design quest is it officially back? I believe it is. You know, I feel bad. Games nowadays have so many crappy names. You think all the good names are taken. Hey, every single one of my names for my games are flawless. Deployment, a World War II RPG. That fits the theme for today. Goblin Mail, a par-party zine for Troika. People still play Troika? Huh. Troika's one of those games I don't hear about very often anymore. kind of came and it kind of died for a while there, but I guess people are still making stuff for it, obviously. Let's see, Meeple Peak. Meeple Peak, Meeple Peak, Meeple Peak. Let's see, Partisan. Spell Scorch, teacher. Okay, let's Distortion. Unplayed in Quantaro format. It's 9.5 by 12. That seems very inconvenient. Stylizes graphic novel. Each page carries mystery and takes you to the world of Imperium. Let's see. Icon with the word Enigma in it. That's settling in near. Everyone receives patient report sheet. You are no exception. Sheet contain. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What in the goddamn is this thing? I mean... What the fuck am I looking at? I don't know what the hell this is. When did this game come out? This came out... Strange Squad. Wait, this is Morkborg, isn't it? Anti-reality, buried in the quagmire. Strange Squad. His name sounds familiar. Yeah, this seems... I don't know. Seems odd. The Wassling of Claw's Manor. Santa toys with dark summoning to hasten the delivery capability. Lady Claws operates secret slaughterhouse packing magical meat. Myth and vie for prominence. What? Get it? Because Santa evil. This isn't actually. This is an expansion. This is an expansion for absolute power. I believe we have this one. Fabled End core set. What's Fabled End about? It's a card game. It's a living card game of head-to-head combat of card game stuff. Scientific Barbarian. We actually saw, I saw a little bit about this. People were talking about this actually the other day, and looks kind of interesting. I looked a little bit into it. Scientific Barbarian does seem pretty, like an interesting idea to it. A lot of different content in here. It looks interesting. I'm curious if it goes. I like RPG magazines. Sometimes you can find some interesting stuff in there. Chris McDowell, I know. This is just Electric Bastion Lands. Yeah, this is the Electric Bastion Lands, except it's something different. Into the odd. He just merged two of his things together. Alright, and that's cool. Horrors of War. Playing a living history with unique mechanics. Alright. Do a person after their actions in combat. Why not? I'm giving teeth enough to jump 20 hours. Please, anything spots with vehicle, please keep your material in check. It's kind of interesting. Oh, color me curious. I'll hit unique vehicle. Unique vehicle mechanics is vehicle autism to me, and I like vehicle autism. Comes with 3 pillars: character creation, crisis and combat, and roleplay dilemmas. Oh. Alright. Kind of looks... We're reinventing 4E again. Characters can become wounded when damage exceeds their defense. Let's see. Young brother decided they want to play D&D. We're too broke to afford any of the books. Lack of funds get in their way. They opted to make their own game, knowing very little of D&D. So this kind of seems interesting. Sure, I mean, I'll take a look at. Yeah, looks like there's a lot of stuff going on with this one, so I'm curious. What the gimmick is going to be. Space Bears. Is that an NFT game? It looks like a fucking NFT. Your art looks like an NFT. My final decide event. I'm distorting. I feel games good name still is I'm distorting. Montaro, why? It's not like gonna sit there on my shelf and display right on my tablet. What's the benefit? You know, French person, I'm not interested. Looks like Morkborg. Goes all the back to Morkborg. There seems to be a flap of Thundar knockoff games going on. Crooked Moon Kickstarter got the Crooked Moon Kickstarter. Let's see. Take a look at. Oh, this is a 5e product. This is 5e. This isn't interesting. This is 5th edition content. Another one. Ooh, let's see. Discworld, Powder Mage. All right. Life Path, Saga Machine System. What the fuck is the Saga Machine System? Tab creation, looks like it's a personal one. What have you done? Let's see. Shadow of the Souls, Companion Systems. Powered by Saga Machine. Oh, come on. That's a terrible one. You damn well know that. Oh, this is Dime Adventures. I've been wanting to find this game for a while. I want to find it. It looks interesting. Looks like they've got a few new games coming out, so color me interested. I'll have to take a note. Looks like that. Not really ambitious here when it comes to the funding goal, but maybe that's the point. Ambition really is the worst thing you can have. A 5e supplement, 90 grand. 5e is the only game we ever need. Is that another... Wait. Oh, no. We went back up on that. Psycorps. Wow, look everyone. You can play fucking Cyborg. You can play Cyborg alone this time, so you don't have to annoy any of your friends playing it. Kill your necromancer. Sleep. One spacing. Yeah, Shadows of the Soul. Use cards if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, I'll have to take a look into that. Dime Adventures has been on my radar for a while. It's just hard to find. I might bother Luca to see if he can find it. It seems interesting. Eldritch Escape from Tokyo. This is Lion Wing. Yeah, no, I fucking Fun fact, people have been talking about this, actually, on the Japanese side. People have been talking about this pretty hard. People are pretty excited for this, the fact that it's got brought over. So, yeah. Lion Wing's been doing some good shit. I do know Lion Wing has done a lot of good stuff. I need to go over some of Lion Wing's things. Yeah, mostly because all of their stuff is Japanese stuff, like Fledge Witch, Maid Knight Saga, like a bunch of these games are entirely just JRPGs brought over. So it'd be interesting to kind of go back and take a look at them. I completely forgot about them, because there's a lot of games that kind of go together, and I get confused because my addled brain is I have to click on it. This isn't. You fucking horny bastards. You bought this. 6 people bought the 45 custom story plus after class version. You horny bastards. You don't understand. It's gonna be great. Infinite Forest of Sadness, Frenemies, the Jigsaw Trials. Cool. You can get a Saw board game. E. Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing too much else. So let's take a look at Itch. Itch is unsurprisingly, by the way, entirely being dominated by a few things is all. Actually, do I want to do this? No, I don't want to. I'm late. I don't want to log in because I have to do a bunch of Fear and Hunger unofficial RPG. The unofficial tabletop RPG. Wait. You son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. I made the Fear and Hunger RPG, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. You son of a bitch. You stole my fucking idea. I did it. I'm the one who did it. I've got the proof. This is a wasteland of Itch isn't a wasteland of masturbatory. Fear and Hunger. Yeah. I got fucked over. This is it. Bruh. It's Jover. It's fucking over. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. Like, yeah, take me to the download. Let's play a game. Like, the fact that it's all lowercase, we're looking at a really good solid start here. Tell me more. I want to 48 pages. Very pretty. I'll give it that. There's a fucking... They actually had like a full team too. That's the funny part. He has a full team. Oh god. Alright. Tell me what I want. Oh, Lord Almighty. I hate your fonts already, my brother in Christ. Oh god, he made Morkborg. No, he made Morkborg. Yeah, he made Morkborg. I give him an accomplishment for that. Yeah, no, I can't do this anymore. He made Morkborg. Nope. Nope, not doing it. Yes, he made Morkborg, by the way. No, I can't do it. I don't want to do it. I spent too long on mine. Though I should ding Miro. Like, hey, Miro, fucking done. This is actually someone we know. This is, This is someone on Orange server that I do know, in fact. Yep, this is the thing. I mean, the best part is I could just ask and be like, give me a copy and I'll go over it. See, that's the best part. This is the best part of being able to leverage my my fame and fortune. Oh, we got nothing too exciting. Nothing good. Nothing ever happens. Oh. Hey, this is me. You should all totally buy Crisis Averted President set. It's a fun and exciting game. It happens. You know how it goes. I don't put it open because that's just not how I do things. Oh, jeez. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call it here for today. Thank you all for watching. My name is Nopeta. Whole book, I hate your fonts. Publish game and assert dominance over the Mork Borg. See, the thing is, what I want to do is I want to contact Miro and be like, yo, Miro, I fucking finished Forgotten Chronicles again. Here you go. Like, I don't have... I used the magic internet machine on it because I fucking had to. Because you don't have enough assets for me to use. But yeah, here you go, Miro. Fuck off. Yeah, no, it's I don't have any artists. I'm not an artist. I'm a one-man operation, as always. I don't have a team of people. I'm not a cool guy. I'm a one-man op. I'm a one-man machine. My name is Nopad Addon, and I hope you had a wonderful time here. Thank you all for following. Thank you all for a wonderful day, as always. It's 7 o'clock. I've spent the entire day shitposting about things. My throat is destroyed. I'm going to say goodbye, good luck, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I am, as they say, away.